To earn the reward, you need to pursue 10 girls designated by the system. Chapter 1. Let's break up. Ningmeng, let's break up. You're too cold, and I'm tired. Right after sending this message, young Chen heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have perfectly completed the task. Please claim your reward. My mission is also complete. Goodbye, host. We shall meet again. Looking at the reward he finally received, young Chen put down his phone, his previously worried face breaking into a slight smile as he muttered curses. Damn you, damn system. Why did you run away? If I get stabbed by any of those ex-girlfriends, it's all because of you. Originally, he was just a college junior. 2.5 years ago, when he was a freshman, this damned system suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And it gave him a particularly disgusting task. The system would select girls, and young Chen had to pursue them. Once the girl liked him, he would break up with her to complete the mission. Breaking up with one girl might have been manageable. He could at least make it up to the ex after getting the reward. But the problem was, the damn system was unreasonable. It required pursuing 10 girls, each a huge challenge, either school beauties, CEO-type mature women, or sundry female instructors. Since freshman year, young Chen had diligently taken on this task, trying every possible way to complete it. Although he perfectly finished the missions, these 3 years had earned him a terrible reputation at Moda University, nicknamed the Womanizer Machine. Because all he did was throw every effort into chasing girls, and as soon as he succeeded, he would break up without hesitation, never wasting a single day on any ex. Fortunately, he had a good appearance, a handsome face, a height of 1.85 meters, a humorous and understanding personality. Even with his bad reputation, he managed to complete the task in just 2.5 years. Goodbye, sisters. Modu, too dangerous brother, is leaving first. Dragging his suitcase, young Chen stood at the university gate, took a deep look, then without hesitation hopped into a taxi and fled. He had just sent the breakup message to his last ex, a freshman school beauty. Before she could reply, he blocked her and packed his bags to run away. He feared she might block him the next second, making it hard to leave. Also, he was a bit guilty and didn't want to face her. As for school, young Chen had already told his counselor via phone that he urgently needed to take a leave of absence. Whether it would be approved or not was no longer his concern after all. Studying is not as fragrant as cultivating immortality. Sitting in the taxi, young Chen happily checked the reward sent by the system. The reward for completing the task was a storage ring, which contained a cultivation manual, a small bottle capable of accelerating the growth of all things, and many unfamiliar seeds and bottles. Next stop, the seaside. Why run away instead of cultivating in Modu? First, he had multiple exes there and feared a sudden encounter leading to trouble. Second, Modu's air pollution was too severe. He had already chosen a target, a certain island, to settle on and cultivate immortality slowly. After all, compared to land, the sea is wider and more mysterious, with abundant resources. The destination was Peach Blossom Island, off the Northern Sea. After a day of traveling by plane, car, and ferry, young Chen finally arrived at the small island he had searched for online for a long time. Woohoo! From now on, I'm the island owner. Stepping onto the island, feeling the breeze carrying a fishy smell, young Chen was very happy inside. Peach Blossom Island lived up to its name, mountains covered with peach trees in full bloom, the pink flowers breathtakingly beautiful. Since it was peak peach blossom season, the dock was bustling with tourists and local fishermen selling their catches. Hello boss, I'm young Chen, the one who contacted you online about renting a house. I've arrived and am now at the dock. With one task left, young Chen had long booked a house on Peach Blossom Island, so he immediately contacted the landlord upon arrival. Soon, a man in his 40s or 50s riding a tricycle came up and asked, "Are you young Chen, the one I talked to on the phone?" "Yes, uncle, that's me." After confirming, the man got off his vehicle and enthusiastically helped carry young Chen's luggage, chatting, "Young man, you're so young, why come live on the island?" "Not studying anymore." Young Chen made up a casual excuse. "Haha, studying's too stressful. It's peach blossom season here, so I came to relax." "That's true. My daughter calls me all the time, complaining about studying so hard she's almost crazy and wants to come back to rest." The uncle was very friendly, chatting all the way until they became familiar. "Xiaoyang, this house looks a bit shabby, but it fits your requirements. Few tourists come here, and it's very quiet." The house the uncle showed was a small 2-story bungalow with a yard. Though weathered by sea, wind and salt, it was just what young Chen wanted. Most importantly, the house had furniture, electricity, and internet, and rent was only 1,000 yuan a month, very affordable for his current tight budget. Deciding to rent, young Chen unloaded his things and said, "No problem, Uncle Lee. I plan to rent for a year. Should I transfer the rent directly to you?" Hearing that young Chen and his daughter attended the same university, Li Jun cheerfully said, "No big deal, you're classmates. Live there first, I'll bring the contract tomorrow. Here's the key, I'm going back to the shop now. Call me if anything." On the way, they talked about their universities and found out they were the same school. When Uncle Li praised his daughter's beauty, young Chen's heart skipped a beat, wondering if he had landed near an ex's hometown. After thinking through his exes, none of them had the surname Li, so he relaxed. "Okay, Uncle Li, you go ahead. I'll clean up first." Watching Uncle Li leave quickly on the tricycle, young Chen hurriedly moved his things into the house. The unused house smelled musty, but young Chen was used to living alone and handled it with ease. He opened all the windows for ventilation, grabbed a cloth and basin with water and detergent, and cleaned the house simply. Phew, finally done. After 3 hours, looking at the refreshed house, young Chen felt a sense of pride. But hunger soon ended his satisfaction. New to Peach Blossom Island and unfamiliar with everything, he didn't want to go out for food. Instead, he took out instant noodles from his suitcase for a simple meal, then locked the yard door and returned inside to study the system rewards he got. Chaotic Governing Maiden Technique. What a ridiculous name. Sounds kind of unserious, young Chen muttered looking at the manual. But upon opening the first page, it was indeed a proper cultivation technique. The book described that although it could be cultivated alone, practicing with a partner was more effective. "No wonder the damn system wants me to find so many girlfriends," young Chen grumbled. "It's all waiting for me here." Chapter 2. A New Life on Peach Blossom Island. However, he had no intention of going back to find those ex-girlfriends. After all, once the breakup was done, begging for reconciliation was not his style. Besides, just thinking about the quirks and strange personalities of those exes made young Chen shiver. If it weren't for enduring all this to complete the mission, he would have quit and run away many times. Breakups should be dignified, no one needs to say sorry. Luckily, the cultivation method didn't require dual cultivation, so young Chen didn't care much and hummed happily, clearly in a good mood. He then picked up the small bottle to check it out. It looked about the size of a bottle of medicated oil, containing a bit of milky white liquid. Looking at the bottle in his hand, young Chen murmured, "Could this be that little green bottle that helps spirit herbs grow quickly?" Eagerly, he went outside into the yard and dripped a drop onto a wild grass plant. Sure enough, just as he thought, the grass quickly grew crazily until it reached about 2 meters tall before stopping. Nice. Seeing such a clear effect, young Chen happily kissed the little bottle and silently speculated. The remaining seeds and bottles were probably pills and spirit herb seeds. Since spirit herb seeds couldn't be planted right now, young Chen checked the various bottles carefully. Although the system was a pain, it was considerate enough to label every bottle with the name and effect of the pill. After a thorough check, most were not useful to him at the moment, so he only took out a Qi refining pill from the ring. Qi refining pill. Consuming this accelerates the absorption of surrounding spiritual energy. Back inside, he locked the door, then poured a milky white pill from a jade bottle and swallowed it. Following the description in the Chaotic Governing Maiden Technique, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Is this spiritual energy? Soon, he felt tiny glowing dots slowly flowing into his body. Young Chen murmured to himself. Cultivation without concern for day or night, a blink of an eye, and a whole night passed. Unaware of time passing, young Chen immersed himself in cultivation. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation in his dantian. As this warmth spread through his organs and meridians, the pleasant feeling turned into a sharp pain. When the pain faded, he opened his eyes with joy. He had successfully cultivated to the first level of the body refining stage. But before he could be happy for long, young Chen suddenly noticed a strong fishy stench all over his body. Looking down, he saw his skin covered in a black, oil-like liquid. Scared, he held back nausea and rushed to the bathroom to wash up. After using half a bottle of shower gel and a long time scrubbing, he finally cleaned himself. Holding a towel and looking in the mirror, he saw that after this washing the meridians and renewing the marrow ritual, his previously not so obvious chest and abdominal muscles had become more defined and full of strength. His skin also looked better and fairer. So handsome. Too bad the good sisters won't see this. Feeling vain, young Chen showed off a little, dried his hair, and rushed back to the yard to test his cultivation. The effect of the first level of body refining wasn't huge, but it was noticeable. His speed, strength, eyesight, memory all had improved somewhat. In modern terms, he could effortlessly fight 10 people at once. Xiaoyang. Not bad, starting your workout early. While doing push-ups testing his limits, he heard Uncle Li's praising voice. Seeing Uncle Li, young Chen quickly stood up and greeted. Good morning, Uncle Li. Not really morning. I got up at 5 to buy fish at the dock. Just finished and came to find you. Haven't had breakfast, right? I brought some specialties from the shop, Li said, shaking a bag. Young Chen's stomach happened to growl, so he scratched his head shyly and Thanks, Uncle Li. Just finished working out and am hungry. Oh, it's no big deal. Go wash up and eat. After that, we'll deal with the contract. I still have to help at the shop later, Li said, handing over the takeout box. Young Chen picked some fish and took a bite. His eyes brightened immediately and praised, Not bad, Uncle Li, these dishes smell great. Then he started eating heartily. Hey, slow down. Nobody's stealing your food. As a chef, seeing someone gobble up his cooking gave Li a proud smile that wouldn't fade. Uncle Li, do you want a cigarette? After eating, young Chen took a hard-pack Li Kun cigarette from his pocket and handed one over. Heh, just right. My aunt doesn't let me smoke at home, and I forgot to bring some out. Li's eyes lit up as he accepted and happily started puffing. After the smoke, signing the contract done, young Chen added Uncle Li on WeChat and transferred 10,000 yuan to rent the house for a year. 1 month was 1,000 yuan, so 12 months would be 12,000, but Uncle Li gave him a 2,000 yuan discount knowing young Chen was still a student. Young Chen was very grateful. Thanks, Uncle Li. After all, as an orphan, managing to go to college was costly, and his part-time job money was used not only for tuition but also for cruelly ruining other girls for that damned mission. Though he maintained his bottom line never touching exes beyond holding hands or hugging, he felt some guilt about playing with others' feelings. Oh, don't talk about that. I gotta get back to the shop. Come visit if you have time, Uncle Li said, hopping on his tricycle and waving goodbye. Watching Uncle Li leave, young Chen, having experienced the world's harshness, secretly decided he would repay the kindness someday. Little did Uncle Li know that his goodwill cost him 2,000 yuan rent but would bring great surprises later. After paying rent, seeing his bank balance of just over 10,000 yuan, young Chen started budgeting carefully. Luckily, the old house came with all the farming tools. Looking at the overgrown backyard, he picked up a hoe and sickle and started farming. With his cultivation, farm work was fast. Soon all weeds and vines were cleared. Seeing it was still early, young Chen planned to repair the leaking fish pond and raise some chickens, ducks, and fish. He found the pond drain and started draining water to clean weeds. Then he fetched a dustpan to clear mud from the pond. After a long time, with the thick mud nearly cleared, he dug up soil from the vegetable patch to patch the pond leaks. Finished, he grabbed a machete and saw and cut many bamboos from a nearby grove to build cages by the pond. After working all morning, looking at the tidy backyard and neat bamboo cages, young Chen happily clapped and put away his tools. After showering, washing off the mud, and changing into clean clothes, he planned to stroll around the island to buy vegetable seeds and some chickens and ducks. Chapter 3: Buying an electric car. Young Chen lives a little far from the island's central business district. Since he had no car and could only walk, he walked leisurely and looked at the scenery on the island. Fortunately, this Peach Blossom Island is a nationally famous tourist island with a full range of hardware facilities. Even though young Chen lives in such a remote location, there is an asphalt road for tourists to travel around the island. After walking and strolling for more than an hour, we finally arrived at the commercial and residential street. The shops on both sides are full of sales of Dahua Island specialties, such as peach blossom cakes, shell jewelry, various dried seafood, special clothing, etc. Seeing many tourists buying their favorite things with great interest, young Chen also came to the beverage shop and ordered a watermelon smoothie for himself. I have to say that the prices on the island are really expensive. A cup of watermelon smoothie costs $40. But who can resist a cold and delicious smoothie in this hot summer? So he can accept the price. After all, supplies for the island have to be brought in by ferry. If the price of a large shrimp is 80 yuan, he can only say goodbye. Boss, how much are these chickens, ducks, and geese? There are not only tourists on the island, but also many local islanders, so there are shops selling things like chicken, duck, goose seedlings, and seeds. Looking at a group of cute chicken, duck, and goose chicks in the fence, young Chen also squatted down and picked them up one by one to check and select. Seeing young Chen's fair skin, he looked like a local. The boss asked curiously, "Handsome boy, aren't you here for tourism? Why are you buying these seedlings? Don't buy them. They're too troublesome to carry around." I didn't expect the residents on the island to be so kind-hearted. They refused to do business with me and advised me not to buy anything just because I looked like a tourist. Knowing the other party's good intentions, young Chen also replied with a smile, "I rented Uncle Li Jun's old house. From now on, I will also be an island resident, boss." "Oh, so you're the tenant of that guy Lao Li?" "Young man, since you're so young and you're already living on the island, I'll give you less since you're Lao Li's tenant." "Thank you, boss." Young Chen didn't expect that Uncle Li had such good connections on the island that he could get a discount by mentioning his name. After selecting 15 chicks, 10 ducklings, 5 goslings, and buying some feed, young Chen took out his phone to pay and said, "Boss, how much is it?" The boss took out his computer and started typing away. Chicken, 7, duck, 10, goose, 15, and feed, 148. That's a total of 427. Pretty boy, you'll have to give me 400. Looking at the boss's quotation, young Chen nodded secretly. The price was quite appropriate. After all, it was different from the inland transportation. So he paid the money and said, "The money has been transferred. Thank you for the discount, boss." Looking at the chickens and ducklings in cages, a 50-kilogram bag of feed and a bunch of other things, he, who originally didn't want to buy a car, is now considering whether he should buy an electric car. He decided to buy a car and asked the boss, "Boss, which side is the store that sells electric cars here?" "Young man, if you want to buy a tram, go down this road and then turn left and you will see it." "Okay, boss, I'll leave the stuff with you for now. I'll buy a tram and come back." After saying that, young Chen followed the boss's instructions and soon arrived at the place where electric cars were sold. "Handsome guy, should I rent a car or buy one?" As soon as I entered the store, a beautiful young woman with a charming demeanor came up in a tight skirt, smiling and stepping on high heels. Unexpectedly, there was such a charming young woman on the island. Young Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances at her, then said with a smile, "Madam Boss, do you have any recommendations? I want to buy a car with longer battery life and larger capacity. How about this Super Core AE4? Handsome guy, it has good looks, battery life, and other aspects. As for the price, since you're so handsome, I think we can give you a discount, handsome guy." Listening to the beautiful young woman's introduction and teasing, young Chen touched his nose and said shyly, "How much discount can this one get? If it's cheaper, I'll buy it directly. The national unified price for this product is 5,888, and I'll give you a discount to 5,500. That's quite sincere, isn't it, handsome boy?" After hearing the price, young Chen was a little tempted, but he still wanted to try bargaining. "The boss lady is so beautiful, can you give her a lower price?" "Oh my, young man, you are so sweet, but this price is already the lowest. If you offer any less, I will be starving." The proprietress threw him a coquettish glance. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this witch. No wonder everyone says that young people don't know the beauty of young women and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures." Seeing that he could no longer bargain, he still had his chicks and ducklings waiting to be taken home. So young Chen, not wanting to waste time, took out his phone to pay and said, "Okay, boss lady, I bought this car. Please help me install the rearview mirror and the battery. Don't forget to give me anything as a gift." "Don't worry, handsome guy. I will arrange everything that can be delivered to you," the boss lady said as she called the employees over to start the installation. With the skilled installation of the clerk, the battery, rearview mirror, and other items were installed in just a few minutes. After trying a ride and feeling good, young Chen took the little gadgets given by the boss lady and put them in the box. He waved and said, "Goodbye, beautiful boss lady." Watching the handsome young man leave and wave goodbye, the proprietress leaned against the pillar of the storefront and said jokingly with a smile, "Handsome guy, don't leave. We are just talking about 50 cents. Unfortunately, young Chen was already quite far away, and he only heard the last words the proprietress said, something like 50 cents. Returning to the livestock store with doubts, young Chen put the feed and cages on the pedal, said hello to the boss, and planned to go home first to take care of these little pets. After returning home, young Chen quickly poured all the chickens, ducks, and geese out of the cardboard box. Looking at the chirping of chickens, ducks, and geese in the yard, the originally deserted yard now had more life. Perhaps it was because young Chen was a cultivator with an invisible aura, so these little animals liked to crowd around him. "Don't push, I'll feed you something good." Pushing the group of little cuties aside with his hands, young Chen stood up and brought a plate. Then he took out a small bottle from the storage ring, carefully poured half a drop of liquid from the bottle, stirred it, and placed it on the ground. Although he knew that the white liquid had a huge effect on plants, he was not sure whether it was useful to animals, so he could only pour out a little and try. As soon as the plate was put down, the chickens, ducks, and goose chicks seemed to smell something delicious and immediately swarmed to the plate, drinking the water in it in big gulps. In a short while, a whole plate of water was drunk up in an instant, and some people were even still searching for something in the plate. It really works. Young Chen was also happy that another function of the small green bottle had been developed. Others may not be able to see it, but he has already cultivated himself and his eyes are sharp enough to notice some details. Originally, these chicken, duck, and goose chicks were so weak that they had just been weaned off and were stumbling when walking, but after drinking the water, they became full of energy and ran very fast. Chapter 4: Uncle Lee's Food Stall. Looking at the little guys running and pooping all over the yard, young Chen was so angry that he quickly caught them all and put them in the cage in the backyard. Looks like we don't need a light bulb to keep you warm at night. I originally thought that the young seedlings were still so weak that they needed to be kept warm at night, but after drinking the liquid in the small bottle, they all became full of energy, so I gave up this plan. According to the boss, the newly arrived seedlings should be stopped from being fed for a day to allow them to get familiar with the environment. Young Chen only added a little water and then returned to the yard to practice while he had some free time. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Magic City University, Sun Ningmeng's face was pale and her brows were a little sad as she sat at her desk, staring blankly at her phone. The chat window displayed on the screen was the breakup message sent by young Chen. "Ah, I told you when that scumbag was pursuing you that his reputation in school is ruined. Believe it or not, he always thinks he is the one and only. Now it's all good, right? The campus network is going crazy with all the news saying Yang Chen has run away. Don't be sad, sister. 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged men are plentiful on campus." Ju Ying, Sun Ningmeng's best friend and roommate, kept trying to persuade her because she felt a little distressed that she had been sitting there for a whole day and night without eating, drinking, or sleeping. "Ying, do you feel cold too?" Sun Ningmeng finally responded, her eyes filled with sadness and her voice a little hoarse. "How could that be? Ningmeng, don't overthink it. It's all that scumbag's fault. You know the rumors about him. Every time he pursues someone, he'll find all sorts of excuses to break up within 3 days. Wow, Ying, I regret this so much. If I had held her hand after our date that night, would we have not broken up, and would he have run away?" Sun Ningmeng finally couldn't hold it back anymore and cried like a pear blossom in the rain, which made me feel so pitiful and heartbreaking. Ju Ying was so distressed by his crying that she quickly hugged him and patted his back, gritting her teeth and saying, "Damn young Chen, do you think he's a pervert? I heard from seniors that he never takes advantage of girls, but is good at chasing people and breaking up with them. I suspect he's a pervert, a huge pervert." Hearing her bestie say bad things about young Chen, Sun Ningmeng recalled every bit of good things he had done for her when she was with him. She wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Don't say bad things about brother Chen. He's not a bad person." Okay, it's my fault." Seeing that her best friend was hopeless, Ju Ying rolled her eyes. "Ying, lend me your phone. He blocked my number and WeChat. I want to call him and ask where he is. I want to go find him." Ju Ying refused decisively. "No, he doesn't even want to study and is just thinking about running away. It's useless for you to find him." But seeing that Sun Ningmeng was looking at her stubbornly without saying a word, she finally gave in, took out her phone, sighed, and said, "Well, go ahead and call." "Thank you." Sun Ningmeng took the phone and dialed young Chen's number nervously. "The user you are calling is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." After calling several times in a row, the voice prompt was the same. Before Sun Ningmeng could say anything, Ju Ying beside her immediately exploded. "Fuck, this beast, he played a very good trick. He even got my phone number and blocked it." In fact, this was a misunderstanding of young Chen. He didn't know Ju Ying's phone number at all, but he set it to only receive calls from numbers on his whitelist. Seeing that the call still didn't go through, Sun Ningmeng stood up and said to Ju Ying with a firm look in her eyes, "Ying, can you help me find the senior schoolmate young Chen dated? I want to ask them where young Chen lives. I want to go find her." Ju Ying was also startled and quickly stood up to stop him. "Don't go. I heard that those seniors will get angry if anyone dares to mention young Chen's name in front of them." "Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm really defeated by you. You are really my good sister. Can't I go?" Sun Ningmeng looked at Ju Ying with that pitiful look again, and it really worked. She rolled her eyes helplessly and took back her phone to contact other people to find the contact information of her senior. On the other side, young Chen, who was practicing, was also a little uneasy and couldn't concentrate on practicing at all. He could only exit the practice state and said helplessly, "I told you, love debts are always a source of worry. I guess it's that good sister who's teasing me behind my back again." Since today was not a good day for cultivation, young Chen could only get up, pick up his keys, and plan to go for a stroll around Peach Blossom Island and have his dinner. "Uncle Li, I'm here." When young Chen arrived at the location of Li Jun's shop, he saw him stir-frying in an iron pan as soon as he entered. Hearing the voice, Li Jun turned around and greeted with a smile. "Xiao Chen is here. Please sit down first. I'll finish these dishes first." Li Jun's food stall is not big, with only 3 tables inside. Outside are rows of tables that belong to him. It was not even dinner time yet, but there were already many tourists eating seafood, drinking beer, and chatting, making it very lively. At this time, A woman in plain clothes, probably in her 40s, came over with a pot of tea and said with a smile, "You must be Chen, right? I heard my husband Li say that he is indeed a handsome young man." Knowing that the person in front of him was Li Jun's wife, young Chen quickly stood up politely and took the teapot, saying a little embarrassedly, "Hello, Auntie. It's not like what Uncle Li said. What do you want to eat? Auntie will treat you." The couple are both warm-hearted, honest, and generous people. Li Jun treated himself to a meal when they first met, and now it is his wife who is asking for a treat. However, young Chen couldn't just rush to eat at every restaurant, so he quickly said, "No, no, no, let's settle it as it is. Auntie, just give me 2 of your signature dishes." Sun Chen pretended to have a stern face and said, "Why are you being so polite to us? You are not only our tenant, but also a classmate of our daughter. What's wrong with treating you to a meal? Don't refuse or your aunt will get angry." Unable to refuse, young Chen could only smile bitterly. "Thank you very much, Auntie." The meal was ready in a short while. Sun Chen sat aside and watched young Chen eat with gusto. She smiled and asked, "Is the meal okay, Xiao Chen?" Putting down his chopsticks politely, young Chen gave Uncle Li a thumbs up and said, "Auntie, Uncle Li's cooking must be good." Sun Chen was delighted to hear that his food was delicious. Looking at young Chen, who was alone, she thought about how her daughter was doing in Shanghai, so she said, "I don't know how my daughter is doing now. She hasn't called me in a long time. Maybe you're busy with studies. If you really want to, just video chat. Communication is so advanced now." Young Chen responded while picking at the food in the bowl. "Haha, call my girl tonight and ask her. Xiao Chen, you eat first. Auntie will be busy for a while." "Well, Auntie, you go ahead and do your work." In a short while, young Chen had finished all the seafood dishes that Uncle Li was good at. After wiping his mouth, he stood up and secretly scanned the QR code in front of the counter and transferred 200 yuan. Then young Chen rode the tram and shouted towards the store, "Uncle Li, Auntie, I'm full. I'm leaving first." "Hey, Xiao Chen, why did you transfer the money here? Come back soon and I'll return it to you. Auntie promised to treat you." Hearing the sound of the transfer, Sun Chen hurriedly chased out and tried to stop young Chen to return the money to him. Unfortunately, young Chen was quick-witted and quickly turned the accelerator and drove away, smiling and politely saying, "Let's talk about it next time. I'm going to go shopping first." Chapter 5. Chance. Choosing to settle on Daohua Island is indeed the right choice. Not only did we meet the enthusiastic Li Jun and his wife, but the facilities on the island were no different from those on land and were very convenient. After shopping around and buying a lot of daily necessities and some grilled snacks, young Chen decided to go to the pier to watch people fishing to relieve his boredom. Life on the island is indeed slow-paced. At only 4 or 5 o'clock, many tourists have come to the abandoned pier with their families to fish. Many local fishermen were sitting side by side in 2s and 3s, smoking and bragging, waiting for the bait to bite. If you want to watch people fishing, you definitely can't choose to watch the tourists. If you want to watch, you must look for the locals with tanned and glowing skin. After driving an electric car around the dock, young Chen found a young man in a remote location. I saw him with dark skin, wearing beach shorts and a vest, a cigarette in his mouth, holding a lure rod in his hand, pumping and pulling like a master. So young Chen approached him and handed him a hard-shell raccoon that he had brought from Shanghai. He asked, "What kind of fish are you fishing for, buddy?" "Squid fishing." Li Jie took the cigarette, glanced at the fair-skinned young Chen, and asked, "Handsome guy, are you here for a trip?" "No, I just rented a house here and plan to live here for a year. It belongs to that Uncle Li Jun, you know." "Of course I know. He's my uncle." Unexpectedly, I met Li Jun's nephew. Because of this relationship and the fact that both of us are young, we started chatting enthusiastically in no time. It was only then that young Chen learned that the other person's name was Li Jie, and his family was engaged in fishing and supplied goods to his uncle Li Jun. It has to be said that young Chen still has some social skills. The two strangers were now chatting about everything under the sun like brothers who had known each other for a long time. Seeing that young Chen was very interested in watching him fishing, Li Jie said directly, "Brother Yang, do you want to try it?" Looking at the fishing rod handed over, young Chen was tempted, but he shook his head and refused, saying, "Forget it, I'll watch you fish first. I'll buy a set tomorrow and you can teach me then." "Okay, I'll come here every day and fish for a few hours. If you don't see me, just contact me on WeChat." Seeing Li Jie pull up 4 or 5 cuttlefish weighing about half a pound to 1 pound in a short time, young Chen felt itchy to try his luck. There is no boy who doesn't tea like hunting. Fishing is also a kind of hunting. Especially the anticipation of not knowing what kind of fish you will catch from the water after casting the rod makes people addicted to it. Hey, got it. Uncle, don't rush me. I'll be there soon. Li Jun put down the phone, took out a fat cuttlefish from the fish basket, and enthusiastically handed it to young Chen, saying, Brother Yang, take this squid back and eat it. I have to give the rest to my uncle. The phone calls are urging me to take it. Young Chen quickly waved his hand and refused. You should give it to Uncle Li. He's in a hurry. Oh, it's just one fish. It doesn't matter if you use this one. Let me tell you, this fish tastes good as sashimi. After saying that, Li Jie stuffed the fish into Yang Chen's hands, put on the fish basket, and made an appointment with Yang Chen to go fishing together tomorrow, and then hurried to deliver the fish to Li Jun. Good guy. Looking at the cuttlefish in his hand, Yang Chen smiled helplessly. Are the whole family so welcoming? Anyway, after arriving on the island, it seems that all the islanders I met were very welcoming. After hearing Li Jie say that he didn't want to make sashimi, Yang Chen didn't plan to continue shopping for fear that the fish would become stale. So I turned around and bought some mustard, soy sauce, etc. and took them home to try how they tasted. When I got home, I took out a knife and quickly cut the cuttlefish, removed the hard bone in the middle, then sliced it and arranged it on a plate. Looking at the crystal clear cuttlefish meat, Yang Chen dipped it in mustard soy sauce and took a bite. It tasted sweet with a hint of spicy and fishy, very refreshing and indeed good. Sitting leisurely in the yard, savoring cuttlefish sashimi and feeling the coolness brought by the sea breeze, the branches of the bamboo forest next to you are gently swaying in a breeze, making a rustling sound, which makes people feel inexplicably peaceful. In a short while, Yang Chen finished the whole plate of cuttlefish sashimi. Still not satisfied, he planned to buy a fishing rod tomorrow. I can get more to eat when the time comes. If I can't finish it, I can sell it to supplement my income. After all, I only have a few $1,000s left after buying the tram. After tidying up the yard and locking the door, Yang Chen returned to the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, took a pill and continued his cultivation. On the other side, Sun Chen wanted to call his daughter after seeing Yang Chen in the afternoon, but considering that the other party had classes during the day and was very busy at the time, he did not call. The food stalls are now full and there are no seats left, so the staff can serve other people. So he, who was sitting at the counter, picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and made a video call to his daughter. Soon the call was picked up, and a pretty girl with fair skin appeared in the video. Oh, my little girl, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so ugly? Are you not feeling well? Seeing that his daughter's face was a little pale, Sun Qian felt distressed and hurriedly asked loudly to show his concern. Sun Ning dreamed of her mother caring about her and looking nervous. She forced a smile and said, No, Mom, I just didn't sleep well last night. You need to get some rest. Don't study too hard. It's okay if you can't concentrate. Don't put pressure on yourself. At worst, we can support you when you return to the island. There is no parent who doesn't love his or her daughter, except for some beasts. At this time, Sun Chen was admonishing his daughter with great concern. Not wanting to worry about her parents, Sun Ningmeng quickly changed the subject and said, Mom, I know. Isn't this the busiest time in the store? How come you have time to call me? There are other people in the store who don't seem too busy. But today, a young man from Shanghai University came to the island to rent our house. He said he was under too much pressure from studying and wanted to relax. When I saw him, I thought of my baby girl, so I gave you a video call to see if you were doing well. Listening to what her mother Sun Qian said, unfortunately Sun Ningmeng was not in the right state of mind at the moment. Her mind was full of thoughts about Yang Chen. She did not have the leisure to ask other people. She just chatted perfunctorily with her mother about family matters. If she had asked for the name of a classmate out of curiosity, she might have found out that the person she had been thinking about, Yang Chen, was living in her hometown. Unfortunately, fate is what it is sometimes. After the mother and daughter chatted for a long time, everyone in the store had already left after eating and drinking, and the store began to busy itself with cleaning up. At this time, Sun Qian repeatedly warned his daughter, Don't work too hard, girl. Play when you should and sleep when you should. If you don't behave like this, your father and I will come to find you. Sun Ningmeng chatted with her mother for a long time, and her mood improved a little. She said coquettishly, I know, Mom. I will be on vacation next month. When I go home, you can make me a lot of delicious food to make up for it. Okay, Mom is busy now. You should take a rest too. After chatting for a few more words, Sun Chen hung up the phone and went to take care of the things in the store. Chapter 6. Fishing for cuttlefish at the pier. After practicing for a whole night, the effect is quite good. Yang Chen, full of energy, stood up and checked his cultivation level, which had improved a lot. Unfortunately, the first level of qi refining stage only makes the body much stronger, but the spiritual power is not enough to even cast the smallest fireball. Otherwise, he planned to create a small formation that could block the vision of mortals and animals to plant the spiritual medicine seeds given by the system. After washing up, I had some instant noodles. I made an appointment with Li Jie yesterday to go fishing together today. Young Chen rode his electric bike to the fishing tackle store to buy a set of equipment. Having fished before, he knew what equipment to choose. He went into the store and directly picked out a set of straight-handled rods and a spinning reel. Then he bought a roll of PE line and some lures. Yesterday, he saw Li Jie using wooden shrimps to catch cuttlefish, so he bought a few more. He felt a little distressed after spending almost 1,000 yuan. After all, his available funds had decreased and now there were only a little over 2,000 yuan left. It seems that I have to make money, otherwise all my efforts in cultivating immortality will be in vain. After leaving the fishing tackle store, Yang Chen secretly thought that he had been spending money without any income, and this was really not going to work. Fasting requires a cultivation level above the foundation establishment stage, but now he still needs to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. When I arrived at the place where I met Li Jie yesterday, I found that he had not arrived yet. I guess he was still fishing outside and had not returned yet. Seeing that there were not many people around, Yang Chen decided to test the waters himself first. After all, he had some understanding of the other party's operations after watching them yesterday. After winding the line and tying the wooden shrimp, hold the fishing rod tightly, open the spool, lightly hook a little fishing line with your fingers, and then make a handsome cast towards the location with structure. When the wooden shrimp slowly floated down and sank to the bottom, Yang Chen began to pull the rod in small amounts and then paused, repeating this process over and over again. Suddenly, he felt that the wooden shrimp had hooked something, and then the hand holding the fishing rod felt a slight vibration. Yang Chen hurriedly picked up the fishing rod and shook the spinning wheel to recover the line. I guess not. Feeling the force coming from the fishing rod in his hand, Yang Chen was guessing in his heart. After a few moments, the thing in the water was slowly dragged to the surface, and Yang Chen could see clearly that it was his target fish, the cuttlefish. Slowly pulling the line to the smallest position suitable for lifting the rod, Yang Chen then held the rod tightly with one hand and held the rod steady with the other hand to directly lift the cuttlefish from a 7 or 8 meter high dock. Snap! The cuttlefish that was thrown onto the shore sprayed ink so violently that it almost sprayed onto Yang Chen's white clothes. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his white casual clothes would have been stained with ink spots. When the cuttlefish stopped spraying, Yang Chen stepped forward and held it down, then imitated Li Jie and used his hand knife to chop the cuttlefish head hard. I saw the cuttlefish quickly turned white and lost its vitality. Then I threw it into the fish bucket I just bought and continued to cast the rod to catch the next one. He kept fishing until afternoon. The sun was high in the sky and very hot, but Yang Chen didn't feel the heat at all and didn't even sweat a bit. Looking at the 4 or 5 cuttlefish in his fish bucket, he planned to deal with them first, otherwise the cuttlefish might not be fresh if he waited any longer. There happened to be a few tourists nearby with their families. When they saw the cuttlefish he had caught, they came up to him and asked if he wanted to sell it. Sell it. 40 yuan per pound. Yang Chen hurriedly quoted his price, which was the price he got from Li Jie yesterday. Yes, but do you have a scale, young man? After hearing what the tourist said, Yang Chen scratched his head helplessly. After all, who would bring a scale when going out fishing? However, looking at the 5 cuttlefish in the bucket, the big one weighed a little over a kilogram, and the small one was about 7 or 8 ounces, so he roughly estimated the weight and said, I estimate it's about 4 kilograms here. If you want it, just pay for it. After all, I don't have a scale. The tourists came forward and looked at the cuttlefish in the bucket. They knew that the weight difference was not much, not to mention that they saw with their own eyes that they were very fresh. So he took out his phone and said, Young man, give me the payment code and I'll transfer the money to you. Okay. Yang Chen didn't expect to get back 200 yuan in one go. He happily took out his mobile phone and showed the payment code. It's been transferred. After transferring the money, the tourist showed Yang Chen the successful transaction interface. Seeing that the transaction was indeed successful and his phone indicated that the money had been transferred to his account, he quickly found a bag and put the cuttlefish in it for the other party, saying, Here you go. After fishing for a few hours and earning 200 yuan, Yang Chen, who had originally wanted to take a break, was now fully recovered and picked up the fishing rod again, intending to make a little more and earn 1,000 yuan a day. Unfortunately, after casting for a long time, the fish would either get caught on the reef or an abandoned fishing net, or occasionally a cuttlefish would bite the hook and it would fall off. In just a short while, only one of the wooden shrimp he had just bought was left in his hand. He was so angry that he stood on the dock and started cursing. A wooden shrimp costs 10 yuan, and the 200 yuan he just earned was immediately reduced by 40, which made him a little unhappy. Looking at the only wooden shrimp left in his hand, Yang Chen's eyes turned and he thought of a good idea and decided to give it a try. Just as I took out the small bottle and was about to try it, I heard Li Ji's voice behind me. Brother Yang came so early. Did you get it? Sure, Jie. Oh. I got 5 and sold them to tourists. Then I kept hanging around and suffered heavy losses. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Li Jie smiled normally and said, This is just the beginning. There are still not many hooks here. If you go over there, there will be more hooks there. The bottom of the water is probably covered with hooks and the like. Since there were outsiders present, Yang Chen put away the small bottle and decided not to test it anymore. After all, some secrets cannot be known to others. So he leaned his pole against the guardrail, took out a Lacoon cigarette, and said, You go ahead and fish first. I'll take a break and have a cigarette. Hey, Brother Yang, just watch my performance. He took the cigarette and lit it for himself. Then Li Jie deftly threaded the fishing line, hung a wooden shrimp on it, threw it into the water, and slowly jumped the wooden shrimp to attract the cuttlefish. Yang Chen, who didn't believe that Li Jie could catch fish, said disdainfully, I didn't catch any fish even when I was fishing. Do you think you can catch one? If you can catch one, I will eat it raw. Then he sat down in a shady place and smoked. Come on, fish. I think you are planning to cheat and eat it, Brother Yang. Not long after casting, Li Jie quickly lifted the fishing rod. The vibrating little bend on the rod didn't seem to be stuck on the bottom. Then he said with a smile, I caught a fish, Brother Yang. I just said you were going to trick me into eating it raw. I suspect you were trying to trick me into eating a cuttlefish. Damn, does this fish recognize people? I've been fishing for so long and only got a bite this morning. I don't believe it. Seeing that Li Jie caught a fish as soon as he arrived, Yang Chen excitedly threw the Lacoon in his mouth to the ground and angrily picked up the fishing rod and started casting. Ha ha ha, this is a matter of experience, Brother Yang. Seeing that Yang Chen was very angry, Li Jie grinned and hurried to impart his experience to him. After hearing this, Yang Chen finally understood that it was not because of bad luck, but because he kept casting to the same place. Some of the cuttlefish were no longer in their original locations after being caught or scared away by him. After catching a few, he had to change positions and continue casting to find fish. Following what Li Jie said, Yang Chen began to swim around, cast his rod and look for fish. As expected, a move brings life. After changing positions, Yang Chen also started catching fish, but each one weighed only about 7 or 8 taels. The two of them took turns fishing and caught 7 or 8 fish in a short while, which attracted many anglers to come and grab a spot. With too many people around, things became chaotic. The lines kept getting tangled, which made Yang Chen very unhappy and frowned while fishing. Seeing that there were no more fish to bite, Li Jie didn't like to be crowded with others, so he said to Yang Chen, Come on, Brother Yang, get rid of these cuttlefish, and then I will take you to a good place. Okay, let's go. There are too many people here. Some vegetable garden ghosts were still willing to squeeze in with them, so Yang Chen packed up his equipment and drove away with Li Jie in the tram. Chapter 7 Reef Fishing. Arriving at Li Jun's food stall, Sun Chen looked at the two people chatting and laughing and asked curiously, Do you two know each other? Li Jie got out of the car with a fish basket and wiped the sweat off his face and replied, Yes, Auntie, I met Brother Yang yesterday while fishing. I came back to deal with these cuttlefish before fishing somewhere else. After hearing what his nephew Li Jie said, Sun Chen laughed and scolded, If I go fishing with you, I'll end up with a handsome guy who used to be fair-skinned and tanned like you. Yang Chen, who was standing by, listened to Aunt Li's description and then looked at Li Jie, who was grinning with his black skin showing off his white teeth. He immediately laughed and agreed, Ha ha, it really does look like him. After not seeing Li Jun for a while, Yang Chen asked again, Aunt, where is Uncle Li? Why can't I see him? He's gone to the dock to collect fish. We've got a few tables booked by tourists tonight, so we are running low on ingredients. While the three of them were chatting, Li Jie weighed Yang Chen's catch and sold it to his aunt. The two gained a total of about 12 kilograms, of which Li Jie gained more than 7 kilograms, while Yang Chen gained only more than 4 kilograms. After Sun Chen transferred the money to Li Jie transferred more than 200 yuan to Yang Chen. Seeing that I had earned more than 400 yuan in half a day, I couldn't help but admire my decision to live on the island. After processing the catch, the two of them drove their electric scooter to Li Ji's secret vegetable garden. On the way, Yang Chen also bought some iced drinks and some food. After all, Li Jie took him to his vegetable garden, so he had to show some appreciation. Following the other person in the tram, Yang Chen thought to himself, Isn't this the road to where I live? Sure enough, they drove to the small courtyard they rented in a short while. After parking the car, Li Jie looked at the somewhat confused Yang Chen and said with a chuckle, You didn't expect that, Brother Yang? My vegetable patch is in the rocky area not far from your courtyard. I didn't expect that I was in the dark. If Li Jie hadn't brought him here, young Chen probably wouldn't have gone downstairs in a short time. After walking along an overgrown path for about 4 or 5 minutes, we arrived at the reef area. It really is a great place. There was no one on the beach except for some household garbage washed ashore by the waves. There are also many reefs that are suitable for big fish to hide and ambush passing small fish, and the large bay is obviously a good place for fishing. How is this place? Most people don't know about it. You can only come here by boat, but there are so many reefs that few locals come here. Listening to Li Ji's boasting, young Chen nodded and said, "It's really good. I didn't expect that where I live there would be such beautiful punctuation marks." That's right. I rarely bring ordinary people here. I'm willing to bring you here because you, Brother Yang, and I get along well. Let's go. There are a lot of big fish here. Li Jie picked up his fishing gear and climbed up to a large reef. No more wood shrimp fishing. Seeing that Li Jie did not use wooden shrimp bait but took out the iron plate this time, young Chen was a little curious. Li Jie patiently explained while tying the leader, "There are very few cuttlefish here. We only catch grouper, sea wolf, sea bass, and other fish." After listening to this, young Chen nodded and thought to himself, fortunately he also bought some iron plates when he bought the fish, otherwise he would probably fail to catch the shrimp here. Then he followed closely and took out the iron plates and started casting. Caught a fish. Hearing Li Ji shout, young Chen hurried over and saw that the other party's fishing rod had formed a bow and the wheel was making a crackling breaking sound. As expected of a dark-skinned and experienced angler, there was no fancy operation but only skills. In just a few moves, Li Jie easily caught a sea bass weighing 7 or 8 kilograms and brought it ashore. I got it too. Young Chen, who was originally jealous of Li Ji's catching a big fish, suddenly felt a huge drag on the fishing rod in his hand, so he quickly lifted the rod and shouted excitedly. The continuous sound of line coming out of the spinning reel, da-da-da-da, proves that this fish is definitely not small. Li Jie, who had just taken off the hook and dropped the fish into the bucket, quickly ran over to direct young Chen, saying, "Brother Yang, tighten the line a little more and don't let the fish get into the structure or touch the reef. It's easy to get away with it." Following Li Ji's instructions, young Chen quickly twisted it to tighten it a little, then raised the fishing rod high and tried his best to control the fish and prevent it from getting into the structural area. With the guidance of a master and young Chen's great strength and cultivation, as long as the line is not broken, the fish is almost certain to be caught. Unfortunately, even the most skilled hunters will always encounter cunning prey. The big fish that was originally fleeing towards the reef area suddenly braked and turned to swim towards the reef where the two were standing. Young Chen only felt the line in his hand loosen, causing him to hurriedly tighten the dotted line and plan to continue raising the rod to reel in the fish. Unfortunately, due to his lack of experience, he was still a step too slow. At this time, the big fish had already drilled into the structure and cut the pier line. He was so angry that he slapped his thigh and said, "Fuck, this one weighs at least 50 kilograms. Li Jie, standing by, also revealed a look of regret as he said, "This one's probably a large grouper. Other fish would just charge forward. Only ambush fish like groupers would hide in the structure." When young Chen heard that it was a very expensive grouper, he was very upset and wanted to take off his clothes and go into the water to catch the escaped big fish. I quickly tied the leader again, hung the iron plate on it and threw it into the water, hoping that the big fish would continue to bite the hook. Unfortunately, just like Renee Liu's song later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately it had already disappeared in the crowd. However, after fishing for 2 or 3 hours, we caught quite a lot of fish except for the big fish. Seeing that the bucket was about to burst and it was getting dark, young Chen said, "Let's fish another day. I have something to do tonight." Compared to fishing, young Chen still prefers to immerse himself in practice at home. If he hadn't been short of money recently, he would have planned to stay at home and practice. "Okay, we've caught enough fish for today. Let's give it to Uncle before daybreak." After saying that, the two of them began to pack up and carried the heavy fish bucket towards where young Chen lived. "Brother Yang, I'm leaving now. I'll transfer the money to you on WeChat after I sell the fish." "It's okay, drive slowly and be careful." Young Chen waved his hand indifferently and handed his catch to Li Jie to deal with. After all, it would be a waste of time if he went out. After bidding farewell to Li Jie, he took the 2 or 3 Jinsei base he had left behind as dinner and went back to the kitchen, simply steamed it and added it to rice in 2 or 3 dishes to finish his dinner. Then young Chen returned to the backyard and fed the chickens, ducks, and geese, and added some diluted spiritual water. After finishing all the work, I went back to the shower room, took a shower, and then lay down in the yard, feeling refreshed. I picked up my phone and started playing while enjoying the peace and quiet. 1. Chapter 8. Picking up a puppy at the door. Just at this moment, a message from Li Jie popped up on WeChat. Li Jie, transfer, 278 yuan. Brother Yang, you sold so many fish. Yang Chen, sorry to bother you today, Xiao Jie. Come over to my house someday and we'll have a nice drink. Li Jie, sure, remember to call me in advance so I can get some good stuff. Yang Chen, okay, no problem. After chatting with the other party for a while, Yang Chen began to check other messages. I saw many messages from classmates asking me where I am now, especially those roommates who are my bootlickers. He was bombarded with videos and voice messages. It went without saying that they were asking about his whereabouts on behalf of his ex-girlfriends. Yang Chen broke up with several of his roommates because he had dated their goddesses one by one and then hurt them, and several of his roommates were also lapdogs for some goddess. This also led to his poor relationships in the dormitory, and sometimes he was even ostracized by other people. The wild beasts always stay alone, but Yang Chen doesn't care about it at all. Anyway, there will be no contact with them in the future. Without replying to anyone, he closed the chat interface, smoked a cigarette, and leisurely scrolled through Douyin to watch videos of Aodibia or repairing cow hooves to relieve his boredom. To be honest, he felt a little lonely being alone in the yard with no one to talk to, and sometimes he even wanted to pull out one of his exes to chat. But when he thought about the attitudes of his exes towards him, he couldn't help but shudder. After all, he had been so servile in order to pursue those people and complete the tasks, and his face was basically thrown on the ground and stepped on. Now that he has finally gotten rid of it, he just wants to live a good pastoral life and slowly improve his cultivation before considering matters of love. Woo woo woo. While watching a short video, Yang Chen suddenly heard the faint cries of a small animal coming from outside the yard. So, with his skill and courage, he stood up, took his mobile phone, turned on the light, and walked out of the yard towards the source of the sound. Where are you from, little one? Looking at the little puppy shivering in the grass and whose eyes hadn't yet opened, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little curious. After all, except for himself, almost everyone else around had already moved to the center of the island. Seeing the puppy was pitiful, and just as he was in need of a helper to guard the house, Yang Chen patted its head, picked up the puppy and said softly, "Come on, come home with me." I went back to the yard and found some rags of clothes in the house, then used wooden boards to build a small nest for the puppy on the wall of the yard. Looking at the puppy lying in the pile of rotten clothes, still shivering and even a little weak, Yang Chen probably understood that this puppy was a weakling abandoned by a stray female dog. After all, in the animal world, unless it is a season with abundant food, the weakest children will always be abandoned to ensure that the strongest cubs have sufficient food supply. So Yang Chen quickly took out a small bottle, poured out half a drop of liquid, mixed it with water and diluted it, put it next to the puppy's mouth and said, "Drink it, it will be fine after drinking it." Perhaps sensing Yang Chen's kindness, the little puppy, whose eyes had not yet opened, made an ah-woo sound, then crawled over unsteadily and licked the spiritual liquid in the plate. Seeing the puppy lick up all the water in the dish and no longer shivering, Yang Chen smiled, touched the other's head with his finger and said, "From now on, I'll call you Egg Yolk." The little puppy Egg Yolk was also very smart when he heard the voice. He tried hard to open his eyes and planned to remember the man who would be his master in the future. Seeing that after drinking the spiritual liquid, Egg Yolk not only recovered and stopped shaking, but also opened his eyes, he stood up with a relieved heart and said, "Okay, you rest first, I'll see you tomorrow." I didn't expect that I would get a puppy. Although it looks like an ordinary pastoral dog, Yang Chen believes that it will definitely surprise people when it is fed with his spiritual fluid. After returning to the room, he locked the door to prevent anyone from accidentally breaking in and disturbing him while he was practicing. Then Yang Chen took out the pill, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged to practice his skills. "Egg Yolk, you stole my dried fish again, so I'm going to use you as a dish tonight." Yang Chen walked out of the kitchen angrily with a knife in his hand, planning to eat dog meat hot pot tonight. When Egg Yolk heard Yang Chen calling him, he knew he had made a mistake and cleverly slipped away to play. In a month, Egg Yolk, a puppy picked up at the beginning, grew into a mighty and domineering country dog by being fed with spiritual liquid. Yang Chen lived a very comfortable life during this month. He went out fishing for a few hours every day to earn some money for food. The rest of the time, apart from practicing, he did farm work, fed the chickens and ducks, and walked the dog. He lived a very comfortable life. His cultivation level quickly advanced from the first level to the third level of chi refining. At this time, his spiritual power could also support him to release some small spells, such as fireball. After a month, the chickens, ducks and geese in the backyard were all fat and strong after being fed with the spiritual liquid. So Yang Chen originally planned to slaughter chickens and ducks today and invite Li Jun and his wife, as well as Li Jie and other familiar people to come for dinner. So as soon as I entered the kitchen, I saw that some of the dried fish I had hung had been eaten by egg yolk, and so the scene at the beginning happened. Looking at the yolk running away, young Chen could only shake his head and curse in his heart. This bastard is becoming more and more human and still knows how to run away. I went back to the kitchen to continue cooking when Li Jun's voice rang out from outside. Xiao Chen, we are here. Hearing the guests had arrived, young Chen wiped his apron and hurried out to greet them. Seeing that they were actually carrying something, he smiled bitterly and said, "Oh, Uncle Li, Aunt Li, and Shou Jie, what are you doing? Aren't you treating me like an outsider?" "Oh, I only brought some of my treasured fine wine. Let's drink it and have a good time together later." As he said this, he winked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen understood immediately and looked at Aunt Li beside Li Jun with a guilty look. After a month of getting along, Yang Chen basically knew that Li Jun was very afraid of his wife. Not only did he not allow her to smoke in the store, but he also didn't allow her to drink much alcohol. Sometimes Li Jun would find excuses to ask about Yang Chen's life and come to his place to get cigarettes and drinks. Aunt Li had been caught many times. Seeing Yang Chen's reaction, Sun Chen said generously, "I allow you to drink tonight, but don't drink too much. My wife is so nice. Give me a kiss." Before Yang Chen could say anything, Li Jun hugged his wife and kissed her. It was hard for him and Li Jie to swallow this bowl of stale dog food. "Hey, Brother Yang, these are 4 top-quality blue crabs I got. My uncle wanted them, but I didn't give them to him. We'll have a snack tonight." Li Jie shook the blue crabs, each weighing 2 or 3 pounds. "Then I'm in for a treat tonight. Haha. You guys sit down first and I'll go cook the meal. It's almost ready." After taking the big blue crab, Yang Chen hurried back to the kitchen to start cooking. "Old Li, I didn't expect Xiao Chen's craftsmanship to be so good." Sun Chen took a walk around the old house where he used to live. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the rows of exquisite cages in the backyard. "That's right. I've already told you that Xiao Chen's place is better than yours, but you still don't believe me. Look at these juicy vegetables. You can tell they're absolutely delicious just by looking at them. And those chickens, ducks, and geese, which ones aren't plump and colorful? If I sell them in a store, I'd be losing out if I didn't sell them for 888 each." Listening to her husband's praise, Sun Chen rarely talked back. Instead, she nodded affirmatively and said, "I wonder if Xiao Chen has a girlfriend yet. Our daughter will be back soon. We can introduce them to each other then." She saw all of Yang Chen's performance. He was not only hardworking but also very polite to others. Most importantly, he was handsome. It's a pity that Sun Chen didn't know that the culprit who made his daughter look pale last time when he opened the video was Yang Chen. Otherwise, he would have picked up a knife and chopped him instead of praising him. Chapter 9: Selling Spirit Chickens. Yang Chen didn't know that he had just dumped his junior high school girl and then went to her hometown and lived in her old house. If he had known, he would have packed up and run away without hesitation. At this moment, he was happily bringing the prepared food to the dining table in the yard and inviting the 3 people in the backyard to come and sit down. "Xiao Chen, your cooking skills are pretty good." Looking at the table full of delicacies, Li Jun, as a chef, knew that the dishes must be good just by smelling them. Being praised, Yang Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Haha, it's just a small fight. It can't be compared with you, Uncle Li." After everyone sat down, Li Jun picked up a piece of chicken and tasted it. His eyes lit up instantly, and then he quickly picked up the vegetables on the side and took a bite. As Li Jun's wife, Sun Chen was very clear about her husband's behavior, which he would only do when he encountered very good ingredients. So she hurriedly tasted everything, and then found that all the ingredients raised or grown by Yang Chen were extremely delicious. The 2 people who ran the restaurant immediately knew that this delicacy could not be made by a chef, and only top-quality ingredients could produce this taste. Sun Chen, who had spotted a business opportunity, quickly put down his chopsticks and said to Yang Chen excitedly, "Xiao Chen, did you make all this yourself?" "Yes, Auntie. These are the chickens I raised and the vegetables I grew in my spare time." After receiving the affirmation, Li Jun on the side stood up and said excitedly, "Xiao Chen, your Uncle Li treats you well, right?" "Ah." Seeing Li Jun's excitement, Yang Chen quickly said, "Uncle Li, Aunt Li, and Xiao Jie, you've all been very kind to me. I can feel it." Seeing that Yang Chen hadn't forgotten his kindness, Li Jun was a little embarrassed and rubbed his hands together and said, Well, Xiao Chen, since that's the case, Uncle Li, I'm going to ask you shamelessly, can I buy all the chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables in your backyard?" After hearing what Uncle Li said, Yang Chen was a little dumbfounded. He thought it was some big deal. So he said nonchalantly, "Uncle Li, if you want to eat it, just take some back. It's not something valuable anyway." Seeing Yang Chen's indifference, Li Jun immediately said seriously, Xiao Chen, I don't know how you raise them, but I want to tell you that these ingredients, to be honest, I have never come across them in all these years of traveling around the country. You should understand the price, right? So I plan to buy all your ingredients and make them into my restaurant's signature dishes. Don't worry, Uncle Li won't gouge you on the price. Of course he understood. These chickens, ducks, and geese were all raised by himself using spiritual fluid, as were the vegetables. Not only is it delicious, but even a simple meal can make men scream with delight. For women, it nourishes their yin and beautifies their skin. If you eat too much, it can also strengthen your body and protect you from all diseases. I originally thought that they were just sighing that the ingredients were good and wanted to take some to eat, but since they were going to sell them, young Chen had to remind them of their importance. Uncle Li, Aunt Li, these chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables were raised and grown by me using my ancestral recipes. If you just want to eat them, I won't say anything. After all, I've seen how good you are to me. But if you're selling it, I have to remind you of its importance. After all, the herbs needed for the recipe are very expensive, but the chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables raised from it all have special benefits. If you only eat it once, men can benefit from it to strengthen their yang, while women can benefit from it to nourish their yin and improve their complexion, and relieve menstrual cramps. If you eat it more often, your body will get better and better. It's no exaggeration to say that you'll be immune to all diseases. I know you might not believe me and think I, young Chen, am asking for a higher price, but let's not discuss the price tonight. Let's taste it first and talk about it later. Is that okay with you? Seeing young Chen talking so earnestly, Li Jun and Sun Chen didn't believe it at first and thought they had misjudged him. I thought young Chen was the type who would brag and raise the price just because the ingredients were special, but when I heard the last sentence, I couldn't help but wonder if it really had this effect. So, in a somewhat strange atmosphere, several people cleared the table of dishes, and after eating and drinking for a while, they said goodbye to young Chen and went home. Seeing Li Jun, Sun Chen, and Li Ji's attitude towards him, young Chen smiled bitterly with helplessness. After all, this incredible thing was really hard to understand. But young Chen didn't want to sell the chickens, ducks, and geese he raised using the spiritual liquid at a cheap price, so he could only tell the truth. Alas, tomorrow you will know what I said. Standing at the gate of the yard and watching the three people riding away on their bicycles, young Chen could only sigh and return to the house. He wouldn't bother to care about anyone else, but Li Jun and his wife, as well as Li Jie, were the three who helped him the most when he arrived on the island. His motto is to repay kindness, but some of his predecessors are obviously not among them. Because too many or too few exes always did things to hurt young Chen when he was pursuing them or dating them. While I was tidying the yard, I suddenly felt something approaching from behind. I turned around and saw that it was Egg Yolk, wagging its tail wildly and sticking out its tongue to please me. Patting Egg Yolk's head, young Chen scolded him with a smile. You little bastard, you still remember to come back. Where have you been all day? After being patted on the head, Egg Yolk did not get angry but rushed towards young Chen and licked his hand even more enthusiastically, because he knew that young Chen was no longer angry about him stealing the fish. Seeing that Egg Yolk was so humane, young Chen touched his head and said with a smile, I can't stand you, you little bastard. I'll save the food for you. Go to the kitchen and eat it yourself. With a whoosh, the Egg Yolk turned around and rushed straight to the kitchen to devour the food. Seeing Egg Yolk in the kitchen enjoying his chicken soup and rice, young Chen reminded him, remember not to spill it everywhere, or I'll have to clean it up later. The Egg Yolk was also very smart. It looked up at young Chen and shouted twice, Wang, Wang. To show that it understood, it then licked the food in the bowl carefully for fear of dropping it on the ground. There were only young Chen and Wang Sai in the yard, so he didn't plan to hide his abilities. He stood there and used his spiritual power to move the leftover dishes and food into the kitchen sink and trash can. Then he cast a water control spell and summoned clean water from the well nearby to wash the table and the floor. Looking at the clean yard, young Chen was satisfied and told Egg Yolk not to go out and run around in the middle of the night and to remember to go to the backyard to look after the chickens and ducks, then went back upstairs to practice. Because he found that the chickens, ducks, geese, and other animals he raised with spiritual liquid had been spied on by carnivorous animals such as weasels and wild cats. If it were not for the egg yolks, the chickens, ducks, and geese would have been killed many times. Chapter 10 Misunderstanding Resolved. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, young Chen vigilantly exited his cultivation state. It was only because he heard Egg Yolk's cry, because he had told Egg Yolk that if he encountered a bad person while practicing, he should drive him away, and if he met an acquaintance, he should shout a few times to remind himself. Uncle Li and Aunt Li, what are you doing so early in the morning? Standing on the second floor balcony, Yang Chen saw Li Jun and Sun Chen coming into the yard carrying gifts. Come down quickly, Xiao Chen. Laro Li and I are here to apologize for what happened last night. Yang Chen guessed it right away, because he saw Aunt Li's rosy face, and it was obvious that she was moisturized by Uncle Li last night. As soon as he walked downstairs and into the yard, Li Jun hurried forward and said apologetically, Xiao Chen, it was Uncle Li who was wrong last night. I shouldn't have doubted you. I didn't expect that there is such a magical formula in the world that can produce such awesome ingredients. I just woke up early this morning and immediately brought your aunt over to apologize to you. I hope you don't mind. Sun Chen, standing by, echoed. Yes, Xiao Chen. It's all your Uncle Li and I's fault for being blind and thinking you were bragging. I didn't expect that after returning home, not only would the effect be as you said, but it would even exceed our expectations. I, your aunt, had some chronic health issues, but after eating the chicken, I realized that they were much less severe. Seeing that Li Jun Sun Chen was so sincere, and since he had never been angry in the first place, he quickly said with a smile, I understand, Uncle Li and Auntie. After all, this kind of thing sounds a bit like a fairy tale, doesn't it? If I didn't know about it, I wouldn't believe it has such a miraculous effect. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't blame them, the couple breathed a sigh of relief and handed the gifts they brought to each other, saying eagerly, Xiao Chen, are you still willing to sell these chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables to me, Uncle Li? No problem, Uncle Li, as long as you can sell it at a good price and don't waste my hard work. Seeing Yang Chen agreed, Sun Chen quickly stepped forward to guarantee. Originally, I thought the ingredients tasted good and was thinking of selling it for 888 per plate, but after experiencing the effects last night, I think any price is not too expensive. What do you think, Xiao Chen? Aunt and Uncle Li, you guys can decide the price. You have to understand that scarcity makes things valuable. The chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables here aren't available in unlimited quantities. Although making money is important, Yang Chen does not intend to waste all his energy on raising these. It is better for him to work hard to improve his cultivation so that he can have everything he wants by then. As for agreeing to sell it, it was also to repay Uncle Li and Aunt Li for their kindness to me and to kill two birds with one stone by not having to waste hours fishing for 3 meals a day. Don't worry, Xiao Chen. Your Uncle Li and I just want to use this as a signature dish to attract customers, and the price will definitely not be low. Also, we won't take all the money we earn from selling the chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables. Give it all to me, Auntie. How do you make money? Yang Chen was a little confused after hearing what Aunt Li said. Seeing that Yang Chen actually asked such a stupid question, Uncle Li on the side laughed and said, My silly boy, you don't know how much influence my store will have if those rich people know the efficacy of these ingredients. By then, just making money from them will be enough. Your Uncle Li and I are not the kind of greedy people. After listening to what Li Jun said, Yang Chen suddenly realized that this is how business is done. It is easy to imagine that once the reputation of these chickens, ducks and geese spreads, and those rich people taste them and feel their efficacy, it will cause a huge boom. Uncle Li, Auntie, I can supply a maximum of 5 chickens, ducks, and geese of each kind each month. As for vegetables, I can supply more, but it also depends on the time. What do you think? This was the number Yang Chen reported after considering for a long time. After all, the cage was only so big and he was too lazy to raise more. Supply a little bit every month and keep the rest for yourself. As for vegetables, they are even easier. Sow them today and sprinkle them with well water diluted with spiritual liquid, and they will be ripe tomorrow. However, scarcity makes things valuable, and if the supply is unlimited, the small size of the backyard vegetable garden will easily arouse suspicion. Sun Chen immediately made the decision and said, No problem, this number is reliable. Let's keep up with the times and try hunger marketing. After finalizing everything, Li Jun on the side rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, Hey, Xiao Chen, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Uncle will go to the backyard and get a chicken so I can show you my cooking skills. If you want to eat, just say so. You don't have to show off your cooking skills. However, Yang Chen was also very happy because the misunderstanding was resolved. So he said generously, Sure, Uncle Li, go ahead and catch it. Wife, you go boil some water, I'll go catch some chickens. After getting her consent, Li Jun immediately and happily asked Sun Chen to prepare some water, while he rolled up his sleeves and ran to the chicken coop in the backyard to catch some chickens. A chef is a chef. He didn't have to work for long before the meal was ready. A plate of boiled chicken with a dish of scallion oil and chicken porridge made from chicken broth was placed on the table, and the aroma filled the air. After Sun Chen poured the porridge into the bowl, Li Jun said to Yang Chen, Top quality ingredients only require the simplest preparation. Xiao Chen, Try it and see how it tastes. After taking a bite, young Chen quickly praised, "Well, I have always believed in Uncle Lee's cooking skills. It tastes better than mine." Haha, that's right. Boiled chicken is not as simple as just boiling it. You have to learn to control the heat. After receiving the compliment, Li Jun also shared his cooking experience. Sun Chen, who was standing by, rolled her eyes at her husband and said, "Hurry up and eat yours. If it weren't for the top quality chickens raised by Xiao Chen using a recipe, how could you make such delicious food?" Seeing his wife spoiling things, Li Jun didn't get angry but just laughed foolishly. Young Chen only ate a small portion of a chicken weighing 5 or 6 pounds and drank a bowl of porridge before he was full. Most of the food went into the mouths of Li Jun and Sun Chen. After all, he had already felt the extraordinary quality of this chicken last night, so young Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Aunt Li blushing as she kept picking up chicken for Uncle Li. After breakfast, Uncle Li, who was about to leave, said to young Chen, "Xiao Chen, let's go back and discuss how to advertise. After all, you know how many people come to the island. The most important thing is to rely on tourists from outside. So we have to study this matter carefully and figure out how to advertise it so that those wealthy people will believe it and come to the island to eat it." After hearing what Li Jun said, young Chen was too lazy to think about it. He would rather practice more with this time. However, in order to prevent others from bothering him if they knew that the goods were taken from him, he still gave some instructions. "Uncle Li and Aunt Li, just watch over them. I'm only responsible for the supply of ingredients. Also, don't let others know that they took it from me. I'm afraid it will be too noisy here." Li Jun patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry about this. The confidentiality level is absolutely the highest." Chapter 11. The company is dead. The ex-girlfriend came to the door. Alas, the effect is still a little lacking. It's a pity that there are no materials. Watching the shielding formation he had set up appear and disappear from time to time, young Chen knew that it was due to lack of materials. The formation he could create now was made by adding his own spiritual power to ordinary tree branches, which resulted in the formation not being well formed. There are only 2 ways now. The first is to improve your cultivation. Once your cultivation reaches a high level, you can easily set up some simple formations. The second is to find some objects that can store spiritual power or jade stones with spiritual energy. No matter which one young Chen was incapable of dealing with at the moment, he simply removed the formation that appeared and disappeared from time to time so that others would not think it was a ghost wall. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Over at the food stall, a beautiful young girl wearing a JK outfit and a pair of ponytails was standing at the door of the store, pulling a trolley case and shouting loudly inside. When Sun Chen heard this familiar voice, he rushed out of the store, muttering, "My little girl, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Li Jun also ran out of the kitchen, wiped his apron with his hands, and looked at his daughter happily. "My dear daughter, are you doing well in school? Are you being bullied by others?" Sun Chen helped son Ningmeng carry the suitcase while caring for his precious daughter. "I'm doing well at school. My classmates are all very nice." After answering her mother's words, son Ningmeng skipped over to Li Jun, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, "Dad, I'm so hungry. When I was in school, I always wanted to eat oyster omelets." Okay, Dad will make it for you right now. Just wait a moment." Li Jun, who is a daughter slave, looked at his daughter who was acting coquettishly towards him, smiled from ear to ear, and hurried back to the kitchen to cook. Sun Chen, standing by, grumbled, "You deserve it. I asked you to apply to a university closer to home, but you refused and insisted on going all the way to the Magic City. It takes ages to get back, even with a transfer." Hearing her mother complaining about her, son Ningmeng stepped forward, put her arm around her, and said with a smile, Hey, the Magic City is better. Besides, the major I studied is not available here. Woo woo woo, this is the taste. Dad's cooking is still the best. I went to Shanghai specifically to eat there, but the ones made by others were not as good as yours." As soon as a plate of oyster omelette was served, son Ningmeng couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and start eating. Sun Chen looked at his daughter who was wolfing down her food, and lovingly took a glass of ice water and handed it to her, saying with concern, "My dear daughter, eat slowly, don't choke." "Mom, what's this? 88,000? 128,000? How can a chicken be that expensive? And you're spending so much money on hiring TV stations and internet celebrities to promote it? Are you too stupid?" Looking at the written and drawn plan on the table, son Ningmeng asked with some confusion. Sun Chen listened to his daughter's words, patted her head lightly and said in annoyance, "You are stupid. This is the publicity we plan to do. You will soon become a rich second generation." Son Ningmeng listened to her mother's exaggerated claims and was stunned. It's over. It's over. What happened to you two during the months I was away? You actually thought you could sell a chicken for over 100,000 yuan? Is that a magic chicken? Or have you been scammed? Xiao Chen didn't lie to us, and we've tried it and felt its effects. It's no exaggeration to call it a magical chicken. Listening to her mother's words, Son Ningmeng felt that these words were so similar to those on Douyin where health products are sold to the elderly, and the elderly kept mentioning the scammers who sold them. Son Ningmeng, worried her parents were being scammed, stood up and demanded, "Who is that Xiao Chen? Where is he? I want to see for myself what kind of drug you two have been given to make you trust him so much." Li Jun, who was standing by, saw that his daughter still didn't believe him, so he stepped forward to explain, "Xiao Chen is the one who rented our old house. Didn't I tell you before? He also studied at Shanghai University and seemed to be your senior." "What a bullshit senior. I guess you met a scammer. Watch me expose him." Seeing that his father was also bewitched, Son Ningmeng was even more angry and quickly picked up the phone to call his cousin Li Jie, planning to raid the scammer's lair. "Hey, sister, why do you have time to call me?" Seeing Li Jie answer the phone, Son Ningmeng said directly, "I'm in the store now. Xiao Jie, call a few more friends to come with me to fight the scammers." Seeing his daughter actually calling him Xiao Jie, Li Jun was at a loss for words and quickly shouted into the phone, "Xiao Jie, don't believe Ningmeng's words. There's no such thing as a liar. She said Xiao Chen was a liar." Hearing his uncle's voice, Li Jie was a little confused, but he hurriedly explained, "Brother Yang is not a liar, sister. Are you mistaken?" Son Ningmeng's heart skipped a beat after hearing Xiao Jie's explanation over the phone. Brother Yang. Xiao Chen. From Shanghai University? Putting these things together made her feel like she had grasped something. With her heart aching, she quickly asked with a trembling voice, "What Brother Yang? What's that person's full name? Xiao Jie, tell me quickly." Listening to his cousin's excited voice on the phone, Li Jie patiently explained, "It's Yang Chen, Brother Yang. Sister, let me tell you, Brother Yang is really not a liar." Before she could finish, Son Ningmeng hung up the phone, and then with tears in her eyes, she hurriedly asked her father, "Dad, that Yang Chen, is that Mui Yang, the Chen in the morning? He's about 1.8 meters tall." "Yeah, how come you know each other?" Li Jun said with some confusion. After hearing this, Son Ningmeng was absolutely certain that the person she had just thought was a liar was Yang Chen, the man she had been thinking about. So she said with some excitement and panic, and a stuttering tone, "Dad, where are the car keys? I need to go to the old house." Li Jun still didn't understand why his daughter reacted so strangely to Yang Chen's name, but he quickly told her where the tram key was. "Oh, it's at the counter. Are you okay, daughter?" Ignoring her father, Son Ningmeng rushed to the counter, took out the electric bike keys from the small basket, then rushed directly to the store, got on the electric bike and drove towards the old house. "Old Li, please drive the tricycle over here and let's follow. Let's go check on our daughter." Seeing her daughter's unusual behavior, she became very nervous and hurriedly urged her husband. At this time, Yang Chen was sitting in a rocking chair, swinging leisurely, playing with his mobile phone, browsing Douyin, and watching the sexy beauties dancing happily. Bang! The door was pushed open forcefully. "Who is it? Can you be gentler? You have to pay for breaking this door." Although he knew someone was driving approaching, he didn't expect the other party to be so rude. Yang Chen was very displeased. After all, this was not his house. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming? Seeing that the culprit was none other than his junior high school classmate whom he had just broken up with last month, standing right in front of him, Yang Chen began to wonder if he had become stupid from practicing and was hallucinating. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't show any excitement when he saw her, but was staring at her with curiosity, Son Ningmeng's eyes were slightly red and she said with a tearful voice, "Yang Chen, shouldn't you explain it to me?" Fuck, how did you find this place? Chapter 14, Guilty Feeling. Seeing that Yang Chen was so shocked by her voice that he jumped far away, she couldn't help laughing and said in a somewhat annoyed tone, "Fut, you walked into this trap yourself, and you still ask me why I found this place? Don't you know that this is the old house where I grew up?" I fucking knew it. Lao Li didn't lie to me. But why the hell doesn't this person have the same surname as Lao Li? One is surnamed Sun and the other is surnamed Li. They can't be connected at all. Yang Chen was a little desperate and screaming madly. Not only did he fall into the trap, but he also had a very good relationship with Lao Li. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't answer her, but just stood there pretending to be dumbfounded, Son Ningmeng walked up to him angrily and shouted, "Tell me, why did you break up with me in the first place? Is that why you broke up with me just because I didn't let you hold my hand?" Looking at the delicate and beautiful face so close that even the fine hairs on the face could be seen clearly, young Chen stepped back slightly, intending to fool around and avoid it this time. So he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, sighed, and said, "Alas, what girlfriend wouldn't even let you hold her hand, right? Plus, I had something urgent to do, so I had to break up in order to avoid delaying you. I'm sorry, Ningmeng." Looking at young Chen's provocative expression and extremely perfunctory explanation, Sun Ningmeng was so angry that she raised her foot and stepped hard on the other's foot with her small leather shoes. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't I tell you I wouldn't hold your hand? You confessed that night and I agreed. I was a little shy at the time, and I was thinking I'd take the initiative to hold your hand on our next date. What happened? You ignored me the next day, and on the third day you sent me a message saying I was too cold? Then you deleted me as a friend, dropped out of school, and disappeared. Are you sick? You just like to bully others, right? When I first came to Shanghai University, I heard people say that you just like to break up with girls after you've chased them. I didn't believe it at the time. But I didn't expect you to be such a person. If you didn't like me, why did you provoke me? After provoking me, you ran away and left me alone there." She became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally Sun Ningmeng couldn't help but squat down and burst into tears. Young Chen felt very guilty after hearing this. After all, the system had given him a task to complete, and he was reluctant to part with such a beautiful girl. But there was nothing he could do. In addition, he had to leave the university to get the reward, so he had to break up. Li Jun rushed over and saw his daughter crying. He was immediately furious and rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Young Chen, you actually bullied my daughter. I will kill you, you little bastard." Then he rushed up. Seeing her father was serious, Sun Ningmeng was also shocked. She quickly stood up and wiped her tears to stop him and said, "Dad, what are you doing? Young Chen didn't bully me. Why are you two here? I know him." Sun Chen also hurried forward to stop her husband and said, "The matter has not been clarified yet. Why are you so excited? Don't you know who Xiao Chen is and what he has come up with in the past month?" Egg Yolk was also very excited to see this scene. He turned around in circles and shouted happily, "Woof, woof, woof. I'm awesome, I'm really good at choosing places. You damn system, you deserve to die." Young Chen, with a look of despair on his face, looked at the mess in the yard. He felt powerless and even thought, "May the world be destroyed quickly. I'm tired." After persuading for a long time, the few people who had calmed down sat in the yard. Li Jun looked at young Chen with a bad face and said, "You mean, young Chen is your boyfriend, and then he left without saying goodbye and came to us, and coincidentally, he rented our old house?" Sun Ning dreamed of her father staring at young Chen with that look, and she quickly defended him, saying, "Yeah, Dad, don't look at young Chen like that. He's not wrong." Li Jun wondered if it was tinnitus. He actually heard his daughter defending the other party. He stood up, pointed at young Chen with trembling fingers, and shouted incredulously, "He's not wrong. He dumped you and ran away, and you say he's not wrong." Sun Chen, who was standing by, understood the whole story and knew that the two young people had to solve this kind of problem themselves. So he stood up and grabbed Li Jun's arm and said, "Come on, Lao Li, why are you so excited? Let's go back and give the young people some space to solve it themselves. Hey, honey, don't pull me. This kid is bullying our daughter. I want to chop him alive." Young Chen sat obediently on the stool and listened to Lao Li scolding him without saying a word. He did not dare to resist. After all, this was indeed a wrong thing he had done. After finally finding young Chen, Sun Ningmeng, who had a lot to ask him, hurriedly said, "Dad, can you go back with Mom first? This is a matter between young Chen and me, so please don't get involved." "Okay, dear daughter, if this little bastard bullies you, call me and I'll come over and chop him up." Li Jun still listened to what his daughter said, so after making some vicious threats, he followed his wife out of the old house, looking back every 3 steps. Seeing that there was no one around, Sun Ningmeng moved closer to young Chen, staring at him and said, "Young Chen, there are only 2 of us left now. Do you have anything to say to me?" How do I put it? Where do I even begin? Looking at the junior high school girl who was staring at him lovingly, young Chen was filled with guilt. If it were any other ex, he might not have felt this kind of guilt. After all, other exes had either treated him like a clown or trampled on his dignity, but this junior sister had never done anything to hurt him. Seeing the sadness in the other person's eyes, young Chen opened his mouth to say something, but found that it was useless. He could only condense thousands of words into one sentence and whispered, "I'm sorry, Ningmeng, it's my fault." Hearing young Chen's answer, Sun Ningmeng was very dissatisfied and pressed herself against him, almost nose to nose, and said, "I don't want to hear you say sorry. You know this is not what I want." The sexy almond-shaped mouth, long eyelashes, beautiful watery eyes, delicate and pretty face, and the hint of fragrance from her breath so close to his nose almost made him unable to control himself and wanted to kiss her. So he quickly turned his head and said tentatively, a little weakly, "Ningmeng, after all, we didn't even hold hands back then, right? I didn't take advantage of you, and you didn't lose anything either. Do you want to just let it go?" Sun Ningmeng didn't want to let it go like this. Taking advantage of the situation, she used both hands to straighten Yang Chen's head and said angrily, "Let it go. Look into my eyes and say that again." Chapter 15. Reconciliation. A passionate kiss can result in a roll on the sheets. But the woman disagreed, so Yang Chen could only satisfy his desire. It should be said that although Sun Ningmeng did not look big on the outside, she was actually a woman that he could not control with one hand. "Brother Chen, I have to go home first. My parents will be worried. I will come and bring you breakfast tomorrow." After tidying up her messy clothes and hairstyle, Sun Ningmeng hurriedly left this place of trouble as if escaping. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would really fall into it. "Let me take you back. It's not safe at night." How could he let the other person drive the tram back alone in the dark? Yang Chen also got up and got on his electric scooter and drove slowly towards the food stall side by side with Sun Ningmeng. "See you tomorrow, Brother Chen. I love you." When they arrived not far from the food stall, Sun Ningmeng stood on tiptoe and kissed Yang Chen, then shyly rode her electric scooter home. After watching the other party arrive at the store and seeing Uncle Li and Aunt Li come out to greet Yang Chen, he turned around and drove his electric scooter away to return home with peace of mind. When they got home, they used ice-cold well water to suppress the lust aroused by Sun Ningmeng. Yang Chen wiped his hair with a towel, told Dan Huang not to run around and to remember to guard the house, and then went upstairs. Too many things happened today and he didn't have much time to practice, so he took advantage of the free time and quickly took the pill and sat down to start practicing. A night of silent immersion in cultivation. Early the next morning, Yang Chen, who was still meditating and practicing, had no choice but to exit the state of practice. It was only because Sun Ningmeng shouted from downstairs in the yard, "Brother Chen, get up and come down for breakfast." As for why he didn't go upstairs to call, it was because Yang Chen had already locked the wooden door of the house from the inside. After going downstairs to take the breakfast, Yang Chen asked curiously, "Menga, why are you up so early? Aren't you sleepy?" Sun Ningmeng didn't reply to him. She stepped forward, staring at Yang Chen with wide eyes and some suspicion, and said, "Brother Chen, did you do something bad and didn't sleep all night?" Because it takes a certain amount of time for normal people to get up and get dressed, and they will definitely look a little sleepy when they just get up. However, it took Yang Chen less than 2 minutes from the time he was called up to the time he went downstairs, and his whole mental state did not look like that of someone who had just woken up. Yang Chen tapped Sun Ningmeng's head lightly in annoyance and said, "What are you thinking about all day long, little head?" "Oh, stop hitting me on the head. It'll make me stupid." Sun Ningmeng quickly covered her head with her hands and said with a pout, looking very cute. Sitting in the yard with Sun Ningmeng, eating the breakfast she brought, Yang Chen put down his chopsticks and looked at her, looking at her as if hesitant to speak. "Tell me, what's on your mind? Is that the one about the priceless chicken that you and my parents worked together on? Is that true? It's not that I don't trust you, little brother Chen, but last night when I got home I saw them taking out all their savings and planning to invest them all in advertising, so I'm a little worried." Sun Ningmeng hurriedly expressed her concerns. After all, she only knew a little bit about it on the surface. Seeing her parents spend all their savings on advertising just to sell a chicken, duck, or goose at a sky-high price, she always felt that it was a fantasy or even crazy. Knowing Sun Ningmeng's concerns, in order to dispel her worries, Yang Chen stood up and said with a smile, "You, come on, I'll take you to see it." Then he pulled her to the backyard. "Brother Chen, are these the poultry you're planning to sell for 88,000 or even 128,000 yuan each?" Looking at the chickens, ducks and geese in the chicken coops beside the fish pond, Sun Ningmeng widened her eyes and observed hard, trying to find anything unusual. Unfortunately, apart from the fact that they looked a little different from other free-range chickens, she couldn't see any magical effects. "Don't look at it, or your eyeballs might fall out. Take one home and ask Uncle Li to make you some tonic. You've been so skinny at school that you don't even feel fleshy when you touch it." Looking at Sun Ningmeng, who was staring with wide eyes looking for something different, Yang Chen opened the chicken coop, took out a fat hen from it, tied it up with a rope, and planned to let her taste it herself. Am I really thin?" Such straightforward words made Sun Ningmeng roll her eyes at Yang Chen and her face turned red instantly. "It's okay. Let's go." Take it back and let Uncle Lee make it for you. Then you'll know if it's worth the price. Returning to the yard, son Ningmeng rode her motorcycle, waved to young Chen and said, "When I'm done, I'll bring it over and we'll eat together, brother Chen." After that, she hurried back to the food stall to try it out to see if it was as effective as they boasted. It's not that she didn't believe young Chen, but this matter was simply a fantasy to her, and she was also quite curious. Oh, isn't this my precious daughter? How could she bear to come back so soon? As soon as he returned to the food stall, Li Jun was sitting in a rocking chair outside, enjoying his tea, when he saw his daughter who had just left come back, so he spoke with a slightly sour tone. Seeing that her father was jealous of young Chen, son Ningmeng covered her mouth and laughed, then ran behind him in a coquettish manner, pinching his shoulders and legs and talking. He, Dad, why are you jealous? Really, I just brought back an old hen from brother Chen to try and see if it's really as magical as you say. Seeing that his daughter actually brought an old hen, which he could call a magic chicken, Li Jun stood up immediately, hugged the old hen, stroked it gently, and said with some reluctance, "Oh, my prodigal daughter, don't you know that if you eat one of these, there will be one less? We wanted to save some for the commercial to come out and then promote it." "Humph, you said she was your precious daughter, but you didn't even give me a chicken to try. You really don't love me anymore." Seeing his daughter's heartbroken expression, Li Jun gritted his teeth and said, "Eat it. It's raised by that prodigal Chen anyway. What's wrong with giving it to my daughter? Wait for Daddy to help you deal with it right away. What are you two doing so early in the morning?" Son Chen, who was in the store, heard the father and daughter quarreling, so he came out curiously. Well, Xiao Chen heard our Ningmeng say she was curious about the effects of this chicken, so she took out one for her to try. Li Jun showed the old hen in his arms. You, Xiao Chen is willing to give it to our daughter. Shouldn't you be happy? It shows that he cares about our daughter. Go kill some chicken and make some chicken soup. I really want to eat it too." Anyway, it was a gift from his future son-in-law. After eating it last time, son Chen found that his skin had improved a lot, but considering that such a magical chicken was too precious, he did not mention it again. But now Xiao Chen is giving it to his daughter to try, so he can also get some of it to satisfy his craving and beautify himself. Seeing the mother and daughter both craving the old hen in his arms, Li Jun sighed and said, Okay, let's do it right away." It's not that he was reluctant to give it to them, but it was all planned out. The last time he went to the chicken coop, he saw that there were only about 13 chickens left, and there really weren't many. He wanted to save one or two for others to taste on the day of the promotion. After a while, the chicken soup cooked with well water was freshly prepared. Son Ningmeng couldn't wait to open the lid, and immediately a rich aroma came to her nose. She was so hungry that she didn't forget to serve a bowl of food to her father who had worked hard to cook for her and her mother who was also very greedy, and then served herself. Chapter 16 Daily Life. Wow, this tastes amazing. I don't know how to describe how delicious it is. Dad, are you sure you didn't add any seasoning and just added salt? After taking a bite, son Ningmeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and she shouted in disbelief as she ate the yellow chicken soup. Of course. Good ingredients only require simple cooking. Besides, it's nothing. You'll know the effect after you finish eating it. Li Jun looked at his daughter's exaggerated expression and said with a smile while keeping her in suspense. Seeing his precious daughter's expression was the same as his own when he first ate it, son Chen said while drinking the chicken soup, "My dear daughter, don't you think it tastes particularly delicious too? And there is an indescribable fragrance that makes people's lips and teeth linger." As she gulped down the chicken soup, son Ningmeng said admiringly, "Yeah, that's true. Brother Chen is awesome. No wonder he dropped out of school to come to our Peach Blossom Island to raise chickens. It turns out he has this kind of technology." Seeing his daughter enjoying the meal so much, son Chen scooped up some chicken from the casserole and put it into son Ningmeng's bowl. He said, "Don't just drink the soup. Eat some meat too. After you finish eating the meat, you'll know if the chicken is worth the starting price of 88,000 yuan. The three of them finished the whole spiritual chicken in a short time. Son Ningmeng was so full that she was lying on the chair and touching her belly comfortably. Son Chen also looked at his daughter lovingly and said, "My dear daughter, do you feel any changes in your body?" "Change? How should I put it? I feel like my whole body is warm now, especially my stomach. It feels like I've put a heat pad on it. It's warm and comfortable." Seeing his daughter's face flushed like she was drunk, son Chen knew it was the nourishing effect of the magical chicken, so he explained, "This is the magic of this chicken. For example, if we have some hidden diseases or pain in our bodies, it will slowly heal after eating it. Daughter, do you feel particularly painful during your period?" Seeing her mother exaggerating, she would definitely not believe it if she hadn't taken it before. But now her body is really slowly undergoing some changes, so she nodded and said, "Yes, every time I have my period, it hurts like hell. After eating this chicken and chicken soup, you won't feel so much pain next time. When you have time, ask Chen to raise some more for you to eat as a tonic." Every mother hopes that her child is well, and Sun Jian is no exception. Ah! Suddenly, Sun Chen shouted and stood up, which startled Sun Chen beside him, and he asked nervously, "What's wrong, daughter? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Sun Ningmeng looked at the completely eaten chicken bones on the table with tears in her eyes and said, "No, I agreed to cook the dish and bring it back to eat with Brother Chen, but this was so delicious that I ate it all and forgot about it." Listening to what his daughter said, the old father on the side twitched the corner of his mouth. He had just enjoyed the delicious food and was in a very happy mood, but now he looked as if he had eaten shit. He silently picked up his teacup, stood up and went to cry somewhere else. Sun Chen also looked at his daughter speechlessly. He thought it was a big deal but ended up like this? Knowing that her reaction was indeed a bit exaggerated, Sun Ningmeng stuck out her tongue and fled the scene embarrassedly, saying, Hey, I'm going to go play with Brother Chen. Goodbye, Mom and Dad." When we returned to the old house, young Chen had just finished feeding the chickens, ducks, geese and egg yolks and was nailing chicken coops in the yard, planning to expand the scale. If it were before, he would not bother to tinker with these things, but since he knew that Uncle Li would become his adopted father-in-law in the future, he had to raise more, not only to feed his junior sister but also to provide more for Li Jun. "Brother, the chicken you raised was so delicious that I ate it all. You won't blame me, will you? I know you're the best, and you definitely won't blame me for forgetting to bring it back for you, right?" As soon as Sun Ningmeng came up, she hugged young Chen and started chatting with him, which made him laugh and cry. Then, seeing him fiddling with the bamboo and the cage, he asked curiously, "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Young Chen took off his gloves, pinched the other person's slippery little face and said, "Isn't this just to get some cages and raise some chickens and ducks to satisfy that greedy little cat's craving?" Being called a greedy cat, Sun Ningmeng felt embarrassed when she thought about how she had promised to bring him chicken soup but drank it all herself. She stuck out her tongue and laughed like a silver bell, saying, "Ha ha ha, love you, Brother Chen. I'm going to go find some egg yolk to play with." Looking at the young and beautiful Sun Ningmeng in the yard and the egg yolk lying on the ground after being squeezed to the point of despair, young Chen was in a very good mood and smiled. "Brother, what kind of dog is egg yolk? Look how big it is and its claws are so sharp." Sun Ningmeng asked young Chen behind her curiously while picking at the egg yolk with her claws. "It's a pastoral dog. I don't know what breed it is. I picked it up from the grass outside the house." Seeing egg yolk staring at him with despair, wanting him to rescue it, young Chen warned it with his eyes not to move around and beware of the dog meat hot pot. Then he fiddled with the cage while chatting with Sun Ningmeng. After a while, the clever young Chen made another large cage. Seeing Sun Ningmeng still needing the egg yolk, he asked, "Menga, are you going with me to buy chicks or playing with the egg yolk in the yard?" "I'll go with you. I don't want to play with egg yolk." Sun Ningmeng abandoned egg yolk decisively. She didn't want to be separated from young Chen. The egg yolk that escaped from the clutches of the devil ran away in a flash, and disappeared from sight in a flash. Young Chen laughed so hard seeing egg yolk running for his life, while Sun Ningmeng stamped her feet in anger and cursed weakly, "Stinky egg yolk, I combed your hair, and you ran away so fast. Boss, why are there only chicks left this time?" When he arrived at the livestock store and saw that only chicks were left in the cage, young Chen asked in confusion, "It's you again, pretty boy. We are out of ducklings and gooselings lately. We only have chicks now." When the boss came out and saw young Chen, he immediately recognized this handsome young man as the person who bought feed and chicks from him last time. "Hello, Uncle Li." At this time, Sun Ningmeng on the side greeted politely. "Hey, isn't this Ningmeng? You're back from vacation. I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown up now and I almost didn't recognize you." The owner of the livestock store, Li Kangsheng, only then recognized that the little girl next to him was his niece. Hey, Uncle Li, this is my boyfriend young Chen. We are family, so you have to give him a discount." Sun Ningmeng took young Chen's hand and introduced him to her relatives generously, and then bargained very considerately. Li Kangsheng laughed heartily upon seeing the scene and said, "Ha ha ha, fine, no problem. But young man, you're not being honest. Last time you said you were Lara Li's tenant, but I didn't expect you to be his son-in-law." He. At that time, no one knew that Li Jun was actually Sun Ningmeng's father. Young Chen had no way of explaining it and could only smile awkwardly. Chapter 17 Fishing Competition with Sun Ningmeng. I bought more than 20 chicks and a bag of chicken feed, which cost me several hundred yuan. On the way home, Yang Chen curiously asked Sun Ningmeng and found out that most of the shop owners on Daohua Island were indigenous people, and all of them were relatives of the Li clan. Ah, they are so cute. Brother Chen, look how cute they are when they drink water. In the yard, Sun Ningmeng squatted and observed the chicks drinking water diluted with spiritual liquid, and happily called Yang Chen to come and watch together. You play by yourself first. I'll move the cage to the backyard. Yang Chen said as he easily carried the huge chicken coop and walked towards the back of the yard. Yoke, you silly dog. Just after fixing the chicken coop, Yang Chen heard Sun Ningmeng scolding Egg Yolk, so he returned to the front yard to check out of curiosity. I saw Sun Ningmeng standing at the gate with her hands on her hips, shouting angrily at the Egg Yolk who had already run away. Seeing Yang Chen, she seemed to have found her backbone and said aggrievedly, Brother Chen, the Egg Yolk bullied me. How did the Egg Yolk bully you? Yang Chen was also a little curious. So Sun Ningmeng quickly told the story of how she had just encountered the Egg Yolk in the front yard. After understanding what happened, Yang Chen tried hard not to laugh out loud. It turned out that Egg Yolk heard the chicks in the yard and curiously stuck his head out of the door to check. It turned out that Sun Ningmeng was also looking at it, so it screamed a woo and shrank its head and ran away as fast as it saw a ghost. Feeling insulted, Sun Ningmeng chased after him and planned to capture Dan Yolk alive, but she found that she couldn't catch up, so she stood angrily at the door. Haha, don't be angry. When Egg Yolk comes back later, I'll hold it down and let you beat it up. Yeah, Brother Chen is the best. Watch how I knead the Egg Yolk tonight. At this time, the Egg Yolk had no idea how miserable his fate would be when he returned home at night. He only saw it wandering around with a group of younger brothers, looking proud and confident. Menga, let me take you fishing. Yang Chen hadn't fished for several days and felt a little itchy. Since he had nothing to do, he took Sun Ningmeng with him to go fishing for some fish as a dinner snack. When we arrived at the squid fishing pier, we saw many locals and anchors who came here for fishing tours and had been fishing here for a long time. Seeing that there were indeed too many people, Yang Chen, who didn't like to squeeze together, had no choice but to drive the car and take Sun Ningmeng to find another seat. As for why he didn't go to the restaurant that Li Jie told him was not only close but also had lots of fish, it was because of Sun Ningmeng. Today she was wearing a white dress and a pair of white sneakers, and the place was overgrown with weeds and often featured some spicy strips. In order to avoid the pair of slender legs without a trace of fat from being scratched by the grass, Yang Chen could only choose some clean, open, and easy-to-reach fishing spots. Oh, Brother Chen, let me take you there. As a local, Sun Ningmeng saw Yang Chen taking her around aimlessly but couldn't find a suitable place, so she offered to drive. The two of them changed positions, and Yang Chen's hand moved dishonestly from the waist without a trace of fat to the long and slender legs. This made Sun Ningmeng a little shy, so she quickly stopped the car and repeatedly warned Yang Chen, Hey, keep your hands away, don't move around, or we will both fall off the car. Then she put his dishonest hands on her waist before continuing to drive. After driving for more than half an hour, we arrived at the other side of the island. The scenery in front of us was very beautiful, with reef structures all around and the water was calm. Yang Chen asked curiously, Hey, Menga, how did you find this place? Seeing Yang Chen actually asking such a stupid question, Sun Ningmeng also looked at him with an expression of you are stupid and covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. Ha ha, Brother Chen, are you stupid? I grew up on the island. How do you think I found out? And I'm just as good at fishing as you. Do you want to compete? Okay, he was stupid, but he was actually laughed at by Xiao Menga. Unwilling to accept the result, Yang Chen also agreed to have a competition. Fortunately, he bought a set of water drop reels some time ago, which was just enough for the two of them to use in the competition. Brother Chen, let's start, Sun Ningmeng said and threw the first shot handsomely, and Yang Chen followed closely and quickly put on the iron plate and threw it out with force. The competition between the two did not focus on the size of the fish caught, but only on the quantity. Yang Chen, who was afraid of losing to the girl, did not plan to use wooden shrimp to catch cuttlefish, so he used the iron plate, a universal bait. Menga, how about we add some prizes? Yang Chen chatted with Sun Ningmeng while reeling in the string. Okay, but if you lose, Brother Chen, you have to buy me milk tea later. Looking at Sun Ningmeng's confident look, Yang Chen said disdainfully, Are you so confident that you will win? But if you lose, he, and whispered a few words into the other's ear. After hearing the whisper, Sun Ningmeng blushed and said coquettishly, Oh, Brother Chen, you are so bad. Yang Chen looked at the other person with a wicked smile and used provocation to say, Hey, just tell me whether you agree or not. Are you afraid of losing to me? Sure enough, provoking the opponent was effective. Sun Ningmeng hesitated for a moment and then said, Humph, I'm not afraid of losing to you. I don't believe that someone like me who grew up by the sea will lose to you. With the bet at stake, young Chen became motivated to fish. He was having a great time teasing son Ningmeng while hitting the iron plate. At this time, son Ningmeng exclaimed, "Hey, brother Chen, look, I caught a big fish." Young Chen quickly turned his head to look over, only to see son Ningmeng excitedly holding the fishing rod tightly in her hands that formed a big bow, and exclaiming with joy. Seeing how hard she was trying to control the fish, young Chen was a little worried that she would be pulled into the water, so he quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Do you want me to help you control the fish?" "No, I haven't caught a big fish in a long time. I want to catch this fish myself." "All right." Seeing that son Ningmeng was struggling to control the big fish and had some sweat on her nose and forehead, young Chen was very considerate and took out a tissue to wipe her hands and kept an eye on whether she was exhausted. Because both of them were standing on the reef, there was not much space and they were not wearing felt-soled shoes, so this made him a little worried. Fortunately, son Ningmeng did not lie. She was indeed a girl who grew up by the sea. After a while, the big fish was pulled to the shore after being exhausted. Young Chen also hurriedly used his spiritual power to control his steps so as not to slip, walked to the edge of the reef, took the anchor hook, waited for the opportunity to hook the fish and then pulled it up. "Yeah, I won the first round, and brother Chen took the photo for me." Seeing the big fish coming up, son Ningmeng jumped up happily, then quickly put down the rod and ran over with the fish, asking young Chen to take a few more photos for her as a souvenir. Fortunately, young Chen had practiced photography skills when he was a lickspittle pursuing girls, so when faced with this request, he simply found a good position and took some beautiful pictures. So the style of the scene changed. It was originally a tense competition between the two, but after son Ningmeng caught a big fish and saw that young Chen had good photography skills, they became models and photographers. After taking more than a dozen beautiful photos, young Chen finally remembered that there was a competition and rewards. So he looked at son Ningmeng suspiciously and said, "Hey, little girl, are you planning to let me take pictures and waste time so that you can win the competition?" Hey, stop fishing, brother Chen. Just consider it my loss. It's your responsibility to be so good at taking pictures. Let's take pictures first. Anyway, it wasn't someone else. Although son Ningmeng was a little shy about the bet just now, after all, it was young Chen who liked her, so she didn't intend to give up from the beginning. Chapter 18, The Bet of Victory. With these words, young Chen became excited. Fishing. What kind of fish? Is fishing as good as gambling? So he immediately became energetic, squatted down, took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures, and even personally taught the poses. Lower your head a little, stretch your legs a little, right, don't move, and lift your chest a little so the photo looks better, right, that's it. In the afternoon, the two of them changed many poses and locations. Don't think too much. They're just photo poses and took many beautiful photos and group photos. Satisfied son Ningmeng then took the phone and checked all the photos, while young Chen hurriedly packed up the fishing rod and the grouper that he had just caught, which weighed about 8 or 9 pounds, and prepared to go home. Arriving not far from the food stall, son Ningmeng got off the car and said to young Chen, "Brother Chen, I'm going home first. I'll come find you later. Don't forget the bet this afternoon." Young Chen reminded with a wicked smile, which made son Ningmeng shy, and she quickly ran towards her own store. After returning home, young Chen threw the fish into the kitchen and then fed the chickens and ducks. He looked at the time and found that it was almost time for dinner at around 5 o'clock. So he picked some vegetables from the backyard and returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, waiting for son Ningmeng to come and eat together. The giant grouper had already been bled at the beach, so young Chen planned to have 2 meals a day, making sashimi and pickled fish at the same time. He also simply cleaned the big blue crab that Xiaojia sent and planned to steam it. He then paired it with seasonal vegetables he grew himself, and a simple and hearty dinner was ready. After finishing cooking and taking off her apron, she was about to call son Ningmeng to come over for dinner when she heard the other person's voice coming from the yard. "Brother Chen, I'm here." Since the people had arrived, young Chen put away his phone and took the dishes to the yard. Looking at the graceful girl in the yard, his eyes suddenly lit up. The combination of a pink and white JK outfit, black stockings, small leather shoes and a pair of ponytails made him put down the food in his hand and hug the other person in his arms like a princess. Seeing young Chen's expression as if he wanted to eat her, son Ningmeng, who was being hugged, felt very shy and quickly said, "Brother Xiaochen, let's eat first." "Eat? What food? Where is the food? I'll eat you first." After saying that, he kissed her domineeringly. For a moment, the spring scenery in the garden could not be contained. Fortunately, the old house was located in a remote area and few people passed by and saw it. After kissing for a long time, son Ningmeng, with a rosy face, tidied up her messy clothes and said with some resentment, "Xiaochen brother, you are really messy. Look at my clothes." Looking at his masterpiece, Yang Chen scratched his head happily without saying anything. The bet of the fishing competition just now was to wear black stockings and a JK suit. After all, Sun Ningmeng doesn't usually wear black stockings, so Yang Chen used this as a bet. But I have to say that the feeling of wearing his is different. At this time, Yang Chen is still savoring the sweet kiss just now and still feels a little unsatisfied. Ah, I don't want it, brother Chen. I'll go get some rice. Seeing Yang Chen ready to make another move, Sun Ningmeng was so scared that she quickly ran to the kitchen to get dishes and chopsticks. Well, he was indeed a little too excited. Looking at Sun Ningmeng running away, he touched his nose embarrassedly to hide his embarrassment. In the yard, Yang Chen held Sun Ningmeng in his arms and they took turns picking up food for each other like a couple in love. Especially the way Sun Ningmeng was dressed tonight made Yang Chen feel that she was so beautiful that he ate even more happily. A simple and warm dinner was finally finished after the two of them haggled over it. After Sun Ningmeng cleaned the table and washed the dishes, she returned to sit next to Yang Chen. Seeing the two of them having nothing to do, she suggested, "Brother Chen, let's play King of Glory. We haven't played for a long time." "Okay, I'll pull you." Since he had nothing to do anyway, Yang Chen simply agreed to this request. Besides, he hadn't played games for a long time. With a timmy sound, Yang Chen entered the game and invited Sun Ningmeng to join the team and started the qualifying match. Entering the hero selection interface, Sun Ningmeng saw that she was the first one, so she wanted to grab the hero for Yang Chen and asked, "Brother Chen, what lane are you playing?" "Pick me a Li Bai and I'll play jungle." Only by being a jungler can you ganker and carry girls throughout the game, so he chose jungle without hesitation. "Okay, I'll play Yao and ride on your head and follow you later." Listening to what Sun Ningmeng said, Yang Chen remembered a joke, which said that the King of Glory cannot be matched with couples, otherwise the other party will not care about the life and death of teammates. At this time, the teammate who chose the bottom lane kept showing off his achievements, completely unaware that he would be the only one against two opponents. Entering the battle, Yang Chen controlled Li Bai to go out and buy a pair of cloth shoes to increase speed, and then quickly went to the wild area to sell them and exchange them for a jungle knife. Normally, players who play Li Bai will go to the opponent's jungle to harass or steal blue and red, but he hasn't played for a long time and his hands are a little rusty, so he still chooses a steady style of play. When the teammates in the bottom lane saw Yao running out to follow Li Bai, they kept pointing at Sun Ningmeng to warn her, even typing a question mark on the public screen. Sun Ningmeng ignored this and continued to follow Yang Chen in the jungle to develop. The bottom laner had no choice but to bear all the sadness. The time lasted until 6 minutes, at which time both sides had developed almost the same amount and started to show off their skills by crossing the tower and killing. Di Renjie in the bottom lane was killed several times and was so frustrated that he started typing on the public screen. "Di Renjie, Yao, can you please follow me? Don't follow that loser Li Bai. Look how many minutes he's been here, and he hasn't killed anyone, just wandering around in the jungle." Seeing someone scolding Yang Chen, Sun Ningmeng didn't tolerate it and typed back directly, "Yao, is there something wrong with you about me being with my boyfriend? You can't beat him, so you blame others." Di Renjie. The teammates couldn't stand it anymore, and Angela in the middle lane also typed and taunted. "Angela, sigh, if I had known there were couples here, I shouldn't have matched with them. Surrender. Playing with couples is like playing with a dog." She immediately surrendered. When Yang Chen saw that his teammates had opinions, he stopped playing cowardly. After a brief familiarization session, his touch improved. After practicing Taoism, his physical speed and reaction abilities were greatly improved, so he started to move around directly. It just so happened that Di Renjie was blocked by the enemy under the tower in the bottom lane and was being taunted by the enemy, so he controlled Li Bai and Yao to come to the river crab and start using his ultimate skill. After slashing twice, he directly reminded Di Renjie that he was going to attack, and then he released his skills and cooperated with Yao to rush into the battlefield and start to hold people back. Di Renjie was also trapped under the tower for a few minutes and felt very frustrated. When he saw his teammates coming to support him, he rushed up to deal damage. In a flash, the battle ended instantly with Li Bai's ultimate move. Seeing that he had easily gotten 2 kills, Yang Chen was very happy and started a counterattack with Yao. After a game, Yang Chen ended with 15 kills and 0 deaths. Looking at the settlement interface, his teammates gave him thumbs up and even Angela, who had just played a trick on him, sent him a friend request. "Brother Chen, when did you become so powerful?" Sun Ningmeng was a little surprised when she saw herself playing Yao and playing a game with Yang Chen and getting 4 or 5 kills, because they had played together before but the other party was not very good at that time. He, isn't that amazing? A genius can easily master it with just a simple start. Seeing Yang Chen's arrogant look, Sun Ningmeng rolled her eyes at him and said, yes, my brother Chen is the best." After that, she immediately started the next game. The two of them played from around 8 o'clock until around 10 o'clock. Seeing herself being taken from platinum to star glory, Sun Ningmeng happily kissed young Chen and said, "Thank you, brother Chen, for taking me flying. Hey, why don't you just sleep here tonight? I'll take you to the king's rank tonight." Listening to young Chen's words, Sun Ningmeng couldn't help rolling her eyes at him. If she stayed here overnight today, she probably wouldn't be able to reach the king level, but she would definitely reach the others. Chapter 19. Visiting as a boyfriend. Seeing young Chen looking at her expectantly, Sun Ningmeng felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had promised her parents to go back at 10 o'clock, otherwise they would come over. So he could only kiss the other person as compensation and said, "No, brother Chen, my parents won't let me stay in the old house. If I go there later, they will definitely come over." "Oh, okay, then I'll take you home first." Although it was a bit regrettable that his hope was not fulfilled, he was not unhappy. After all, he couldn't make things difficult for Sun Ningmeng. When they got to the food stall, Sun Ningmeng moved her car closer to young Chen, kissed him, and whispered in his ear, "I'm going back first, brother Chen. Don't be angry. I'll change my color tomorrow." "Hey, I'll remember this. If there's no tomorrow, I'll spank you." Young Chen said excitedly, "As for what to wear, it goes without saying, it must be all kinds of silk." After watching the other party enter the store, young Chen hummed a song happily and drove slowly towards home. "Didn't Xiao Chen send you back?" As soon as Sun Ningmeng entered the store, her mother Sun Chen came out, looked around outside, looking for something, and then asked her, "Ah, brother Chen was too embarrassed to come over. He only took me to the fork in the road." "Oh, this kid is really something. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Sun Chen sighed when she heard what her daughter said. She could understand that young Chen felt a little embarrassed, but it was not a good idea to keep hiding like this. So Sun Chen said to Sun Ningmeng, "Ask Xiao Chen to come over for dinner tomorrow. Why are you hiding like this all the time?" After hearing what her mother said, Sun Ningmeng couldn't help but glance at her father Li Jun, who was standing beside her. Seeing that he had tacitly agreed, she happily agreed, "Yes, yes, yes, I'll ask brother Chen to come tomorrow." Li Jun was also somewhat helpless. He had no choice but to accept his fate. Apart from having to return home at a specified time in the evening, his daughter would get up early every morning, take breakfast, and go out, and would not return home until 10 o'clock in the evening. At first he was a little jealous. His daughter had finally come back from vacation and now she was hanging out with young Chen all day long. He couldn't find anyone to talk to his daughter. However, after a few days, he became numb and accepted his fate. It was his daughter's whole body and heart that were stolen. If he didn't accept his fate, he would probably move to the old house one day. Wouldn't that be like walking into a tiger's mouth? At least now my daughter is very obedient and knows to go home at 10 o'clock every night. As soon as young Chen got home, the WeChat notification tone rang on his phone. You don't have to think to know it was sent by Sun Ningmeng. It's not enough to be together during the day. They have to chat for a while every night when they go back home. I opened WeChat to see what the other party sent me, and only saw the message from Sun Ningmeng. "Sun Ningmeng, brother Chen, my parents asked you to come over for dinner tomorrow. Happy." Looking at this message and thinking of the resentful look in Uncle Li's eyes every time he met him, young Chen hesitated a little, but in order not to disappoint Sun Ningmeng, he finally agreed and wrote a reply. "Young Chen, okay, I'll definitely come tomorrow. Sun Ningmeng, love you. Picture." Hiss. Looking at the photo sent by the other party, young Chen took a breath of cold air. He saw that the person in the photo was wearing extremely cool clothes and sitting on the bed and taking a photo of himself from top to bottom. Looking at the sexy photos sent by Sun Ningmeng, who seduced him, young Chen quickly typed a reply. "Young Chen, girl, you are playing with fire, do you know that? Be careful or I will come back and climb your window." Sun Ningmeng, seduced. "Young Chen, don't be so arrogant, I will eat you one day." The two of them were chatting about explicit topics, which made young Chen a little irritated, so after a few words, he quickly ended the conversation and took a shower with cold water to cool down. Ever since he practiced the chaos-controlling women technique, he always felt that his needs in that aspect were growing stronger and stronger and he could hardly control it. However, there are not hundreds or thousands of alley chickens or air-transported chickens on this small island, so you can only solve the problem yourself except to hold it in. But if I, as a powerful cultivator, still need to solve the problem myself, he would look down on me, so I could only bear it. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the boss lady who bought the electric car. When he thought of her plump and charming appearance, the fire in his heart inevitably rose again. So he quickly cleared his mind of thoughts, went back upstairs, swallowed the chi training pill, and began to practice. Early the next morning, After quitting his cultivation, young Chen changed into a more formal outfit instead of the previous combination of shorts, a small vest and flip-flops. After all, today was the first time he visited son Ningmeng as a boyfriend. Although he knew her and was very familiar with her, he was still not very familiar with the ways of the world. Then he took a chicken, a duck, and a goose from the backyard and rode his trolley to the banquet. Hello, Uncle Li and Auntie. When they arrived at the store, son Ningmeng and her family of 3 were sitting in the store. Young Chen greeted Uncle Li with a guilty conscience. Son Chen, who was standing by, saw that young Chen was a little nervous, so he quickly stood up and said, "Xiao Chen, you came just like that. Why did you bring all these things?" He. Facing the parents for the first time, young Chen didn't know what to say and could only stand there scratching his head with a silly smile. Son Ningmeng couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw her boyfriend looking so embarrassed. Young Chen, who was already embarrassed, couldn't help but glare at her, his eyes hinting at her, "You dare to laugh at me? Wait and see how I deal with you." Facing young Chen's threat, son Ningmeng raised her eyebrows provocatively as if to say, "Come and hit me." "Hey, Xiao Chen, please sit down." The head of the family, Li Jun, looked at his daughter making faces at the other party and said helplessly, "Xiao Chen, please sit down and stop standing." "Oh, okay, Uncle Li." Looking at young Chen, who was sitting upright, son Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. To break the deadlock, he said, "Xiao Chen, don't be nervous. Laro Li and I have no objection to you dating Ningmeng. After all, we know you well, but old Li still can't accept that his beloved little cotton padded jacket was stolen by you. You can understand, right?" Young Chen looked at son Ningmeng affectionately, nodded, and said seriously, "Well, I know, Auntie. I will treat Ningmeng well, you can rest assured." Seeing that young Chen's attitude was pretty good, Li Jun was somewhat relieved. After all, he really couldn't find any shortcomings in young Chen. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a good character and personality, and he works very hard. Didn't you see that he has cleaned the old house so well? He also has the ability to make money. With the method of raising spiritual chickens, he has no worries about having money to support his daughter, and he is also very good to his daughter. So Li Jun said, "Xiao Chen, I have no objection to you 2 dating, but you are not allowed to bully Ningmeng in the future. If you hear Ningmeng come back and cry to us, even though I, your Uncle Li, am not young anymore, I still have a lot of strength." Young Chen heard Uncle Li's threats and knew that he was doing it for Ningmeng's own good. He didn't get angry but stood up and looked at Li Jun seriously and said, "Uncle Li, don't worry. I, young Chen, will never let Menga down in this life." Hearing young Chen's solemn and serious assurance, Li Jun nodded with satisfaction and said in a much more relaxed manner, "I asked you to come to dinner today. First, I heard from her mother that you were embarrassed to come to the restaurant recently, so I asked you to come so that you wouldn't be embarrassed. That day, my uncle was a little irritable. But now that I see you like this, I won't say anything. Come over next time. Don't always stay away after sending Ningmeng back. I've seen it happen several times. Secondly, we've already contacted the TV station, and some big influencers are planning to officially promote our magical chicken and vegetables in 2 days, so we asked you to come over to discuss it." Chapter 20 Heart to Heart, Future Son-in-Law. Seeing that Uncle Li had agreed to his and son Ningmeng's relationship, young Chen replied happily, "It's okay, Uncle Li and Aunt Li. You guys can handle the specific operations. I'll just be in charge of the supply. Yesterday, I specially went with Menga to buy some extra chicks and plan to raise more. This way, not only can I feed Menga to nourish her body, but I can also provide more goods." Li Jun and son Chen were very pleased after hearing this, and their eyes towards young Chen became softer, especially son Chen, who was a mother-in-law who liked her son-in-law more and more the more she looked at him. After all, these spiritual chickens are so precious that young Chen specially planned to raise more for his daughter to eat. After all, when they discussed it in the yard last time, young Chen said that he didn't want to cause trouble and could only raise so many. The relationship was broken and both sides returned to their previous state. Young Chen accompanied Li Jun to drink, while the mother and daughter chatted outside in the cool air after dinner. At this time, Li Jun, a little drunk, patted young Chen's shoulder and said, "Xiao Chen, although I don't know how far you and Ningmeng have progressed, as someone who has been through this, I have to remind you that young people should learn to be restrained. Besides, Ningmeng is still young and still studying. You understand what I mean, right?" After all, his daughter goes to play with young Chen all day long. Some things don't have to happen at night, they can also happen during the day, so Li Jun reminded her, "Uncle Li, don't worry. I understand all this. I won't do anything that's harmful to Ningmeng's health." Young Chen was also very happy and nodded in agreement. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Jun, who who had been trying to get young Chen drunk to vent his anger, was ultimately defeated by young Chen, who was a hanger-on. Li Jun was seen holding the wine glass in his hand for a long time without drinking it. Instead, he kept saying how wonderful his baby daughter was. After he finished speaking, he fell asleep on the table. Young Chen was just a little drunk. Looking at the drunk Uncle Li, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he and his future mother-in-law son Chen carried him to the room upstairs to rest. Don't drink and don't drive after drinking. Son Ningmeng drove young Chen back to the old house on a small electric scooter. On the way back, young Chen felt a little dizzy after being blown by the wind, so he lay on the bed and planned to rest for a while. Son Ningmeng, who was massaging young Chen's head, asked curiously, "Brother Chen, what did you say to my dad in there just now?" Resting his head on Son Ningmeng's long, white silk legs and enjoying her massage, young Chen said comfortably, "Hey, your dad said we need to be careful about that. He said you can't have a baby while you're still studying. After all, they can still work now, and they want to earn more for your dowry." Hearing this, Son Ningmeng shyly punched young Chen's chest and said, "You're going to die. My dad would never say such a thing. You must be lying to me." Pretending to be injured, young Chen exaggeratedly said, "Oh, you're trying to murder your husband. Ah, did it hurt you? I'm sorry, Brother Chen, let me rub it." Watching young Chen's performance, Son Ningmeng, who didn't understand why and thought she had really hurt him, nervously stretched out her soft little hand to caress him. "Menga, you are so beautiful." Feeling the soft and boneless little hands caressing his chest, and the faint fragrance coming from the other person's body with the long white silk legs resting on his head, young Chen couldn't help but hug the other person and kiss her. At first, Son Ningmeng was startled by the sudden attack and made a murm sound of resistance. Later, she gradually became emotional and began to actively respond to the other party's request for a kiss. The passionate kiss was definitely exchanged for rolling on the bedsheets. Looking at Son Ningmeng under him with a blush on her face, looking so charming and like a flower waiting to be picked, young Chen said very excitedly, "Can you leave Menga to me?" Knowing what was going to happen next, Son Ningmeng lowered her eyes shyly and simply said, "Hum." As if he had obtained the key to pass, young Chen waved his hand and controlled the spiritual power to close and lock the door, then pulled the curtains in and kissed her directly. For a moment, the room was filled with passion and excitement. With the river crab god guarding the door, we have no idea what the two people in the room did and can only rely on imagination. Afterwards, young Chen leaned against the head of the bed, hugging Son Ningmeng, who was sweating and had a rosy face, and felt very satisfied. "Brother Chen, I will be yours from now on. You can't abandon me." Son Ningmeng was lying on her chest, drawing circles on her chest, feeling a little uneasy. After all, it was the first time she gave it to the other party, and she was still a little nervous. Young Chen noticed the other party's strangeness and immediately hugged her shoulders tightly and said, "What are you thinking about? How can I bear to give up such a beautiful Menga? Then can I post the photo of us taken at the beach on WeChat Moments?" Son Ningmeng raised her head and said happily, she now wanted to tell the whole world that she was the happiest woman. Forehead. Upon hearing this, young Chen quickly shook his head and refused, saying, "Menga, let's not post it. After all, you know I'm known by everyone in school, and I'm afraid those people will gossip about me. And you also know that I have several exes in school. I'm afraid they won't be able to find me and will take it out on you. Humph, I let you flirt around with other girls back then. I don't know what you were thinking. It pissed me off." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Son Ningmeng clenched her hands and gently hit young Chen's chest a few times to show that she was very angry. After all, young Chen's bizarre behavior at school was incomprehensible to everyone. You might call him a bootlicker, right? But he got it again, and then broke up without taking any advantage and moved on to the next one. This was unbelievable. Dear Menga, don't be angry. You won't be pretty if you're angry. Come and let your brother kiss you. There is nothing that can't be solved in bed, and if it doesn't work, do it again. Ah, I don't want to. I'm really tired. Let me rest for a while. I'm not angry anymore, Brother Chen. Seeing Son Ningmeng hiding in the air-conditioned quilt like an ostrich, young Chen knew that he couldn't continue. He was just teasing her to change the subject. So he smiled, gently patted the other person's smooth back and said, "I'm just teasing you. Little fool, go get some rest. Well, Brother Chen, remember to wake me up later, so that my parents won't notice anything strange." Snuggling together happily, Son Ningmeng was also tired, so she slowly closed her eyes with a smile and fell into a deep sleep. The two of them maintained the same posture for 4 or 5 hours. Fortunately, young Chen was a cultivator and his body could withstand it, otherwise his entire arm and body would have been numb. "Menga, hurry up and get up. It's already past 5 o'clock. The sun was setting and it was already past 5 o'clock. Young Chen gently shook the other person. Brother Chen, I'm so tired. Let me sleep for a while. Sun Ningmeng said this lazily without even lifting her eyelids. She moved her position to fit more closely into Yang Chen's arms and then fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that the other party was indeed tired, Yang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. He was indeed too excited and had exerted himself too much. No matter how strong he was or how powerful his martial arts were, he fought for almost an hour and a half. This was indeed a challenge for the inexperienced Sun Ningmeng. It's strange to say, although I didn't practice the chaos controlling girl technique for dual cultivation when I was exercising, I found that the technique was running automatically in my body. And no wonder it was named the chaos controlling women art. Originally, after more than a month of hard practice, he had only reached the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. However, after the dual cultivation just now, his cultivation level skyrocketed and he directly reached the 5th level of the qi refining stage, almost reaching the critical point of breaking through to the 6th level. Seeing a trace of pain on Sun Ningmeng's pretty face from time to time while she was sleeping, Yang Chen practiced his skills with great concern, controlling a trace of spiritual power to inject into her body and start repairing her. As he was at the 5th level of qi refining, he had already stepped halfway into the cultivator stage. He could perform various small spells and even control swords and objects with ease, and he was extremely proficient in the use of spiritual power. With the restoration of her own spiritual power, Sun Ningmeng, who had been frowning, slowly relaxed, and Yang Chen stopped supplying spiritual power. Then he moved carefully, trying not to disturb the other person. He planned to go downstairs to kill a chicken and make dinner for Sun Ningmeng to replenish her body. Brother Chen, why didn't you call me after you got up? Look how late it is. While cooking chicken soup in the kitchen, Yang Chen sensed that Sun Ningmeng had woken up and come downstairs. Hearing her anxious voice, he turned around, hugged her, and said softly, "It's not late at all. I saw that you were too tired, so I wanted to let you sleep a little longer. It's just that you woke up, and the chicken soup is almost ready. Go wait outside and get ready for dinner." "Great, there's chicken soup. I'll go get the dishes ready." Little foodie Sun Ningmeng couldn't forget the spiritual chicken after she had eaten it once. Now that she could eat it again, she forgot about the urgency of going home and diligently picked up her bowl and chopsticks and waited outside for dinner. In the yard, the 2 people who had prepared the meal sat side by side. Looking at Sun Ningmeng, who was eating chicken legs and drinking chicken soup with big mouthfuls, Yang Chen looked at her with eyes full of doting. He reached out and held the black hair in front of her forehead and said with a smile, "Drink slowly, be careful of the heat. No one is competing with you for it." He, Brother Chen, you should eat too and stop looking at me." Sun Ningmeng did not forget Yang Chen while saying this. Seeing that the other's bowl was empty, she quickly filled another bowl of chicken soup and chicken. Chapter 21 Testing Power. After eating and drinking their fill, the 2 of them snuggled together. Yang Chen held Sun Ningmeng's soft little hand and said with concern, "Menga, are you okay?" Sun Ningmeng hugged Yang Chen affectionately and rubbed his cheek. "It's okay. It's strange. I woke up feeling full of energy after a good sleep. Plus, I just drank chicken soup and my whole body feels warm and comfortable. But it still hurts a little down there." Yang Chen felt a little guilty and hugged her in his arms. He looked at her affectionately and said, "I was too rough and didn't know how to be gentle with women. I won't do that again next time. Brother Chen, I love you so much." Looking at Yang Chen's handsome face and some self-blaming words, Sun Ningmeng murmured and couldn't help but give him a kiss. Faced with the sweet kiss from the beautiful woman, how could the old cadre resist such temptation, let alone Yang Chen, who had just started eating meat? Unfortunately, the other party had just lost her virginity and could not continue to explore the next step. After the 2 separated after a brief taste, Yang Chen felt a little unsatisfied, while Sun Ningmeng was blushing and tidying up her messy clothes. Yang Chen stayed there until after 10 o'clock, and then he safely sent Sun Ningmeng to the food stall. After saying hello to Uncle Li and Aunt Li, he ran away with a guilty conscience. Seeing that his daughter was a little strange and Yang Chen had a guilty expression, Sun Chen, who had experienced it, immediately understood that the 2 had eaten the forbidden fruit. Especially since Sun Ningmeng was wearing white silk stockings during the day, but when she came back at night, the silk stockings were gone and she walked a little awkwardly as if she had sprained her ankle. This further confirmed the matter. However, she knew that Yang Chen was already her son-in-law, so she didn't say much. Instead, she poured a cup of hot water for her daughter and reminded her indirectly, "My daughter, you are an adult now, and there are things we can't control. But you have to understand that you are still studying, and we don't want to have grandchildren so soon. Please take care of yourself." "Ah." Sun Ningmeng looked up at her mother, who was looking at her with a smile on her face. Knowing that the matter was exposed, her face turned red and she stammered, I I know, Mom. I'll go upstairs first. After that, she ran upstairs to her room. Li Jun had just finished his work when he saw his daughter running upstairs with a red face. He curiously asked his wife, "Wife, what happened to our good daughter? Why did she rush upstairs after returning?" Seeing that her husband seemed to know nothing, son Chen gave him a cold look and turned around and said, "What do you know?" Then she left to settle the account. After returning home, young Chen stood in the yard and observed that no one was passing by. Then he began to practice his skills and mobilize his spiritual power to start testing. He was staring at the red bricks piled up in the corner of the wall. Suddenly, the red bricks rose into the air and floated in the air. Then, he heard a voice saying, "Go." The red bricks suddenly smashed towards the wall at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Only a deafening sound was heard, followed by dust. When the dust settled, young Chen was dumbfounded at the big hole in the wall that he had made with the red bricks, and then he secretly cursed himself for being an idiot. Why use anything else for testing? Why use your own yard wall? Now you have to repair it yourself tomorrow or pay a craftsman. But the power was indeed great, just like a cannonball. Then he thought about trying his magic, but looking at the clean courtyard, he finally chose to give up. Since the yard doesn't work, let's go to the beach. It's not far away anyway. So young Chen jumped lightly like performing martial arts in the movies. His body was as light as a feather and flew a distance before landing steadily on the asphalt road outside the yard. I didn't expect that the improvement of the 5th level of Qi refining stage would be so great. Although he could easily jump 5 or 6 meters high before, he was not as light and graceful as he is now. So young Chen, who was having a lot of fun, quickly moved through the branches of trees in the woods like a ghost, looking for a place where few people went. When we arrived at the beach, we saw that it was pitch black all around and there was no one except the sounds of insects chirping and waves hitting the rocks. Then, young Chen moved his mind, and several fireballs the size of footballs emitting blue flames immediately appeared around him. Then he waved his hand lightly, and saw several fireballs smashing towards the beach ahead at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom boom. A powerful explosion resounded throughout Peach Blossom Island, and the shockwave generated by the explosion even directly uprooted and blew down the coconut groves not far away. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Young Chen was blown away by the airwave and rolled 365 degrees in the air. He finally controlled his body and stood up, spitting out the sand in his mouth. It was because he didn't expect that his fireball would be so powerful, which caused him to be knocked over without paying attention. The explosion sound produced by the fireball not only caused some tinnitus in his ears, but was also clearly heard by everyone living on Peach Blossom Island. Knowing that he was in trouble, young Chen quickly used his water control skills to control the seawater to create huge waves that rushed towards the pit that was 7 or 8 meters wide and 2 or 3 meters deep created by the fireball, intending to fill it with sand. After doing all this quickly, I looked at the Coast Guard ship with flashing lights coming towards me in the distance, and the police cars with flashing lights coming towards me on the road above the beach. Young Chen, fearing that he would be discovered, quickly mobilized his spiritual power and leaped into the woods, disappearing. After returning home, young Chen looked at himself in the mirror with tattered clothes and a dusty face and couldn't help laughing. He had indeed acted too much just now. Fortunately, the waves covered up the traces of the scene. Captain Zhong, the explosion just now came from here, but there's no smell of gunpowder at the scene, and no explosion points have been found. At the scene of the beach explosion, a young policeman was seen telling his captain about the situation on the scene, and many policemen and coast guards were dispatched around. After all, the explosion that resounded through the sky was not as powerful as fireworks, so when the explosion sounded, the coast guard who happened to be patrolling the nearby waters immediately noticed something was wrong, rushed over immediately and informed the police stationed on the island of the specific location. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, no explosives or explosion points were found. There were only bushes, weeds, coconut trees, and the like that were blown down by the shockwave. Young Chen, not knowing how much confusion he had brought to others, finished washing up and went back upstairs humming a song in a very good mood. I saw that the bedsheet had been replaced with a new one, and the old one with the battle record of the 2 people was hidden somewhere by son Ningmeng. When young Chen thought of son Ningmeng, his heart skipped a beat and he cursed inwardly, "Oh no." He quickly took out his mobile phone to check, and sure enough, there were many messages and video and voice calls. Looking at the dozens of red messages displayed on the anime girl's avatar, young Chen felt that the situation was a bit serious. After all, he just took the opponent's first blood, and then disappeared at night without replying to messages. Anyone would be angry. Then young Chen quickly opened the profile picture and started browsing from the first message. From the first one who went home to ask if young Chen had returned, to the middle one asking if he was busy, and then the explosion sounded and the other party was worried about his safety. Then, son Ningmeng started to get upset when she didn't see young Chen's reply. She sent many anxious messages and bombarded him with video calls. The last message even said that she wanted to come to the old house. After reading it, young Chen quickly lied and replied, "Menga, I'm sorry. I just wanted to reply to your message when I got home, but suddenly there was an explosion. You know, the chickens and ducks in the backyard went crazy. I was watching them in the backyard and forgot to take my phone." As soon as I sent it, son Ningmeng replied instantly, "Son Ningmeng, stinky Chen, you've been ignoring me. I thought you'd disappear again like you did in college. I cried in my room for ages. How are you going to make it up to me? Angry bangs head bangs head bangs head." Then son Ningmeng sent a photo of herself crying in the rain. Young Chen felt distressed and a little guilty, so he hurried to comfort her. "Young Chen, hug, don't cry anymore. You're not pretty anymore. I was negligent tonight. Sorry, Menga. How about this? Let's go off the island tomorrow and I'll take you shopping to make it up to you. Heart. After much effort, he finally managed to appease son Ningmeng's urge to come over to the old house. After repeatedly assuring her that there wouldn't be a next time, young Chen put down his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Coaxing a girlfriend is a much more difficult skill than fighting with someone. If he had a choice, young Chen would rather have a good fight with someone. Chapter 22. Going out to play on the island. After practicing all night, young Chen, full of energy, fed the chickens and ducks the next day. He left some food for Egg Yolk, who had not been seen all day, and rode his electric bike to the food stall. I must keep my promise last night to take son Ningmeng out of the island and go shopping in the city center to make it up to her. When he arrived at the food stall, son Ningmeng, who had been waiting for a long time, still caught his eye. She is 1.65 meters tall and wears a light yellow pleated skirt. She has fair skin and delicate features. She exudes a sense of intelligence and cleverness. "Menga, have you had breakfast?" Coming in front of her, young Chen pinched her little face and spoke with a smile. "I have eaten. Brother Chen, you haven't eaten yet, right? I prepared soy milk and fried dough sticks for you." Son Ningmeng took out a fried dough stick and soy milk from behind her like a magic trick. Menga still understands me. Young Chen then greeted Uncle Li and Aunt Li in the house and said that he and son Ningmeng were going to the amusement park today, and then drove the electric car towards the pier. Seeing young Chen wearing a small vest, beach pants, and a pair of flip-flops, he reminded him, "Brother Chen, why don't you change your shoes?" "What's wrong? Are you embarrassed to take my brother out dressed like this?" Young Chen said jokingly while driving the trolley with one hand and eating a fried dough stick. Son Ningmeng was also nervous and hurried to explain. No, don't your feet hurt when you go shopping in flip-flops? I'm not disgusted. Brother Chen is the most handsome no matter what. Ha. Not only is this comfortable, but it also makes people think you're a local. If you don't believe me, just look at the tourists and see if they dress differently from the locals. After listening to this, son Ningmeng turned her head and looked, and found that it was indeed true. The locals basically wore flip-flops and vests, while the tourists basically wore sneakers or other shoes, t-shirts, and trousers. Unable to convince the other party, son Ningmeng rolled her eyes at young Chen, poked his sturdy back with her finger, and said, "You are the only one who has too many crooked ideas." After the two of them arrived at the pier and found a place to park the tram, young Chen bought 2 ferry tickets and boarded the ferry to Haishi City. After spending half an hour on the ferry and arriving at the dock, the two called a Didi to go to the amusement park for fun. As for why they changed their minds about going shopping last night, it was because son Ningmeng was very understanding and knew that young Chen didn't have much money in his pocket, so they decided to just go to the amusement park. It was indeed just as son Ning dreamed. Although young Chen often fished and sold fish last month, he also ate a lot of it himself, so his savings, including the money from selling fish, were only more than 5,000 yuan. He is the first cultivator to live in such a miserable state, but this situation will not last long. Once the spiritual chickens start to be sold, he will become rich and will compensate for it. Arriving at Disneyland and buying tickets to enter, son Ningmeng said excitedly, "Brother Chen, let's go ride the roller coaster. I've always wanted to, but no one wants to go with me." "Okay, I'll accompany you today anyway." Young Chen shrugged and said indifferently. After all, any exciting project was no pressure for him. After waiting in line for a long time and finally getting on the roller coaster, son Ningmeng was so scared that she held young Chen's hand tightly. Her face turned pale before the roller coaster started. "Don't be afraid, I'm here with you." Young Chen gently patted the other person's back and transferred some spiritual power into him, which made son Ningmeng feel better. As the roller coaster slowly started to move and climbed up the hill, son Ningmeng, who was both novice and fun-loving, closed her eyes tightly and dared not watch anymore. Young Chen had a blank expression on his face throughout the whole ride, and even had time to take care of son Ningmeng in the fast-paced roller coaster. This made the staff who were taking photos and charging fees not far away give him a thumbs up and express their admiration. Chen brother, how come you are okay? After riding the roller coaster, son Ningmeng's legs couldn't stop shaking. If young Chen hadn't been supporting her, she probably wouldn't have been able to walk. Looking at son Ningmeng's pale face, young Chen said doubtfully, "What's the big deal? But are you sure you can still play the next project?" "It's okay, brother Chen. Just carry me on your back and find a place to rest so I can take a break." "All right." Helplessly, he could only squat down, carry son Ningmeng on his back and start looking for a place to rest. After wandering around for a long time, they finally found an empty resting chair. Young Chen put son Ningmeng down and said, "You sit here and rest. I'll go get some drinks and food." Before coming here, I knew that this stupid amusement park does not allow bringing your own food, so young Chen had no choice but to buy food in the park at double the price. After ordering 2 hot drinks and buying some snacks, young Chen saw from a distance that several yellow-haired boys were surrounding his girlfriend on the way back. Seeing this, young Chen frowned unhappily and quickly walked forward to ask, "Menga, what's going on with these idiots?" He would not tolerate strangers asking questions or anything like that. It was good enough that he was not an ancestor if he had the ability to transcend the world. "Brother Chen, I don't know them. They kept pestering me to add my contact information and said they would take me out to play. I told them I have a boyfriend, but they still refused to leave and stayed here." Son Ningmeng also hated these people very much, and when she saw her savior coming, she immediately started to speak out in grievance. "You are this beautiful lady's boyfriend, right?" Before young Chen could say anything, a spirited young man who seemed to be the leader among the group stood up and spoke. Young Chen didn't want to waste any more time talking and was about to make a move, but the other party suddenly changed his attitude and said with a smile, "Sorry, buddy, I thought this beautiful woman was lying to us. Since she has a boyfriend, I'm not a scoundrel. Let's go." Looking at the spirited young men who didn't play by the rules, young Chen was a little confused and muttered in his heart, "Are all the spirited young men nowadays so concerned about their quality?" However, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Since the other party admitted his mistake and young Chen also asked son Ningmeng and the others if they had said anything excessive, he found out that they were just staying nearby and talking to themselves without harassing him. Young Chen did not pursue the matter. After all, the most important thing was to have fun. Fighting would only cause unnecessary trouble, so he chose to let the other party leave. The small incident of chatting up did not affect the mood of the 2 people for playing. After sitting in the rest area and having drinks and snacks, son Ningmeng, who was fully recovered, continued to pull young Chen to the next check-in and entertainment site. Disneyland is huge. The 2 of them played there for a whole day and still had many projects to try. Looking at son Ningmeng, who was still not satisfied, young Chen drew a huge pie and said, "Don't be reluctant, silly Menga. When I make enough money, I'll book the whole place for you so you can have fun to your heart's content." He, you said it. I look forward to this day." Son Ningmeng enjoyed this big pie very much. After all, she believed that with young Chen's ability, he could achieve this goal soon. So she happily skipped and skipped, holding young Chen's hand and slowly walking towards the night market area. Chapter 23. Promoting Spiritual Meals. The next day, the 2 woke up early in the hotel and began to pack up to go home. After all, today was an important day for the store's promotion, so they woke up early. As for why he stayed in the hotel, it was all because of young Chen's little trick. After coming out of the amusement park yesterday, the 2 of them went to the night market and not only tried various hot pots, but also played catch dolls and watched movies together. They played until after 10 o'clock. Seeing that the ferry had already stopped working, young Chen pretended to remind them that they had had too much fun and missed the return ferry. How could son Ningmeng not know that young Chen did this on purpose? But she was also very sensible and called her parents to tell them that she had played so much that she forgot the time. Next, the man and the woman, who were in love, went straight to the hotel to book a room to study the origin of life. It was already past 10 o'clock when the 2 of them rushed back to Peach Blossom Island. At this time, there were already many people gathered at the door of the food stall to watch, including TV stations and various anchors of all sizes who had started broadcasting live. Li Jun and Sun Zhan and his wife were already dressed up and standing at the door and began to introduce themselves. "Hello everyone, my name is Li Jun, and this is my wife, Sun Chen. We are using resources to promote this today, just to keep these amazing ingredients from getting lost in the dust. This is the poultry raised and vegetables grown by hermits that I stumbled upon while traveling around the country to learn cooking as a chef." When they heard that it was just poultry, the people who were watching curiously were instantly in an uproar, and even the live broadcast room started to curse. "Wait, everyone, don't rush to leave. It's not too late to listen to me first about the effects of these ingredients." Afraid of messing it all up, Li Jun hurriedly talked about the magical things about these seemingly ordinary things. Don't underestimate these ordinary poultry and vegetables. I'm not exaggerating, but their benefits are beyond your wildest dreams. At first, I was just as skeptical as you guys, but after eating it, not only did I feel instantly refreshed, but my previous ailments from overwork also showed some signs of healing. It's no exaggeration to say it's a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. So this is the effect that ordinary poultry and vegetables can bring? I would like to call it spiritual chicken, and it's not an exaggeration to call it spiritual vegetables. I know that no matter how much I say, it won't be as effective as what you taste for yourself, so I specially prepared some chicken soup and vegetables for everyone to taste. However, because the spiritual chickens and spiritual vegetables are too precious, I can't prepare a lot. I hope everyone can understand. After saying that, Li Jun quickly asked his employees to bring a pot of chicken soup and several plates of stir-fried vegetables to the table, and began to pack them in disposable plastic bowls and distribute them to everyone. There are too many people gathered now, and one chicken is definitely not enough to share, so Li Jun suggested that the anchors and TV station staff should taste it first, and if there is any left, they can share it with passers-by. The onlookers, the anchors who were paid to promote the show, and the TV station all thought that the boss was exaggerating too much and were all skeptical. But after collecting the money, the job still had to be done. Everyone thought that even if it didn't have that effect, they still had to brag about it. So the anchors and TV station staff took a bowl of chicken soup, a piece of chicken and some vegetables and started to taste it. At this time, a somewhat chubby food blogger was the first to taste it and exclaimed, "Wow, the boss didn't lie, this chicken soup tastes amazing. Not only does it leave a lingering fragrance in my mouth, but it also warms my body." He then tasted the chicken and continued to maintain his shocked expression, commenting, "The chicken is absolutely delicious. Please forgive my lack of education, but I really can't find any adjectives to describe the taste of this chicken. I can only say that this chicken is from heaven." Then he couldn't wait to taste the vegetables again. His expression was not as shocked as before, but he spoke seriously to the live broadcast room. "My family, maybe you won't believe me, but I tried the chicken soup, and this vegetable. All the food was the most delicious I've ever tasted in my life. If I'm lying, I swear my whole family will get hit by a car." After saying that, the fat anchor turned around and asked Li Jun with the bowl in his hand, "Boss, do you have any more? Can you give me some? This little bit is really not enough." Li Jun was delighted to see that his promotion had worked, but he pretended to be regretful and said, "Sorry, brother, this thing is too precious. If it weren't for the promotion today, I wouldn't be willing to give it out for free." Hearing this, the fat anchor showed a regretful expression and said, "What a pity." When others saw the fat host's exaggerated performance, they secretly laughed at him in their hearts and told him not to do the same thing later. But the slap in the face soon came. All the hosts who were given chicken soup showed exaggerated and shocked expressions after tasting them. Some anchors even offered hundreds of dollars on the spot to buy chicken soup that others had not yet eaten after drinking it, just to be able to taste a few more mouthfuls of such delicious chicken soup and chicken. Streamer A: "Hey everyone, the boss is not lying, it really works. You know, I played games all night last night, and I was still drowsy when I came to the live broadcast today. But after eating this bowl of chicken soup and chicken, I am not only full of energy, but also feel my blood boiling." Host B: "Fuck, everyone, you know what? Before I ate it, I was thinking, since I've paid for it, if it doesn't taste good or has no effect, I'll go against my conscience and praise it. But now I can tell you responsibly that this thing is exactly as the boss said it was." The total number of people in the live broadcast room at this time was about 200,000 to 300,000. From the initial disdain to the shocked expressions of the anchors later, they began to type on the public screen what the taste was like and how much it cost. Li Jun was also paying close attention to the live broadcast. Seeing the comments from the people at the scene and the netizens in the live broadcast room, he knew that he had succeeded. So he struck while the iron was hot and quickly took out the final trump card and said, "Everyone please be quiet and listen to me. Everyone has just tasted the chicken and the chicken soup with vegetables. I believe you have also understood the specific effects. I have good news for you all. In order to prevent this delicacy from being unknown, after my unremitting efforts and 3 visits to your house, I have finally found it. That otherworldly master finally agreed to let me sell it, but the price will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Please don't be shocked or call me a profiteer. There's nothing I can do about it. I learned from an expert that the herbs needed to raise this kind of magical chicken and vegetables are also very expensive, so I can't reduce the price any further. To make sure everyone completely believes what I said, what I just showed you were all finished products. Now I'll have my employees bring out some fresh, living chickens, and everyone will know if what I said is true or not." After saying that, Li Jun waved his hand, and then the employees who had been preparing in the store for a long time began to bring out the chickens, ducks, geese, and vegetables raised by young Chen and place them on the table in front of the store for people to see. Fuck, boss, are you sure this is a chicken and not an eagle? Yeah, look at that big goose. I think it can knock me over. Boss, you're awesome. Even though I didn't get to drink the chicken soup, seeing these living creatures has convinced me that they do have magical effects. Listening to everyone talking at the scene, Li Jun was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. The chickens, ducks, and geese placed on the exhibition table all looked very aggressive, especially the big rooster, which stared at everyone with sharp eyes without any fear. The scales and sharp claws on its body emitted a metallic color under the sunlight. Looking at her father, who was bragging at the door of the store, son Ningmeng smiled at young Chen and teased, Hey, brother Chen, when did you become a hermit? Listening to Li Jun's exaggerated bragging, young Chen, who was hiding and watching, was embarrassed and frowned. Seeing Meng dare to tease him, young Chen playfully patted her hips and whispered in her ear, Didn't you know last night whether I was a master or not? Son Ningmeng didn't expect young Chen to be so bold that he dared to pinch her but in public, so she blushed and looked around quickly. When she found that no one was looking at her, she breathed a sigh of relief and dared not tease him anymore. Chapter 24. The Explosion. The atmosphere on the scene was completely aroused. Li Jun also directly took out the promotional poster he had printed and said, Everyone believes what I said is true, right? Now I will announce the price to everyone. Damn, it's so expensive, I can't afford it. My gluttony has been aroused, but unfortunately the price is beyond my budget. Woo woo. Me too. I can only afford a plate of vegetables with my monthly salary. Looking at the prices marked on the promotional posters, most people at the scene showed regretful expressions. The prices marked on the poster are as follows. Magic chicken, 128,080 per head. Magic duck, 188,080 per head. Magic goose, 220,001 head. Magic vegetable, 6,606 per plate. Boss, where do I pay? I want to buy a spirit chicken to take away. The first person to buy it turned out to be the fat anchor who first tasted it. He took out another cell phone and walked forward, eager to pay for a living chicken to take home. With a business acumen, he is well aware of the value of this chicken. Whether he eats it or uses it as a gimmick for live broadcasts, he can make a fortune. Some other big anchors also came forward with the same mentality and planned to buy one to take away. Everyone, please be patient. Looking at the hosts crowding over, Li Jun shouted loudly. Then he hurriedly said, I understand your desire to buy, but one of the conditions the master has given me is that I cannot sell live animals. After all, these spiritual chickens are too ferocious and can easily cause accidents. Therefore, tasting is limited to this store. I am very sorry. Li Jun is not stupid. Those anchors obviously wanted to buy the lucky chickens and go home to broadcast live to share their traffic, so he found an excuse to refuse. After all, the chicken is the only one in my store, so the traffic will stay here. If you want to take advantage of the traffic, sorry, you can take advantage of it if you consume in the store. Seeing that the boss does not allow the purchase of live chickens, many anchors backed out and withdrew from the purchasing process. After all, it is too extravagant to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to eat a chicken, no matter how effective the magic chicken is. But it's different if you can buy it back. It's not only a gimmick for live streaming, but also later when the spiritual chicken becomes really popular, you can sell it yourself and you won't lose money anyway. Seeing that everyone who was rushing to buy just now had now turned off the car, Li Jun shook his head and continued to drop the breaking news. Another important point is that we only have a quota of 5 of each species of chicken, duck, and goose each month. Customers interested in trying them should call ahead to inquire, so as to avoid disappointment. Finally, I would like to thank all the TV stations and anchor friends present for coming to promote our store. After the filming is over, please come inside for a quick meal. After saying that, Li Jun began to ask the employees to clean up the site. As for the magical chickens and the like, they continued to be placed on the display table for people to see. 2 employees were also assigned to guard the side to prevent others from getting too close. Come on, Meng. Will you come back to the old house with me or help your parents at the store? There was no more fun to watch, so young Chen planned to go home. Although he also had a part in selling the magic chickens, he said from the beginning that he would not take care of those things and would only be responsible for breeding. Son Ningmeng looked at her own food stall, which was extremely busy at the moment, so she shook her head and said, Brother Chen, you go home first. I'll help my parents with some work. There are a lot of people here today, so I'll come find you later. Okay, then you go ahead and call me if you need anything. I'll go home and feed the chickens first. After returning home, young Chen saw Egg Yolk guarding the house obediently, so he played with it in the yard for a while. Then he went back to the backyard and added feed to the chicks, and poured half a drop of the spiritual liquid from the small bottle into the drinking basin. Then young Chen made a decoy for the chicken coop. After all, the spiritual chickens were beginning to appear in the public eye. Although Li Jun had given him repeated assurances, he still made one to be on the safe side. Seeing that the formation was completed, young Chen took a few steps back to check the effect. 1 meter away from the chicken coop, the entire coop instantly became extremely ordinary, no different from other people's chicken coops, and the poultry was sparse, with only 2 or 3 birds. However, when you get within 1 meter of the chicken coop, you will see its original appearance, and the poultry raised inside are all fatter and stronger than those raised in other chicken coops. Seeing that all the vegetables were ripe, young Chen hurriedly put them all away and put them in his storage ring for safekeeping. Then he turned the soil over again, sowed new seeds, and poured some well water diluted with spiritual liquid on it. Originally, young Chen thought that after last night's unremitting efforts in farming with son Ningmeng, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of qi refining stage, so he could open up a new place to create a spiritual field and plant spiritual medicines. But now young Chen realized that he was a little too naive. I thought I just had to plant them like vegetables, but I didn't expect that spiritual medicines also required spiritual power, and more than I did. It seems I can only wait until I reach the foundation establishment stage to set up a spirit gathering array and obtain spirit stones. Since it is not possible to grow spiritual medicine now, young Chen does not have much regrets and waits until he has built his foundation. After all, the gift package given to him by the system contains many pills that are enough for his use. Egg yolk, let's go fishing. After finishing all the work, young Chen took his fishing rod and called Egg Yolk to go to the dock to get some cuttlefish for a snack. We went to the fishing tackle store and bought some wooden shrimp and iron plates as bait. Along the way, everyone was discussing the sky-high prices of poultry. Young Chen didn't feel anything about this, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. The same thing happened when we arrived at the dock. Many anglers and fishermen were chatting while fishing, and the most discussed topic was the sky-high price of poultry. Young Chen, Shorojie, where are you? Come to the pier to fish. It had been a long time since young Chen went fishing with Li Jie. He took out his cell phone and sent him a message. Ding dong. Li Jie, brother Yang, I'm busy. I'm helping out at my uncle's shop. Well, everyone was busy, and I was the only one who had nothing to do. Looking at the message Li Jie replied to him, young Chen didn't say anything. He came to the old fishing spot and started tying the line to prepare for fishing. After tying the leader and hanging the wooden shrimp, I cast the first cast of hope. After waiting for 7 or 8 seconds for the wooden shrimp to sink to the bottom, I began to control the fishing rod to pull it back. Not every cast can catch a fish, but every cast is filled with hope. I comforted myself by casting dozens of casts in a row. I caught 3 wooden shrimps but still didn't catch a single cuttlefish. Damn it! When I reach the foundation establishment stage and have spiritual awareness, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Having just lost another shrimp, young Chen felt very unhappy and changed the bait to a new one, intending to fight this broken place today. Fortunately, I bought 10 wooden shrimps to play with this time, otherwise they would not be enough for me. Some people may ask why not use spiritual liquid to soak the fake bait. Young Chen has also tried this method. Directly drip the spiritual liquid into the water to dilute and soak the live bait or make nesting materials. The effect is simply amazing. However, plastic and iron sheets are not very effective for lures. After all, iron and plastic cannot absorb spiritual liquid, so they are not very attractive. There were too many small fish at the dock and few big fish. Young Chen didn't want to waste the spiritual liquid, so he didn't choose to use it to bait the water to catch other fish. Chapter 25. Pier Fishing Conflict. Finally, it's coming to me. The dragging feeling from the rod finally made young Chen, who was in a bad mood because his fish had been stuck on the bottom and had lost its bait, smile. I pierced the fish gently to ensure that it would not get off the hook, then shook the spinning wheel at a constant speed to start reeling in the line. Without much effort, the first cuttlefish weighing 1 pound was brought ashore. After putting the fish into the live fish bucket, young Chen quickly cast the next rod. Perhaps the school of cuttlefish finally arrived here. Not long after he threw it away, another cuttlefish came and hugged the wooden shrimp. He used the same trick again and quickly pierced the fish and reeled in another cuttlefish. In the following time, young Chen basically caught a fish every 2 or 3 casts, and each fish weighed more than half a pound. Some of the lure fishers nearby saw him catching fish like crazy, and some of them shamelessly squeezed over. Although young Chen frowned somewhat unhappily about this, he didn't say anything. After all, the wharf was not contracted by him. But what happened next made him yell at the weirdo, "Why don't you try casting horizontally again?" It turned out that the location chosen by young Chen was too narrow. If others wanted to throw to his spot, They could only throw from the side, but in this way the lines would easily get tangled. The first and second times, Chen didn't say anything and just patiently untied the line, but the other party seemed to be indifferent and didn't even bother to throw it to him every time. The last time the lines got together again, Chen couldn't stand it anymore and tore off the other party's pier line with his hands and warned them. "The dock is your home, right? What's it to you how I cast it? Why did you break my line when I just untangled it?" Hearing the other party's shameless words, Chen laughed angrily and raised his middle finger to the other party and cursed. "Untie? Have you ever untied it once? I've tangled it 5 times, and I undid it every time. What did you do? Every time the line gets tangled, you take out a cigarette and smoke it while I untie it. So what? You're the one who always picks me up. If you don't understand, do you expect me to? You're really crazy. There's nothing wrong with what you said. Just continue fishing." Chen shrugged and put down the fishing rod in his hand, intending to kill the other person. Seeing Chen put down his fishing rod and admit defeat, the strange young man said disdainfully while tying the line group, "What a psycho. The dock is not your home. Shouldn't you have waited after seeing me cast?" After tying the line and putting on the bait, he looked at Chen provocatively, exhaled a puff of cigarette, and continued to throw it towards the previous point. Of course, Chen did not tolerate the other party's arrogance. He just flicked his finger and a hidden force was sent out, hitting the opponent's pole directly like a magical finger snapping skill. Crack! The pole broke with a sound, and then Chen controlled the strength and sent out a hidden force to hit the opponent's knee. Ah! The strange young man knelt on the ground, covering his knees in pain. Of course, this is not the end. Then Chen used his spiritual power like an invisible big hand to grab the other person's hair and drag him down from the 7 or 8 meter high dock. With a loud bang, the shameless young man fell directly from the 7 or 8 meter high dock into the water, splashing huge amounts of water. "Help come quickly, someone fell into the water." A fishing friend nearby heard the sound of someone falling into the water and hurriedly called for help to come and rescue. Hearing someone fall into the water, others quickly put down their fishing rods and hurried over. Some people shouted, "Quick, the lifebuoy is on the guardrail, quickly untie it and throw it in." The young man who fell into the water endured the pain in his knees and struggled desperately in the water, shouting, "Help, I can't swim, I'm going to die." Looking at his masterpiece, Chen cursed inwardly with a cheerful mood, "I'll let you down." Then he packed up his things. Everything was fine at first, but after the disturbance caused by that weird young man, I guess the cuttlefish would have run away. I finally managed to have a combo, but I didn't expect to encounter such a shameless thing. However, the catch today was pretty good. I caught 5 cuttlefish. I will blanch half of them and make the other half into sashimi. But since it was getting late, I decided to go home directly. On the way home, Chen stopped by the market to buy some braised pig ears as a side dish, as eating only seafood was not enough. After I got home and cooked dinner, I was just about to take out my phone to send a message to son Ningmeng asking if she wanted to come for dinner when I saw the message from her. "Son Ningmeng, brother Chen, I won't be going over tonight. There are too many people in the store today. I need to help out here crying. Chen, thank you for your hard work hug, but don't forget to eat dinner even if you're busy. Son Ningmeng, I know, I love you heart. After chatting with son Ningmeng for a while, Chen realized that the food stall was so busy today and there were still many customers until the evening. This is just the beginning. Once the live broadcast is completed and broadcast on TV, the business will surely be booming as time goes by. No wonder Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee said they didn't want a penny from their poultry. Now they can make a lot of money just from the customers brought by the magic chickens. The fact was just as Chen thought. Li Jun was busy in the kitchen, cooking with a spoon in his hand. Although he was very tired, the smile on his face never faded. The same was true for Sun Qian at the front desk. Seeing that the seats in the restaurant were full and there were still many people queuing up waiting for meals, he smiled so hard that a few more wrinkles appeared on his face. "I'm even thinking about whether I should expand the store and renovate it to develop high-end private cuisine. After all, those who can afford Lingji will definitely feel uncomfortable seeing the environment of a food stall." At this time, all the customers in the store could not afford the price of the magic chicken, but that did not stop them from coming in to eat out of curiosity. After all, there was such a magical ingredient as the magic chicken. Then it must be that the other dishes that he can afford are not too bad in taste, and most of the customers in the restaurant hold the same idea. The facts were just as Chen thought. As the spiritual chicken has become popular on the internet in recent days, Daohua Island has also attracted much attention and attracted many people to check in and travel. All the residents on the island were grinning from ear to ear and thanked and praised Li Jun and his wife for their business acumen. After all, With more people coming to travel, it leads to various consumptions, and local shops and fishermen are all making a lot of money. Some even think that Daohua Island has pleasant scenery and a warm climate. Some tourists even plan to stay for a long time and rent local houses everywhere, causing the prices of hotels, BBS, and private houses to skyrocket. An old house like the one young Chen lives in used to rent for only 1,000 yuan a month, but now the price has risen to more than 2,000 or even 3,000 yuan. Son Ningmeng brought breakfast early that morning and excitedly took out her phone to say to young Chen, "Brother Xiao Chen, did you know that our spirit chicken is very popular? Douyin is full of news about our store." "Really? Let me see." He took the phone and checked it. Sure enough, it was extremely popular. 8 out of 10 Douyin videos were about the spirit chicken. Are these people so low quality? Young Chen asked with a frown as he looked at some malicious comments on Douyin. "Hey, don't worry about those keyboard warriors, Brother Chen. They always have a negative attitude towards everything." Son Ningmeng didn't care at all. After all, the mouth was on someone else's body, and there were so many people with foul mouths that she couldn't control them all. At least now her parent store could become more popular because of these people. There were pros and cons. While hanging out with young Chen, Son Ningmeng mentioned another good news. "Brother Xiao Chen, do you know that with the popularity of the spirit chicken, leaders from relevant departments have also come to our store to ask if we have encountered any problems or if there is anything they can help with?" Young Chen was not surprised by this. As long as those leaders hadn't lost their minds, they would definitely find a way to support it. After all, Peach Blossom Island existed everywhere, but Lingji was the only one that owned it. If it was a tourist island or something, it would still become popular. If young Chen was not lazy and came up with some new products that are beneficial to the human body, it would even be more popular than it is now. However, young Chen, who was very clear-headed, still reminded Son Ningmeng in his arms, "It's great to be popular, but this kind of popularity won't last long. Ultimately, we still have to focus on those wealthy people, so don't expand blindly. Find ways to improve the quality of service and even the environment of the store." Chapter 26. Fun at the Sea. "I know, Brother Xiao Chen. I'll go back to the store to help out first. I'll come find you later." Sitting in young Chen's arms, Son Ningmeng found that something was wrong with him, so she spoke hesitantly. We've been busy for 2 or 3 days. There's no need to rush." After saying this with a smirk, young Chen picked her up and walked upstairs. It has been so many days. Since he started practicing this technique, he found that his resistance to beauty is getting lower and lower. 2.5 hours later, Son Ningmeng stood up with the blush still on her face. She put on her clothes and looked at young Chen, who was smoking a cigarette on the bed. She rolled her eyes at him and scolded him coquettishly. "You big pervert, I'm going back to the store first." "It's because you're so beautiful, Menga." Shamelessly, young Chen smiled smugly, smoking a cigarette while watching the slim Son Ningmeng getting dressed and tidying up her appearance. After Son Ningmeng left, young Chen, who was half full, got up, dressed, went downstairs to get the tongs and bucket to go to the beach for some fun. At this time, we are at the Daohua Island Pier. A beautiful woman with a cool temperament, delicate facial features, a high-nosed bridge, deep eyes, and a hint of red lips, all of whom exuded a charming aura, pushed an old man off the cruise ship. She was followed by several bodyguards and nannies carrying luggage. It was obvious that she was a wealthy family going on a trip. This is further evidenced by the fact that the Rolls-Royce used by the island's most luxurious hotel, which is specially used to pick up distinguished guests, and a row of other luxury cars were parked at the pier exit long ago. "Ms. Liu, welcome to our Xingchen hotel." "Well, it's troublesome," Liu Ruyan said with a cold voice and an expressionless face, and then pushed the wheelchair to Rolls alone. When the old man saw that his granddaughter was still as cold as ever, he just smiled and shook his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Back in the presidential suite of the hotel, Liu Ruyan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with her arms folded, leaning against the window, looking at the scene outside without saying a word. It was unknown what she was thinking, and the coldness emanating from her body became even more intense. Even the sunshine, the beach, and the beautiful scenery of the endless blue sea and sky outside that made people happy could not bring a smile to her face. Alas, Ruyan, some things are missed once they are missed. We have to look forward to it. Looking at his granddaughter's current condition, the grandfather also spoke out to comfort her, although he had said this countless times. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I was just thinking about the company." When Liu Ruyan faced her grandfather, her voice finally warmed up a little, but it was still a little cold. "You can figure it out yourself, but I don't know if this magical chicken has the desired effect as advertised." Seeing that his granddaughter was still very stubborn, Liu Xiuda shook his head and stopped talking about this topic but turned to the spirit chicken. Although Liu Xiuda is old, he is not confused. His granddaughter suddenly brought him to Peach Blossom Island because of that handsome young man. After all, he had heard from his subordinates that his young lady had secretly investigated where the other party had gone, but the clues were cut off when they reached Haidong province. So when the news spread everywhere about how effective the magic chicken on Peach Blossom Island was, Liu Ruyan immediately brought herself here. First, she wanted to continue looking for people, and second, she wanted to try whether this magic chicken was as magical as advertised. If it's fake, I'll tear down their store and I'm not Liu Ruyan anymore. Liu Ruyan spoke with an expressionless face and a voice as cold as if it could freeze everything. Grandpa Liu Shoda had no doubt that she would do such a thing. If young Chen could hear it, he would definitely nod in belief. After all, he had suffered greatly from it at the time. Unfortunately, he was happily picking up various seafood forgotten on the beach with a pair of tongs at the receding tide. Wow, little brother, you are amazing. We have been looking for it for a long time but couldn't find it. How did you dig out the big shell from the sand so easily? Ha ha ha, practice makes perfect. Just like I've been an electrician for over 20 years, I can tell if there's electricity just by touching it with my hand. Young Chen listened to the admiring praises of the young lady who was also catching seafood nearby, and he also enjoyed the cocky jokes. Hee, little brother, you are so humorous. Hee, is it just humor? Don't you realize that I am also very handsome? Young Chen said jokingly in a good mood. The young lady was also a social butterfly, so she immediately played along and acted like a fangirl, saying, wow, he's really handsome. Does this handsome guy have a girlfriend? No, you're too handsome and others don't dare to approach you. I'm so distressed. Miss, do you have a boyfriend? Young Chen pretended to have a headache and put on a funny and handsome pose. The two's funny actions made several girlfriends beside them unable to bear to look at them, and they picked their feet awkwardly, feeling like they could build a castle on the beach. What a coincidence. I don't have a boyfriend either. Handsome brother, would you like to add my contact information? The young lady said as she shook the phone in her hand. No problem. I just like making friends with beautiful ladies like you. Seeing that the other person's appearance was 8.5 points, young Chen did not refuse. After all, he was also a person who loved making friends. Scan the code to add. The young lady also introduced herself. Handsome guy, my name is Shen Mani. What's your name? My name is Yang Chen. Are you here for tourism? Yang Chen asked curiously after making a note. Yes, Yang Chen. Are you here for tourism too? No, I'm from here. Hearing Yang Chen say that he was from the local area, Shen Mani looked at him suspiciously and said, You don't think I'm easy to fool, do you? The girlfriends beside him also didn't believe it and said collectively, Yeah, handsome, it's not fun to lie to people. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Yang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked at them with a look that said, You are really smart. He said, Well, I came here to rent a house to live in long term. That's what I said. Most of the locals are dark-skinned, unlike Yang Chen, who has a fair and clean complexion, and your skin feels better than ours. As she said that, Shen Mani walked forward without any shyness and looked carefully. Although I know I'm handsome, please don't stare at me like that. I'll be shy. It was very funny to see Yang Chen pretending to be shy and turning his head away, which made Shen Mani laugh so hard that she couldn't close her mouth and said, Ha ha, you can still be shy, you can fool a ghost, the narcissistic and shy person just now can't do that. Hey, there's nothing I can do. After all, anyone would be shy if a beautiful woman stared at them, especially someone I fell in love with at first sight. Yang Chen came up with flirting words easily, which made Shen Mani roll her eyes repeatedly and replied, TSK, love at first sight, I think you are attracted by her beauty. Ha ha ha, if you say so, then so be it. Do you want to come to my house as a guest? My dog can do backflips. If a handsome person hits on you, it's called romance. If an ugly person hits on you, it's called harassment. Although Shen Mani was a little moved by Yang Chen's invitation, she was not the only one there, so she could only shake her head and refuse. Next time, there are quite a lot of us here this time, and there are a few boys at the BB, so we won't bother you. What? There are men too? Never mind. My dog broke his leg doing a backflip a few days ago and can't perform. Let's make an appointment next time. I'm going to go fishing first. I wish you a big harvest. It's a strange thing to ask a guy out, especially since it's just a flirtation on a whim. If you really bring her home as a guest, son Ningmeng, the little girl, will definitely be jealous. Seeing Yang Chen change his mind so quickly, Shen Mani was also annoyed by his shabby excuse and laughed at his back, saying, Wow, Yang Chen, you are so realistic, you can't be the legendary scumbag. Why do we have to know each other when we meet? We are just passers-by to each other. Goodbye, the beautiful woman who once fell in love with me at first sight for a few minutes. Without looking back, Yang Chen waved his hand with his back to them, and without leaving a cloud behind, he casually moved to another place to continue his plan of going to the sea. Chapter 27. Receive the Centennial Pearl. Chatting with the young ladies was just a small interlude. The real business was still to go to the beach to catch seafood. After leaving his previous position, Yang Chen's sensitive hearing could easily sense the sounds of various shellfish, sea worms, crabs, etc. lying on the sand within 5 meters. This also saved him from having to scrape here and there to search like others did, and he could easily get a lot of seafood. It's a pity that I haven't reached the foundation building stage yet and cannot release my spiritual consciousness. Otherwise, it would be as easy and accurate as turning on a clairvoyance cheat to find it. Hey, there's actually spiritual energy fluctuation. Seeing a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the beach not far away, Yang Chen hurried forward to check. When I arrived at the location where the spiritual energy was discovered, I saw that there was nothing on the beach, but I could sense a trace of spiritual energy coming from under the sand. Yang Chen immediately took out his shovel and started digging. Fortunately, the thing was not buried too deep. After digging about 1 meter, he saw a pearl the size of an egg. I thought you'd find something good while treasure hunting on the beach. Luckily, this thing was hidden deep down, otherwise I wouldn't have found it. This thing must be quite old. Looking at the silvery white egg-sized pearl in his palm emitting pure spiritual energy, Yang Chen played with it with great joy. Then, out of curiosity, he took out his mobile phone to check how much a pearl the size of an egg without a trace of impurities could be sold for. After searching through all the information, I couldn't find the specific price. However, I learned from the news of an auction at an auction house that a diamond that was smaller than mine and not as round and delicate as mine was sold for tens of millions. However, Yang Chen didn't want to sell it no matter how much money he was offered. After all, money was easy to make. Just throwing something out would make rich people scramble for it, let alone such an extremely rare pearl. Moreover, items with spiritual energy can not only be used to set up formations, but can also be used for cultivation, etc. After a little processing, they can even be worn by ordinary people so that they can slowly absorb the spiritual energy and achieve the effects of prolonging life and strengthening the body. This is also the reason why many people pursue jade, because good jade will more or less have spiritual energy. Although it is not as good for ordinary people to wear as the jade process by themselves, it is better than nothing, and long-term wearing will also be beneficial to the body. Although we know that jade has spiritual energy, the average jade costs thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan, and even the best quality ones cost hundreds of millions or even tens of millions of yuan. There was nothing he could do before because of his low cultivation level, but now that his cultivation level has improved, making money is as easy for him as drinking water. As long as he showed off his skills to those people, they would worship him like a god, but he was just too lazy to bother with that. After all, the cultivator only had more than 2,000 yuan in savings. He originally had more than 5,000 yuan, but he spent a lot of money after going out to play with son Ningmeng for a day. However, poverty is only temporary. Now the magic chicken has been known to everyone. Once the rich people truly experience its effects, they will definitely flock to it. After all, no amount of money can compare to a good body, for the rich. I didn't expect that I could pick up something good when I came to the beach on a whim today. Yang Chen felt like he was a child of destiny and he could pick up treasures just by going out for a walk. So he stopped picking up seafood with great hope, put everything into the storage ring, and then wandered around hoping to sense a place emitting spiritual energy. Unfortunately, there was still no trace of it when the tide came in. Seeing that the seawater was slowly rising, Yang Chen had to give up his search in frustration. It was already 5 o'clock when I returned home. I took out the harvest I had harvested from the sea from the storage ring and prepared to cook dinner. I poured all the things on the ground and sorted them out before I realized how much I had picked up today. All I saw were mantis shrimps, swimming crabs, stranded fish, cat's eye snails, small squids, and various strange snails and crabs that I couldn't recognize the names of. Seeing that there was too much food and he couldn't finish it, Yang Chen took out his cell phone and sent a message to Li Jie. Yang Chen, is Xiao Jie here? As soon as I sent it out, the other party replied immediately. Li Jie, what's wrong, brother Yang? Yang Chen, picture, come to my house and get some. I found too much today and can't finish it all. Relationships can only continue through reciprocity. Yang Chen couldn't finish the food anyway, so he just gave some away. However, he didn't know many people on the island, so he could only give it to Li Jie. After a while, Li Jie came hurriedly on an electric bike. He entered the yard, looked at the pile of seafood on the ground, gave Yang Chen a thumbs up and said, "Brother Yang, you are awesome. Where did you catch so many seafood?" Fortunately, these things were picked up on the beach not far from here. After hearing what Yang Chen said, Li Jie was even more impressed and said, "You're amazing. Locals don't like to go to that beach to catch seafood because there are too many tourists. There aren't many good ones. I didn't expect you to catch so many. Okay, stop praising me. I'll blush if you keep praising me. I'll pick out some of the ones I like to eat, and you can take the rest. I can't finish them anyway. Young Chen squatted on the ground and talked while choosing what he liked to eat, and Li Jie came forward to help when he saw him. After Li Jie put the rest into his bucket, there was still a full bucket left. So he said gratefully while sitting on the tram, "Thank you, Brother Yang. I'll go back first. I have to go to my uncle's store to help later." "It's okay, I've finished eating anyway." After Li Jie left, Yang Chen took the selected seafood and began to clean and process it in preparation for cooking. In a short while, the spicy stir-fried crab, squid, and mantis shrimp stew, shell soup, and a plate of vegetables were easily prepared. After bringing all the dishes out of the yard, Yang Chen took out his cell phone and asked son Ningmeng if she wanted to come for dinner. After learning that the store was still very busy and he couldn't come, Yang Chen could only eat alone and watch Douyin to watch Odabia carrying bananas while eating. At this time, Liu Ruyan was sitting at a table outside Li Ji food stall with her grandfather, patiently waiting for the spiritual chicken she had ordered in advance. Looking at the messy environment around her and the endless sounds of people drinking and chatting and guessing numbers, she felt very uncomfortable as she had never eaten at an open-air stall. The customers around also looked over frequently when they saw such a beautiful woman. If there weren't a few burly bodyguards standing next to Liu Ruyan, some people would probably have wanted to come over and chat with her. "Haha, Ruyan, don't frown all the time. Grandpa, I think this environment is very good. I haven't felt such a lively atmosphere in a long time." Seeing his granddaughter's frown never relaxing, Liu Shoda actually enjoyed the feeling of being in a world. Liu Ruyan said lightly, "I understand, Grandpa." Her voice was still as cold as ever. She suppressed her discomfort and tried to get used to this kind of occasion. Chapter 28, Domineering Liu Ruyan. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Your white-cut chicken and other dishes are all here." Sun Chen also stepped forward and said with an apologetic smile, it was the first time he felt that his shop was so shabby. After all, it was a bit awkward to see Liu Ruyan, who was either rich or noble, and her grandfather Liu Shoda, who had the aura of a wealthy man, sitting at an open-air table in a food stall. "Haha, it's okay, Madam Boss. We came here to taste your special magical chicken." Liu Ruyan didn't respond and stared at the boiled chicken on the table, while Liu Shoda was chatting with Sun Chen in a very kind and smiling manner. Looking at the two extremes, one extremely cold and the other amiable, Sun Chen was a little confused about these rich people. But since everyone was a guest, she also said enthusiastically, "Grandpa will not let you down. Please try it first. If you need anything, call me. I won't disturb you for the meal." Seeing the proprietress's confident look, Liu Shoda picked up a piece of chicken and started tasting it without any other ingredients. Good ingredients do not need any seasoning. You can only taste their flavor by eating them in their original flavor. Liu Shoda's eyes lit up when he took the chicken in his mouth. He chewed it carefully and savored it. Then he praised his granddaughter and said, "Ruyan, try it too. It tastes exactly like what was described in the video." Seeing that her grandfather also praised it so highly, Liu Ruyan curiously picked up a piece and tasted it, and then quickly picked up another piece of spiritual vegetable and tasted it. Then he smiled, a rare smile, and said, "Well, that's true. But whether it works or not, we'll know after we finish eating it." Liu Ruyan's smiling face stunned the diners who were peeking at her. In a short while, all the dishes on the table except the magic chicken and the magic vegetables were eaten up, and only a few bites of other seafood were taken. Liu Shoda, whose face was flushed with joy after eating, praised the food and said, "Ruyan, this is really effective. I feel my blood and energy are surging, and my legs are warm. I think if I eat more, I might feel better." After hearing what her grandfather said, Liu Ruyan nodded. She also felt that after eating the magical chicken and magical vegetables, her whole body felt warm. She was originally a little tired from traveling all the way, but now she felt that she had endless energy, and some of her old illnesses were also relieved a lot. I saw that it was indeed as effective as advertised and there was no fraud. So Liu Ruyan, who had always been decisive, nodded to the bodyguard beside her, indicating that he should call out the boss's wife. "Hello, is there anything that doesn't suit your taste?" Sun Chen asked with some trepidation. After all, he was counting the bills in the store, and suddenly a burly man came and said to him with an expressionless face that he was the boss. Anyone else would be so panicked. Liu Ruyan came up and got straight to the point without any nonsense. "No, I want to ask how many and how much spiritual vegetables you have in your store. I want them all." "Ah, sorry, we only have so many available each month. If you buy them all, others won't be able to enjoy them." So each person is limited to one per month. Hearing the lady boss's rejection, Liu Ruyan's face turned cold and her tone icy. Can't I add more money? I see your price above, so I'll give you an extra 50,000 for each variety, and 10,000 for the spiritual vegetables. I'm so sorry, beautiful, it's really not possible. Sun Chen shook her head unmoved and refused. Compared to selling all to one person and killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, she still wanted to let everyone taste it, and then she would talk about it when the word of mouth improved. After all, the popularity of the magical chicken is very high now. If all the people who come here to eat it fail to get to eat it, it will definitely cause unimaginable losses. Liu Ruyan was cold and indifferent, her face expressionless, as she watched the other party raise the price without question. She said, 100,000. Add another 100,000 to the original price of each variety, and 20,000 to the spiritual vegetables. Okay, Ruyan, the boss lady also has her own difficulties. Let's not force it. Thank you, boss lady. The dishes are very much to our liking. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Liu Xiuda hurriedly stopped his granddaughter from continuing. I'm sorry, old man. I know you need spiritual chickens, but there's really nothing I can do. I only have so much of it each month. Seeing that the old man was so easy to talk to, Sun Chen was a little annoyed by Liu Ruyan's condescending tone, but for the sake of the old man, he smiled and turned to leave. Grandpa, why? You know these ingredients are good for your legs. Why don't you buy them all so you can stand up later? Seeing her grandfather stopping her, Liu Ruyan asked in confusion. Haha, silly girl, you're the CEO, but you don't understand such a simple thing? Go back to the hotel and don't delay the boss's business. The old man smiled after he finished speaking, then asked the nanny to push his wheelchair into the nanny car. I understand. Liu Ruyan was enlightened by her grandfather and immediately understood why he was unwilling to sell all of them to her, even if the price was increased. As the helmsman of a business empire, she also understood the importance of a brand, and now was still a critical stage of promotion. She was too impatient just now and didn't consider these things. So he stopped forcing himself, asked his female secretary to pay the bill, and followed his grandfather to the hotel where he was staying. I spent 140,000 yuan on a meal without blinking an eye, and there were still many dishes on the table that had not been touched. The waiter who came to clean the table also adhered to the principle of not wasting food, and picked out the touch parts, planning to take the remaining good ones home. Husband, let's discuss this. When Sun Chen was busy proofing and cleaning until midnight, he called Li Jun, who was resting on a recliner. What are you discussing? I'm thinking, after this busy period, should we upgrade and renovate the store to make it a high-end private restaurant? After all, ingredients like spirit chicken don't seem to fit in with a food stall. Then Sun Chen explained why she had this idea. It was when she met a wealthy person like Liu Ruyan who came to eat tonight and sat at an outdoor table with a frown on her face that she realized that she had to renovate her store and change its style. Decoration is a bit difficult. You know our store is so small, it won't help no matter how we renovate it. But I think we can move to another place if we want to serve private dishes. Didn't Li Erman run a pretty nice BB? But it's a bit far from the center of the island, so business has been lukewarm. I heard he's planning to sell it. You mean Erman? I know, but isn't the price a bit high? Sun Chen said hesitantly that Li Erman and they were related from the same ancestral hall, and she had also heard that the other party wanted to sell the BB, but the price was a bit expensive, more than 3 million. But the place is really good. Not only is it exquisitely decorated, but it is also far from the center of the island and very quiet. The environment is also made very beautiful with a garden, fish pond, etc. It also faces the sea and has a clean beach for people to play. Li Jun also nodded in affirmation. It is a bit expensive, but we now have the spiritual chicken as our trump card. I believe it won't be long before we can make back our investment. Sun Chen said with great melancholy, Alas, most of our money has been used for promotion, and now we don't have enough money on hand. There is a way, but I'm afraid you won't agree. Li Junki said a little embarrassedly. What's the solution? That's Xiaochen's money. I calculated that just from selling spiritual chickens and spiritual vegetables, he earns about 3 million every month. Li Jun scratched his head very embarrassedly and said that after all, he was thinking about his future son-in-law's money, and no matter how thick-skinned he was, he would still feel embarrassed. Old Li, let me tell you, don't try to get Xiaochen's money. Even though he's dating our daughter, we can't do that. Sun Chen refused without even thinking, and angrily hit her husband a few times to vent her anger. He, that's just what I said. Li Jun was not angry even after being beaten. Mom and Dad, what are you two arguing about? Son Ningmeng heard her parents arguing in the house, and vaguely heard the word Xiaochen, so she walked out to ask out of curiosity. It's your dad. Son Chen pinched Li Jun angrily, and then told his daughter that he wanted to decorate the store and what Li Jun had just thought. Ah, Dad, why are you like this? Brother Xiaochen has no money. Son Ningmeng also looked at her father angrily. Li Jun was stared at by the mother and daughter and said in a weak voice, No, your mother said she wanted to change the style of the decoration. I thought it would be better to buy your Uncle Ermin's homestay instead of renovating it. Besides, I'm just borrowing it, not returning it. I can't even borrow it. What will Brother Xiaochen think of me later? That's right, Xiaochen, give us the spiritual chickens to sell. You can see how much our business has increased after the promotion. The turnover in the past few days alone is equivalent to 2 months' income. I can't bring myself to borrow money from Xiaochen. Seeing that both mother and daughter were on Yang Chen's side, Li Jun gave a wry smile and quickly surrendered, saying, Okay, I'll think of other ways to raise money. Chapter 29, Regretful Liu Ruyan. The next morning, son Ningmeng brought breakfast as usual. Yang Chen saw that she was wearing yoga pants today, showing off a sexy figure, so he carried her upstairs without saying a word to have another breakfast first. Afterwards, son Ningmeng, her face still flushed, pounded Yang Chen's chest and said, You big pervert, you can't let me have peace so early in the morning. Hey, who told you to dress so beautifully today? Yang Chen held a cigarette in his mouth and happily put his arm around son Ningmeng's shoulders, letting her act coquettishly. It must be said that dual cultivation is the correct way out. After just one close contact, Yang Chen felt that his cultivation had improved a lot. One dual cultivation was equivalent to half a month of hard practice. Moreover, the chaos technique of controlling women is not the kind of martial art that uses girls as cauldrons, but a true combination of yin and yang that is also beneficial to girls. Ever since son Ningmeng started practicing dual cultivation with Yang Chen, she has felt changes in her body. Not only has her skin improved, but her physical fitness and other aspects have also improved a lot. For this reason, she even curiously asked Yang Chen whether doing that kind of thing not only made her happy, but also strengthened her body. Yang Chen, who didn't know how to explain it, just laughed it off and said that there was no land that could be plowed to death by an overworked ox, and the more the land was plowed, the more fertile it became. The two of them were snuggling in bed and talking sweet nothings. At this time, son Ningmeng said a little embarrassedly, Brother Xiaochen, my dad made me so angry last night. What's wrong with your dad? Yang Chen was also a little curious. Aren't the father and daughter usually loving and filial? Why would they quarrel? That's what happened, Brother Xiaochen. Son Ningmeng hurriedly talked about how her father tried to get the money from Yang Chenling Chicken last night, and then was scolded by her and her mother. After hearing this, Yang Chen also smiled dumbly. He was deeply moved and hugged the silly girl tightly to comfort her. Don't be so fond of your dad. He is also doing this for your own good. Think about it. You are the only one in your family. In the future, all theirs will be yours. That's what I said, but Brother Xiaochen, you don't have any money either. When they went out to the island to play that day, son Ningmeng saw the text message from the bank when Yang Chen made the payment, which showed that the balance was only over 2,000. Yang Chen didn't expect son Ningmeng to be so observant, but he still comforted her and said, It's okay, I can easily get the money, I'm just too lazy. Really? Son Ningmeng looked at him suspiciously. Of course, you don't have to worry about me. If Uncle Li wants to use it, just let him use it first. Yang Chen didn't care about it. He didn't need the money anyway. Son Ningmeng didn't want her relationship with Yang Chen to be mixed with money. She shook her head and said firmly, That won't work either. Once the spirit chickens are sold, I'll ask my dad to transfer the money to you. Yang Chen was so moved at this moment that he didn't know what words to use to describe it, so he had an idea in his mind. He planned to buy the homestay himself and give it to her when the money arrived. After getting up and returning to the yard, the hot breakfast they had just brought was now cold, but the two of them still ate it with gusto, almost feeding each other mouth to mouth. After breakfast, son Ningmeng had to rush back to the store to start live streaming. Now she has treated live streaming as a side job. With the hot topic of spiritual chicken, the number of people in the live streaming room always starts at least 20,000 plus. Yang Chen had no opinion on this. Since the other party liked it, he would broadcast it without worrying that his beautiful girlfriend would be seduced by the top guy on the list. If someone can pry open your corner, it means that they don't love you enough, so there is no loss at all. I went back to the backyard and fed all the chickens, ducks and geese. I saw that the chicks I bought last time in the chicken coop had grown a lot bigger, but the ones I raised before had been eaten, and there were not many left after I sold them to the store. Li Jun originally planned to come to the yard to pick up the chickens after someone made a reservation, but was rejected by Yang Chen. He was afraid that Li Jun would be followed and know that the chickens were taken from him, which would cause trouble. So Yang Chen thought of a better way, which was to have son Ningmeng come and get it. This way, no one would guess it. After all, they were a couple, and it was normal for them to get things from their homes together. Miss, the person has not been found yet. In the hotel room's living room, Liu Ruyan listened to her subordinate's report without even raising her eyelids. She looked at the only photo of herself and Yang Chen on her phone and said in a cold voice, "Keep looking." Yang Chen didn't know that one of his most feared ex-girlfriends had already arrived on the island. At this time, he was riding an electric bike around the island, enjoying the beautiful women's happy lives. At this moment, Liu Ruyan, who was standing by the French window, looking down at the people playing on the beach, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Someone, hurry up and get me some help." "What's wrong, miss?" The bodyguard thought something had happened to his lady and ran in hurriedly. "Get down and block that man on the motorcycle. Get down quickly." Liu Ruyan shouted hysterically, her eyes fixed on Yang Chen, who was driving an electric bike leisurely on the road, feeling the sea breeze. "Yes, yes, yes, we'll go right away." The bodyguards responded and ran to the elevator at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When old man Liu Xiude heard the noise, the nanny pushed the wheelchair to her side and said, "Ruyan, what's wrong? I heard you yelling in the house." "Grandpa, I found him. It turns out he is also on the island. I'm going down to find him now." A rare smile appeared on Liu Ruyan's face, and then she hurriedly put on her coat and went out. "What are you doing? If you don't get out of the way, I'll do it." Looking at the several men in suits who were panting and trying to stop him from leaving, Yang Chen spoke with a bad face. "Sir, please, wait a moment. Our Miss asks you to wait a moment. She will be down now." The leading bodyguard spoke breathlessly and cautiously, fearing that a conflict would arise in the next second. "Miss? Who is she? Do I know her?" Yang Chen was also curious. The lady who stopped him inexplicably and addressed him respectfully was coming to see him. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him, Yang Chen. "Forehead." Hearing this voice, Yang Chen felt very uncomfortable. After all, he was very familiar with this voice. With bodyguards blocking the way in front and his ex behind, he could only turn his head with a stiff neck, forcing a smile on his face and timidly calling out, "Sister, are you? Sister Ruyan, long time no see." The words "long time no see" directly broke Liu Ruyan's strong heart. She rushed over and hugged Yang Chen with all her strength as if she wanted to merge him into her body. That. Sister Ruyan, I can't breathe." Although Liu Ruyan doesn't look sexy, Yang Chen, who was hugged by her, deeply felt what big and soft meant. "Why did you break up with me and delete my contact information? And why did you leave Modu without saying goodbye? When you broke up with me, my company was being attacked by competitors, so I didn't have time to come to you for an explanation. But I knew everything about your troubles at school. I wanted to wait until things were resolved before coming back to you. But why did you suddenly drop out of school and disappear? Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" After venting her emotions, Liu Ruyan looked at Yang Chen fiercely and shouted loudly, as if she was going to eat him if the other party didn't give a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 30: Causes and Consequences. After listening to Liu Ruyan's hysterical words, Yang Chen finally understood why he was frightened for a while after deleting and blocking the other party's contact information after breaking up. "But after finding that he didn't cause me any more trouble, I felt relieved and continued to take on other tasks. I didn't encounter him again until I finished the last task, received the reward, and dropped out of school. I didn't expect that I would still meet him after running so far. No wonder I feel a little uneasy today." However, seeing the aloof and domineering Liu Ruyan crying so hard, Yang Chen couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears on her face and said, Sister Ruyan, I'm sorry." Liu Ruyan slapped Yang Chen's hand away, her face sullen and her tone cold. "You're sending me away with just a simple excuse? Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Ever since you left Magic City University, I've been sending people to look for you for over a month." It was this look, and the tone of voice that had made Yang Chen so uncomfortable. Thinking of the past, he looked at her impatiently without a trace of emotion and said, "Liu Ruyan, that's enough. We've broken up. We have nothing to do with each other. Why do you care where I go?" The bodyguards nearby watched the two quarreling and hurriedly left to drive away other tourists from approaching. After all, it was easy to choke if the lady ate the melon. Looking at Liu Ruyan, who was intimidated by him, Yang Chen continued to say self-deprecatingly, "Isn't it enough that I served you like a bootlicker for so long? I never took advantage of you, and I never did anything to wrong you. I've already returned all the money you gave me, and I almost died when I blocked that knife for you. Isn't that enough?" Whenever he thought of that period of time, Yang Chen became extremely irritable and in a very bad mood. Although Liu Ruyan is beautiful and rich, she has a very strange temper and a very cold personality. At the beginning, young Chen went to Liu Ruyan's company to work and study, and then was assigned by the dog system to pursue her. So young Chen began his long pursuit. You can imagine how difficult it is for a low-level employee to pursue the president. It is simply hell-level difficulty. At that time, young Chen put aside all his face and dignity and tried every possible way to get close to the other party. As a result, he was ridiculed by many people and insulted by senior executives in Liu Ruyan's company. But he didn't care at all and still shamelessly ignored other people's strange looks and ridicule and continued to pursue her madly. But what he got in return was a scene that young Chen would never forget in his life. I remember that time when young Chen shamelessly stood in the lobby on the first floor of the company with his favorite breakfast, waiting. Even though his colleagues and leaders who passed by mocked him in every way, he still did not run away. After waiting for a long time for Liu Ruyan to come to work, young Chen hurriedly walked up to her and offered her his loving breakfast, but what he got in return was Liu Ruyan trampling on his dignity. He still remembered what happened at that time. He saw Liu Ruyan standing in the hall, expressionless, taking the breakfast, examining it, then handing it to the secretary beside her and saying, "Give it to Mila later." Yes, Mile is a dog raised by Liu Ruyan, but this is not the most hurtful thing. The most hurtful thing was that within seconds of saying it, Liu Ruyan regretted it. Without even looking at young Chen, she ordered the secretary, "Forget it, throw it in the trash can. Otherwise, Mila will get a stomachache." At that moment, all the people watching the show in the lobby on the first floor of the building burst into laughter, making young Chen feel so embarrassed that the nails of his clenched fists dug into his flesh. But he never hated her, because he knew that he was indeed a bit shameless and sticking to her all day would make anyone feel bad. But for the sake of the mission, he had no choice but to stick to her like a dogskin plaster. Perhaps it was because young Chen was handsome but shameless, and Liu Ruyan was bored and wanted to make fun of him, so she kept pestering him for more than a month. Liu Ruyan also gradually got used to young Chen's presence, but it was not the kind of friend, but the existence of a bootlicker who would come when called and leave when dismissed. Sometimes she would even beat and scold young Chen for no reason, but after beating or scolding him, Liu Ruyan would still throw a stack of money at him and mock him for throwing away his dignity for money. From then on, he realized that in Liu Ruyan's heart, he was just a vain and supportive Phoenix man. However, he did not explain this, but continued to confess his feelings. As long as Liu Ruyan said that she agreed to the mission, he would immediately disappear from her world. Unfortunately, young Chen waited for that sentence for a full 6 months, until one day Liu Ruyan was in a bad mood for some reason and went to the bar alone and asked young Chen to accompany her. At first, young Chen was overjoyed, thinking that his confession might be successful after drinking. But who would have thought that a bar, a place with all kinds of people, would be so chaotic, and Liu Ruyan's beautiful appearance attracted many people to come and chat with her. Although many people are repelled by the other party's cold eyes and noble temperament, there are always some bold people who are not afraid of these. The result is predictable. With Liu Ruyan's temper, how could she possibly give the other party a good face? She even slapped the other party. The person who was slapped was the local boss of the bar. Feeling insulted by the slap from the woman, he immediately started fighting. Seeing this, young Chen protected Liu Ruyan and fought back. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, so he had no choice but to escape with Liu Ruyan. However, he did not expect that the other party would directly pull out a knife and intend to disfigure Liu Ruyan. Then young Chen blocked the knife with his back and held the opponent back so that Liu Ruyan could escape. I was beaten half to death. Fortunately, the police arrived quickly, otherwise I would have lost my hands and feet if not died. In this way, young Chen stayed in the hospital for more than half a month. When he had almost recovered, he confessed his love again. Perhaps Liu Ruyan was moved by his last knife-blocking behavior, and he didn't expect that it would succeed this time, but it was only a successful confession. Because Liu Ruyan set many rules for him, such as no intimate contact during the relationship unless the woman agreed, and breaking up immediately if he asked the woman for money, and other rules that made people lose their dignity. However, young Chen didn't mind it at all and agreed readily. After all, he was ready to disappear after completing the mission. So the next day, young Chen was discharged from the hospital and stood at the hospital gate and returned all the money the other party had given him. He also proposed to break up, blocked and deleted the other party with a series of smooth moves. After being depressed for 2 months, he now stood in the sunshine and had never felt the air so clear and the sun so bright. It felt like everything in the world was going well. After hearing this, Liu Ruyan's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes dull, and her voice was emotionless as she spoke. "So this is your revenge on me? You chased me and then you broke up with me. I'm sorry, Miss Liu. I never thought of taking revenge on you. Everything I experienced while pursuing you was what I deserved. I don't blame anyone." Young Chen also saw that the other party was not in a good state, but he really didn't want to continue to be entangled with Liu Ruyan. After all, there was no happy memory of that time in the past. Although I used the other party to complete the task, I have paid back the ridicule and sarcasm I suffered during the pursuit, the loss of dignity, the incident of taking the blame, and the tip I gave myself after breaking up. Chapter 31. Two women fighting for a man. Looking at Liu Ruyan standing in front of him without saying a word, young Chen said irritably, "Miss Liu, is there anything else? If not, please step aside." "Thank you." Seeing that the other party still didn't move away, young Chen didn't care and just took a few steps back to leave. At this moment, Liu Ruyan rushed over and grabbed the front of the car, her eyes filled with pleading as she said, "Don't go." "Excuse me, Miss Liu. My rooster has laid an egg and I need to go back to deliver the baby. If you really like this tram, I'll give it to you." Having said that, young Chen put down the side of the tram, and then ignored Liu Ruyan's pleading eyes and walked away from the scene as usual. "Can you please stop following me? I'm a Phoenix man. I don't want to waste my time on you if I can't get a gigolo, okay?" Looking at Liu Ruyan, who was walking several kilometers behind him in high heels, young Chen roared impatiently, I'm sorry." Liu Ruyan didn't expect that her reckless suspicion would cause young Chen such great harm. Unfortunately, some things were not understood until afterwards, but it was too late. She always thought that the other party approached her for money, so she dared to use money to trample on young Chen's dignity unscrupulously. But until the moment of their breakup, when she returned every penny she had given him, she still felt that he was playing hard to get. Even though Liu Ruyan sent people to keep an eye on young Chen's affairs at school, she still felt angry with herself when she knew that he had left her and found someone else. It was not until young Chen suddenly dropped out of school and disappeared that she began to panic. It turned out that everything was just her imagination. "You don't have to say sorry to me anymore. Just go back. There really was no possibility for us from the beginning to the end. It was my fault for pursuing you in the first place. I'm sorry, okay?" Young Chen was very troubled. He couldn't hit him, and scolding him was useless. So he ignored the other party and walked towards home. Liu Ruyan followed silently for more than 10 kilometers. Even though her feet were rubbed raw by her high heels, she endured the pain and gritted her teeth to keep up. The bodyguards not far behind him did not dare to step forward and could only follow young Chen's electric car from a distance. Standing in front of his own door, young Chen rubbed his temples and said with a headache, "I'm home. You go back, please, Miss Liu. I have a girlfriend now, and I'm very happy. Please don't bother me, okay? Is this where you live now?" Ignoring young Chen, Liu Ruyan walked sideways into the yard like a stubborn little girl and looked around curiously. Seeing Liu Ruyan ignoring him, young Chen lost his temper and said weakly, "Do you understand what I'm saying? I told you to go back and stop wasting your time here. So you suddenly disappeared from the Magic City and settled here, young Chen." Ignoring him, Liu Ruyan continued talking to herself. Looking at Liu Ruyan's current state, young Chen thought of the time when he had shamelessly pursued her, so he looked up to the heavens and cried out, "Heaven is good, this is all karma." "Young Chen, what's wrong with you?" Liu Ruyan seemed like a different person, very different from her royal sister image. She looked at young Chen, who was howling to the sky, with her beautiful eyes staring like a little girl and her head tilted. Seeing that the other person was pretending to be cute, but was actually very sinister inside, young Chen gritted his teeth and stared at Liu Ruyan and said, "Liu Ruyan, I know I was shameless in pursuing you before, but you don't have to treat me the same way. I won't fall for it. This well water is so sweet." No answer. Liu Ruyan scooped a ladle of well water and gulped it down. After all, she was extremely thirsty after walking more than 10 kilometers in such a hot day. What a beautiful picture of a beautiful woman drinking water. The sweet well water flows down Liu Ruyan's white jade neck, wetting her clothes and sticking them tightly to her body. The vague appearance makes people think a lot. "Okay, do whatever you want, just leave me alone." Unable to bear being ignored, young Chen also sat down in a rocking chair and took out his cell phone to start calling people. Since he couldn't win, he would use magic against magic, so he quickly took out his cell phone and called son Ningmeng to come and help. "Young Chen, Menga, help me. My ex is here to kill me." Son Ningmeng also immediately replied with several question marks. "Son Ningmeng." "Young Chen, stop asking questions and come and save me." "Son Ningmeng, I really want to kill you, Xiao Chen. You're so awesome, making your current partner face their ex-weight. I'll kill you right now." Seeing son Ningmeng say that she would come right away, young Chen glanced at Liu Ruyan, who was curiously walking around the yard, and smiled. He was not afraid of any Shura scene. He was only afraid of Liu Ruyan as a person. "Brother Xiao Chen, where is the person?" The voice came before the person arrived. Son Ningmeng hurriedly drove her electric car into the yard. It only took her 5 minutes from sending the message to arriving at the yard. After all, it has to be quick. The ex-girlfriend is here to kill him. If he doesn't come soon, he's afraid that young Chen will be snatched away. Hello, you are son Ningmeng, right? My name is Liu Ruyan. Before young Chen could speak, Liu Ruyan stretched out her slender little hand and spoke lightly to son Ningmeng. In front of young Chen, Liu Ruyan would show her girlish side, but when there were outsiders around, she turned into the domineering sister with aura. Hello. Looking at Liu Ruyan's eyes with great aura in front of her, son Ningmeng stretched out her hand and shook hands with her, feeling a little weak. Watching the reinforcements he brought in shaking hands with the enemy, young Chen held his forehead and looked on speechlessly. I heard that you are with young Chen now. How much money do you want to pay as long as you are willing to leave him? After hearing what Liu Ruyan said, son Ningmeng reacted and pulled her hand back. Then, she stood in front of young Chen like a protective child and said with a stern look, I don't care who you are, but the relationship between me and brother Xiaochen cannot be bought with your money. This is the right attitude. Listening to what son Ningmeng said, young Chen was moved and hugged her and looked at Liu Ruyan provocatively. 10 million. Liu Ruyan did not answer, but quoted a price. Seeing that the other party ignored him, he raised the stakes. 20 million. 30 million. Still unmoved by the 30 million, Liu Ruyan returned to her self-righteous state, thinking that the other party was too greedy and the chips she gave were not enough, so she said with a sneer, You seem to have quite a big appetite. 50 million. As long as you leave young Chen, I'll transfer the money immediately. This is my bottom line. Don't be greedy, little sister. You might end up with nothing. Seeing the other party using money to humiliate her, son Ningmeng was also very angry and cursed directly. Take your money and get out of my house. It's only 50 million. Brother Xiaochen and I can earn it if we work hard. Young Chen also saw that Liu Ruyan still believed that money could make anything possible, and said with an unhappy face, Miss Liu, not everyone can be bought with money. You thought I was pursuing you for your money, but what happened? Son Ningmeng might not care about Liu Ruyan, but what young Chen said made her face turn pale again and she thought of the past. Yes, in the beginning I thought that the other party approached me because I was rich, but I didn't expect that I was wrong and ended up regretting it. Then, for the first time in her life, Liu Ruyan bent down and said sincerely, I'm sorry, I'm narrow-minded. My worldview is full of intrigue and deception, and everyone fights for money. So, I also think everyone likes money. After hearing Liu Ruyan's apology, son Ningmeng's attitude softened a lot, but she still refused to give in on the matter of young Chen. It doesn't matter, she said. The relationship between Xiaochen and me cannot be shaken no matter how much money is spent, unless he doesn't want me anymore. So, can you leave now? Liu Ruyan didn't say anything but shook her head and stood there looking at young Chen affectionately. Chapter 32 tells son Ningmeng the truth. Seeing the way Liu Ruyan looked at young Chen, son Ningmeng gritted her teeth, pinched him and said, Brother Xiaochen, get inside. Oh well. Young Chen was eager to escape from the scene, so he nodded in agreement and hurried back into the house. Ms. Liu, right? I don't know what you and brother Xiaochen have been through in the past, but he is my boyfriend now. I hope you can understand. Although son Ningmeng felt a little nervous when facing the businesswoman Liu Ruyan, she still looked at her firmly and defended her love. I know, but you haven't gotten married yet, right? I missed it before and I'm sorry for young Chen. Now, no matter what, I won't give up again. Liu Ruyan also did not give in and responded sharply. Humph, please leave my house. This is my old house. I don't welcome you. Please get out. Looking at the exasperated son Ningmeng, Liu Ruyan smiled and said disdainfully, Is this your counterattack, Sister Ningmeng? Is this all you can do, childish tricks like chasing people away? Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with Liu Ruyan, son Ningmeng was so angry that she wanted to beat her up, but when she saw the bodyguards outside the door, she gave up the idea. She could only stamp her feet angrily and say, Then you stay in the yard by yourself. I'm going back to the house to kiss brother Xiaochen. As he said that, he quickly ran into the house and quickly locked the door, fearing that Liu Ruyan would catch up with him. Ha. Liu Ruyan looked at son Ningmeng's childlike movements with disdain, then said to the bodyguard at the door indifferently, Go tell my grandfather I'm not going back, and move my things here. Yes, miss. 4 of the 6 bodyguards had left, and the remaining 2 remained loyally on duty, standing guard on both sides of the gate to protect their young lady. Seeing that there was no movement in the room, Liu Ruyan looked at it expressionlessly, not knowing what she was thinking. Then she sat on the rocking chair, took off her high heels, exposed her jade feet, and began to knee them. After all, she had just walked for more than 10 kilometers in high heels, which was really a bit unbearable for her who seldom exercised. I'm so angry, so angry. Brother Chen, this is a good thing for you. How did you provoke her? Back in the house, son Ningmeng angrily hit young Chen to vent her anger while asking what she wanted to know most. In this regard, young Chen could only silently accept son Ningmeng's massage-like beating, and then told her everything about himself and Liu Ruyan. This damn woman actually bullied brother Chen so much before. I'll beat her to death when I get out. After hearing this, son Ningmeng was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the door. Stop, hitting people is not nice. I don't want to see my lovely Menga turn into a female Tyrannosaurus. Young Chen hurriedly tried to stop them, fearing that the two would really start fighting. After all, it was okay to curse at each other, but if they started fighting because of him, he himself felt that it would be a bit too much. Son Ningmeng stopped when Young Chen hugged her. She was still thinking about what Young Chen had experienced and said with great distress, I am angry, but I really feel sorry for brother Chen. But then the topic changed. Son Ningmeng pinched the soft flesh on Young Chen's waist and said with disapproval, but brother Chen, sometimes I think you were sick before. You're always flirting with other girls. You can do whatever you want. We've never held hands, kissed, or even slept together. Do you really have some kind of mental illness? Hearing son Ningmeng's fierce words, Young Chen smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. Should I tell the other party that I just accepted the system task and can only complete the task by chasing girls to get the incredible reward? But this is the biggest secret in his heart. He doesn't intend to reveal it to anyone no matter how close they are, but maybe now is the time to tell him about his cultivation. However, seeing that son Ningmeng was looking at him strangely, and not wanting her to misunderstand that he really had a mental illness, Young Chen could only reveal that he had cultivation. I had originally thought of saying this when I was in the foundation establishment stage and would be able to fly and hide underground and have the ability to protect myself, but it seems I have no choice but to say it now. So he could only make up a story, put his hands on son Ningmeng's shoulders and said seriously, Menga, I'm going to tell you my biggest secret now. You can't tell anyone else after you know it, okay? Seeing Young Chen so serious for the first time, son Ningmeng nodded seriously and said, I won't. Since brother Chen is willing to share it with me, it's a secret between the two of us. I won't tell anyone, including my parents. After receiving the affirmation, Young Chen made up a story and said, the reason why I pursued so many people is because a master from another world gave me a mission. It was a sunny day. I was a freshman in college at the time and was wandering around the lake when an old man suddenly appeared from the sky and told me I was a genius sent from heaven. Aura emanated from my head and said that if I could woo 10 beautiful women and break up with them, he would give me a peerless martial arts technique. I didn't believe it at the time, but after the old man performed flying demonstrations and cast various spells in front of me, I realized that I had encountered a divine encounter. Then there was the long process of completing the task. I felt guilty chasing after my exes. After all, I was taking advantage of them, so I tried not to take advantage of them. Once I got them, I would just break up with them. That's why I became the wolf warrior that everyone mocked in college. After saying that, Young Chen looked at son Ningmeng with an expression that said, do you think I'm an idiot trying to coax me? He gave a helpless smile and continued, I knew you didn't believe it, but look. As Young Chen spoke, he stretched out his hand, and suddenly a ball of blue flame fire appeared in his hand. Then, as if by magic, he took something out of the storage ring and put it back in. Son Ningmeng also clapped her hands in cooperation and said, wow, brother Chen, your magic is amazing. It almost fooled me. Seeing that the other party still didn't believe him, Young Chen took son Ningmeng's hand and walked towards the back door, reminding her, don't shout later. I don't want Liu Ruyan to know. Arriving at the backyard, Young Chen jumped up while holding son Ningmeng and instantly reached more than 10 meters away. Then he quickly shuttled through the dense forest like Tarzan. It's just that Young Chen used his feet to step on various tree branches and moved back and forth in the dense forest as lightly as if he were a martial artist. After returning to the house and putting son Ningmeng down, Young Chen said helplessly, believe it this time. He saw that she was covering her mouth and trying not to make any sound, staring at him in shock. Yeah. Son Ningmeng nodded frantically. When she was picked up and shuttled through the dense forest just now, she felt like she was flying. Wow, brother Chen, what's your current level of cultivation? Why can't you fly? Can you control the sword? Can you summon thunder? Seeing son Ningmeng curiously touching her body and mumbling to herself, Young Chen couldn't help but knock her on the head and said with a smile, what are you thinking about? I've only been practicing for a short time. Then how can we quickly improve our cultivation? Brother Chen, go and practice. I'll bring you food from now on, and you just focus on practicing and don't run around. Wow, The thought of you holding me and flying through the sky on a sword is so romantic I can't believe it. He, my fastest way to practice is. Young Chen leaned close to Sun Ningmeng's ear and whispered about dual cultivation. Is that so? No wonder my health has been getting better and better since we had that. Come on, let's go practice dual cultivation. After hearing this, Sun Ningmeng's eyes were full of stars, and she couldn't wait to pull young Chen up to the second floor. Are you crazy? Liu Ruyan is still outside. Ah, this stinky woman is affecting our cultivation. Sun Ningmeng looked fiercely towards where Liu Ruyan was, as if she had X-ray eyes that could see through the wall. But the next words left young Chen dumbfounded. Sun Ningmeng held her chin and thought, I definitely can't withstand your fierce dual cultivation, brother Xiaochen, by myself. If you find a few more women to practice dual cultivation with, won't our cultivation level increase rapidly? Then we can fly. Chapter 33. Two women conversing. Young Chen was also frightened by Sun Ningmeng's words, and said in amazement, Are you sure? HMH, if you weren't a cultivator, maybe I'd be jealous. But after knowing your secret, you'll only get better and better in the future. And I suspect that the bad old man who made you pursue so many women was definitely a mission for dual cultivation. So, instead of blocking it, it's better to clear it yourself. But I want brother Xiaochen to promise me that no matter how many people I find, I will always be the biggest one. Seeing Sun Ningmeng being so considerate, young Chen hugged her tightly and said, You will always be the most lovely Menger in my heart. No one can replace you. Listening to young Chen's affectionate confession, Sun Ningmeng couldn't help but feel happy, but she still pretended to be angry and stomped her feet and said, Humph, I'm jealous, you can do whatever you want. Oh, even when you're jealous you're so cute. Looking at the adorable Sun Ningmeng, young Chen reached out and pinched her little face. The two were talking sweet nothings and chatting in the room, while Liu Ruyan, who had been waiting outside for a long time, felt that something was wrong, so she got up angrily and went to the door to try to open it. After discovering that the door was locked and could not be opened, coupled with the faint sounds coming from inside the house, she became upset and raised her jade feet to kick the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of kicking the door was heard. Young Chen and Sun Ningmeng in the room stopped when they heard the kicking sound. Sun Ningmeng angrily came to the balcony and said to Liu Ruyan downstairs sarcastically, You stinky woman, what do you want to do? Seeing that Sun Ningmeng was about to quarrel with Liu Ruyan again, young Chen was furious and quickly pulled her into the house and said, Mind your image and don't argue with her. Yeah, for brother Xiaochen's sake, I won't argue with her. Hearing the kicking sound, young Chen was also a little angry, so he took Sun Ningmeng downstairs, opened the door, and said to Liu Ruyan, Miss Liu, what on earth do you want to do? Liu Ruyan didn't reply. Instead, she walked into the house expressionlessly, turned around, and locked the door. Then, her face gradually turned red, and she said in an extremely cold tone, What are you two doing? When she saw the lip marks on young Chen's face, she became jealous and rushed forward to hug and kiss him. Young Chen was also confused by this operation, and then hurriedly stopped it and shouted, Are you crazy? Sun Ningmeng was also shocked by Liu Ruyan's bold behavior, and couldn't help but feel admiration in her heart. After all, there are very few women who can go to such an extent for love, and as a woman herself, she understands this too. But she didn't understand why Liu Ruyan, since she liked her brother Xiaochen so much, had trampled on his dignity in the past. Looking at Liu Ruyan, who stood there stubbornly with her beautiful eyes filled with mist and her red lips lightly bitten with her pearly teeth, without saying a word, young Chen also had a headache. At this time, Sun Ningmeng said, Brother Xiaochen, please go to the yard first. I want to talk to Sister Liu Ruyan. Are you okay? Young Chen said with some concern. After all, Liu Ruyan's condition was not right. Sun Ningmeng pushed young Chen out and said, It's okay. Go out now and don't eavesdrop. After young Chen left the room, Sun Ningmeng locked the door and said to Liu Ruyan, Sit down, let's have a good chat. Looking at Liu Ruyan, who was still unmoved and looking at young Chen's position as if her eyes could see through the wall, just like herself just now, Sun Ningmeng's next words finally made Liu Ruyan turn around and look at him and listen to him obediently. She sat on the chair and said slowly, If you want brother Xiaochen to forgive you, sit down and have a good talk with me. Seeing Liu Ruyan sitting obediently beside him but still not saying a word and just staring at him, Sun Ningmeng felt an unstoppable excitement in his heart. After all, the other party is the female president of a Fortune 500 company, and she is still a freshman. Young Chen sat in the yard with his ears perked up, paying close attention to the movements inside the physics school. As long as he heard any abnormal movement, he would rush in immediately. After a long time, the door of the house slowly opened, and Sun Ningmeng was seen walking in front with a smile, while Liu Ruyan behind her still had a blank expression, showing no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness? What did you talk about in there? Young Chen asked curiously. No, no. How can a boy ask about girls' topics? Come on, brother Xiaochen, let's go to the store to play and ignore her. Son Ningmeng stood up with a smile and took Young Chen's arm and walked out the door. Young Chen, who was dragged away, was a little confused, so he turned his head to look at Li Ruyan and found that she was just looking at him with her beautiful eyes lovingly without stopping him, which made him even more curious about what they talked about in there. So on the way to the food stall, Young Chen drove his electric bike and asked Son Ningmeng, who was hugging his waist from behind, "What are you two talking about? I really want to eat some melons." Hey, you big-headed ghost, drive carefully, you are so curious. Son Ningmeng patted Young Chen's strong back, as if the other party was a horse pulling the cart. He was particularly curious about what the two people talked about, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get anything out of them and had to give up. Xiaochen is here. Please sit down first. The store is a bit busy. As soon as I arrived at the store, my future mother-in-law, Sun Zhen, greeted me warmly while calculating the bill. Young Chen responded politely, "It's better to be busy. I want to be busy but can't. Aunt Li, you go first." Seeing Li Jun cooking in the kitchen, Young Chen came forward and greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Li." Li Jun turned around and responded while stirring the dishes. "Xiaochen is here. Please find a place to sit first. I'm very busy." "It's okay, Uncle Li. I just came here to hang out with Meng'er." The business of the store spread rapidly with the spread of the internet. In addition, Daohua Island is a tourist attraction, so more people come and the business is particularly good. At first, Young Chen thought that the popularity would only last for a few days, but it became more and more intense, and many bloggers and anchors came to check in and get traffic. Although most people cannot afford to eat spiritual chicken and the like, it does not prevent them from promoting the restaurant by saying that since there is such a wonderful delicacy as spiritual chicken, the dishes in the restaurant must taste good too. This also makes Li Ji Food stalls a business card in Daohua Island. If you come to Daohua Island and don't eat and check in at Li Ji, it's as if you have never been there. Seeing Sun Ningmeng using her phone to livestream her store, Young Chen curiously went over to check and asked, "Meng'er, how many people are in your livestream?" Sun Ningmeng said with some distress, "There are 20 to 30,000 people here now, brother Xiaochen. They all asked me to take them to visit the scenery of Peach Blossom Island with my phone, but it's not convenient for me to do it alone." Chapter 34. Thank you for the hotel money. Suddenly, a male voice sounded in the live broadcast room. The entire live broadcast room exploded instantly, especially the intimate way the two addressed each other, which made some of the top guys on the list heartbroken, and they typed questions on the public screen. Love songs become a song of longing. Anchor, who is the man next to you? Fragmented. Hearing a man's voice, especially one so intimate, my heart feels just like my online name. Out of touch with worldly affairs. Ha ha ha. The guys at the top of the list must be collectively dumbfounded. I'm leaving. Keep going, top brother. There's no such thing as an unbreakable wall, only brothers who don't work hard. I'm rooting for you guys. At this moment, the animation of the carnival gift suddenly appeared on the public screen, and the entire live broadcast room exploded again. Everyone advised the big brother to stop, saying things like the anchor has been taken. A level 75 player named God finished giving out gifts and then typed on the public screen, "Who was that male voice just now?" Seeing the curiosity of the fans in the live broadcast room, Sun Ningmeng did not hide it and said to the camera with a happy face, "That's my boyfriend. I told you that I have a boyfriend, but you didn't believe me. God, let your boyfriend come out and see. I will show you 10 carnivals." Love songs become a song of longing. Ha ha ha. Host, please ask your boyfriend to come out. Netizen A, +1. Netizen B, +1. Netizen C, +10086. Looking at the words typed on the public screen, Sun Ningmeng did not make any decisions on her own, but said to the camera, "Forget about the carnival. I'll ask my boyfriend if he's willing to leave the country first." Young Chen, who was standing by, also understood what was going on. It turned out that the top guy on the list was jealous and curious about him, so he actually held 10 carnivals. So he stopped her smirk and said, "Don't forget it, Meng'er. 10 carnivals are enough for our date tonight." The voice of talking could also be heard in the live broadcast room. For a while, the whole room was in an uproar. People complained and scolded Young Chen for being a gigolo and asking the woman to pay for dates. Some even advised the anchor to break up. The top brother on the list, Chen, directly created another carnival and posted it on the public screen to mock. "God, haha, anchor, your boyfriend isn't that great. I'm giving him this carnival away. Let him go out and watch me brush 10. Seeing that everyone on the public screen was cursing young Chen, son Ningmeng was very angry and cursed in the live broadcast room. If you don't want to watch, then get out. It's not your turn to judge me and my boyfriend. Besides, he is 10,000 times more handsome than you. After saying that, he angrily wanted to end the live broadcast. At this time, young Chen quickly took the phone and said, "Why are you angry? They want to watch it, so let them watch it." Young Chen, who was extremely confident in his appearance, pointed his phone at himself, flirted with his short hair, smiled wickedly, and said, "Hello everyone, I'm the boyfriend of the anchor you all envy and hate." For a moment, the entire live broadcast room seemed to have stopped for more than 10 seconds, and then a large wave of comments came in. Some praised young Chen for his handsomeness, while others attacked him for being a gigolo, and some female fans went crazy giving him gifts. Okay, everyone, stop buying gifts and let Big Brother on the list do it. What about the 10 carnivals I just mentioned? I need to use this money to go on a date with my Meng later. Seeing the handsome man in the video circling him, the man who couldn't afford to lose the rolling knife even though he was the top brother on the list, directly brushed 10 carnivals and mocked him. God, what's the point of being handsome? Being poor is being poor. You can only live off your wife. The female fans, seeing young Chen's handsome appearance, fought back and cursed at him, saying things like, "What's the use of having money? I have it too. You're not even qualified to be kept." Then she typed to young Chen, "Handsome boy, come to me, I will support you," and then she also started the carnival. Seeing the chaotic scene of both sides randomly attacking and giving gifts, young Chen quickly pulled son Ningmeng over, hugged her and said to the camera, "Menga, let's thank that big brother on the god list together. After all, there are 10 carnivals. I'll use this money to treat you to something delicious later." He, thank you, brother Bangda, for giving brother Xiaochen the dating funds. We will be grateful to you when we go on a date later. Son Ningmeng's finishing blow was so ruthless that it directly angered the top brother on the list and made him quit the live broadcast room, while the female fans asked young Chen to continue broadcasting for a while. Faced with everyone's requests to stay, young Chen was too lazy to continue the live broadcast, so he waved his hand and said, "I'm off the air, everyone. Menga, is it okay for me to mess up your live stream?" After the live broadcast, young Chen was still a little worried. After all, this was son Ningmeng's live broadcast room. "Oh, it's okay, brother Xiaochen. I'll just do a live broadcast now. I won't have time to study then. I'll leave the live broadcast room to my mom." The two of them stayed in the store for a long time. Young Chen was too lazy to go back to the old house, so he helped in the store until evening. After finishing his dinner casually in the store, he stood up and said to his future father-in-law and mother-in-law at the table, "I'm full. I'm going home first. Uncle Li and Aunt Li, take your time to eat." Son Ningmeng then stood up and followed him to the store entrance, smiling and saying to young Chen, "Brother Chen, I won't take you home. Be careful on your way back." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Young Chen said and rode his electric bike back home. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing in my house? Where the hell have you been, egg yolk?" Looking at the workers moving things back and forth at the door, young Chen was a little confused and shouted angrily. Then he saw Egg Yolk rushing out of the yard, wagging its tail to please him. Being suddenly scolded, everyone stopped and stared at each other. At this time, Liu Ruyan also came out, took young Chen's arm with a smile and said, "Young Chen, you're back. I asked them to help me move my things." Young Chen quickly broke free and said with a stern face, "If it weren't for Miss Liu, who agreed to let you move in." Liu Ruyan signaled with her eyes to clear the area, and then the bodyguards began to drive away all the workers on the scene, leaving outsiders behind. Liu Ruyan walked forward stiffly, took his hand, and said coquettishly, "I'm sorry, young Chen. I misunderstood you before. Now it's my turn to pursue you relentlessly, okay?" "No, Miss Liu, I've made it very clear to you today. There's no possibility between us." Seeing a side of Liu Ruyan that she had never shown before, she was actually acting like a coquettish person. Although a little stiff, young Chen remained unmoved and broke free from her hand and refused without hesitation. After telling Liu Ruyan that there was no reason for her to stand there, young Chen drove directly into the yard and parked the car. He couldn't help but frowning as he looked at the things all over the yard. Liu Ruyan also noticed young Chen's uncomfortable expression and quickly stepped forward to explain, "Young Chen, I bought these for you because I thought they looked nice. I thought I could give them to you when I ran into you one day." Looking at the huge pile of luxury goods, young Chen had no idea what they were, but that didn't stop him from thinking they were expensive, because nothing Liu Ruyan gave was cheap, and he knew that when he was pursuing her before. Chapter 35. It's all a misunderstanding. These are very expensive, right? No merit, no reward. You should ask someone to take them back. Young Chen's attitude also softened a bit. After all, there was no right or wrong. One just wanted to use the other to complete the task, and the other thought that the other was a phoenix man who lived off him. Please put these things in your room. Ignoring Yang Chen's refusal, Liu Ruyan continued talking to herself, then walked into the house with various valuable packaging bags containing luxury goods, carrying them with great effort. Yang Chen didn't go over to help. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the egg yolk dog head beside him and warned him, "Next time I see you let a stranger into the house, I will eat dog meat hot pot directly. Do you understand?" Wang wang wang. Egg yolk also nodded repeatedly and rubbed Yang Chen's legs to show goodwill, fearing that he would really be made into a hot pot. Seeing Liu Ruyan carrying things over and over again, sweating profusely and even messing up her delicate hair, Yang Chen reached out to stop her and said, "Why bother, Miss Liu? Why humiliate yourself? You feel sorry for me, don't you? I know you do." As she said that, Liu Ruyan grabbed Yang Chen's hand and rubbed it on her face, looking very happy. I have to say, the touch is really good. The silky and delicate little face that seems as delicate as a baby's makes Yang Chen reluctant to pull it away. Seeing Liu Ruyan's current humble appearance, he felt a little dazed, as if she was not the same person as the decisive President Liu before. However, Yang Chen still smiled bitterly and said, "You know that's not what I meant. I really don't understand what you like about me. I don't have any money, but I saved you that time at the bar. I hope you won't end up like this, right?" Seeing that Yang Chen finally spoke to her properly, Liu Ruyan hugged him with tears in her eyes and began to explain. "Yang Chen, do you know? You are the first person to enter my heart. When you were chasing me so relentlessly at first, I really disliked you and thought you were a phoenix man, but do you know why I didn't fire you? Originally, I was planning to fire you, but because I looked up your information and knew you grew up in an orphanage, and I also knew it wasn't easy to find a job, I didn't do it. And that time when I hurt your pride in the hall, I did go a bit too far, but it's not all my fault. After all, no one can tolerate someone harassing you endlessly, so I planned to make you lose face and give up before I went too far. It wasn't until you truly disappeared from my world that I realized I was hopelessly in love with you. I'm so sorry for my previous misunderstandings of you. Yang Chen, will you forgive me?" After listening to what Liu Ruyan said, Yang Chen touched his nose awkwardly. He was indeed a bit shameless at that time, but it was not his fault. After all, only by taking an unconventional approach can one win. After all, if she is inexperienced, take her to see the prosperity of the world. If she has experienced many vicissitudes of life, take her to ride the carousel. According to the situation at that time, a rich girl like Liu Ruyan had met all kinds of high-quality boys, so if she wanted to pursue success, she had to find another way. After all, those who claim to be upper class are people who care about their reputation and would not do something as shameless as oneself. The fact is just as he thought, isn't it? If Yang Chen pretends to be elegant and pretends to meet him by chance, he probably won't have any impression of him. But if he acts shameless, the other party will definitely remember it. So Yang Chen succeeded. Although his dignity was crushed to the ground in the process of success, it was also his own fault. After all, no matter who saw those actions, they would be seen as a phoenix man who would do anything to get to the top. So, looking at the pitiful Liu Ruyan, Yang Chen sighed and said, "Honestly, I've never blamed you. You don't have to apologize to me. After all, I just had some unspeakable difficulties when I was pursuing you." A secret? Do you really have some kind of mental illness? After all, when I looked into your profile, I saw that you always broke up with the girls you pursued. Or are you just not capable? You only enjoy the process of pursuing girls, and then break up with them immediately after you get them, fearing that they'll discover your unspeakable secrets. After saying that, Liu Ruyan looked at Yang Chen's lower body with a complicated expression. Yang Chen's face was filled with black lines as he hurriedly explained, "What are you thinking about? Didn't you hear the noise coming from the room this afternoon?" When Liu Ruyan talked about what happened that afternoon, she felt even more aggrieved. She hugged Yang Chen even tighter and said, "Yang Chen, please forgive me. I was wrong before. I misunderstood you. Now, it's my turn to cling to you, okay?" Looking at Liu Ruyan now, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved, but the past was like a lump in his throat. Yang Chen could only helplessly say to her, "Let's talk about the future later. Can you let me go? I still have things to do." He really didn't lie. He had been avoiding Liu Ruyan for most of the day and hadn't even fed the chickens and ducks in the backyard. I really don't know what kind of perfume Liu Ruyan uses. It smells quite nice. After leaving Liu Ruyan's round and smooth embrace, Yang Chen was still thinking with some regrets. After feeding the chickens and ducks in the backyard, Liu Ruyan followed young Chen like a little tail, going wherever he went. So he looked at him helplessly and said, "Can you go back now? It's so late. I live across from you. This is what Sister Ningmeng promised me." Listening to what Liu Ruyan said, young Chen was a little confused as to when the relationship between the two of them became so close that they had become sisters. He planned to ask son Ningmeng on the phone what she was thinking later. Seeing Liu Ruyan unable to escape, young Chen could only warn her, "This house belongs to Menge. Since she agrees, you can live here. But I'm warning you, don't enter my room without my consent, or I'll really get angry. Do you understand?" "Okay, I understand. I will be a good boy." Liu Ruyan was very happy. After all, being able to stay here meant that their relationship had taken a step forward. As for the future, she just had to work harder. Young Chen felt a little uncomfortable looking at Liu Ruyan's obedient appearance. After all, the once extremely cold and majestic sister now behaved like a little girl in front of him. This transformation was indeed a little difficult to describe. "You can do whatever you want. I'm going upstairs now. Remember, don't enter my room and disturb me without my permission." After repeatedly warning the other party, young Chen reminded Dan Huang to remember to guard the house and then went back to his room. "Egg yolk, I'm going to ask someone to come in and clean up the room for me. Don't shout. If you disturb young Chen, I'll make you suffer." Watching young Chen's leaving back, Liu Ruyan clenched her fists and threatened Dan Huang, then took out her cell phone and asked the people waiting not far outside the yard to clean up the room and move her things. Seeing that there were many strangers in the yard, Dan Huang thought of his master Yang Chen's warning, and then looked at Liu Ruyan, who looked like she kept away from strangers in front of others, and could only helplessly make a wailing sound of woo 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 woo. Whether it was young Chen or the beautiful woman in front of him, Dan Huang knew that he could not offend either of them, so he made a whining sound to remind himself that I called out, "But you, master, didn't hear it, so you can't blame me." After everyone had packed up the yard and the room where Liu Ruyan lived and left, she and the egg yolk were the only ones left in the yard. Seeing that egg yolk didn't cry out, Liu Ruyan was very satisfied. She took out the can of dog food that the bodyguard had bought and opened it, saying, "Egg yolk, this is a reward for you." Seeing Egg Yolk so happy that he actually performed a backflip, Liu Ruyan said with a smile, "Egg Yolk is amazing. I didn't expect you to be able to do this." It's a pity that young Chen didn't see this scene. If he had seen it, he would probably break Egg Yolk's legs. After all, when he was bored and asked Egg Yolk to perform, that dog ran faster than anyone else. Chapter 36 and ABB to son Ningmeng. Just like this, a month passed, and young Chen lived a very fulfilling life every day. Every day when I wake up, I either have a sumptuous breakfast prepared by the 5-star chef hired by Liu Ruyan, or a loving breakfast brought by son Ningmeng from her own food stall. The rest of the time he either fed the chickens and ducks, went fishing, or practiced dual cultivation with son Ningmeng, although most of the time he was disturbed by Liu Ruyan's jealousy. However, the relationship with Liu Ruyan has also eased a lot. After all, he has seen everything the other party has done in the past month, such as lowering herself for him, giving up a job, and staying with him. I have to say that rich women are really attractive. No wonder everyone wants to be a gigolo. They always find ways to give themselves little surprises. The entire yard is almost brand new because of Liu Ruyan's lavish spending, and even all the furniture has been replaced. Looking at the exquisite small courtyard that looks like a small villa now, I can't bear to look at it when I compare it with the photos of the previous modeled and dilapidated 2-story villa. During this period, young Chen worked tirelessly to cultivate and practice dual cultivation, and his cultivation level also rose from the 6th level to the 10th level of qi refining, and he was very close to the foundation establishment stage. Son Ningmeng also used some tricks to get the more than 3 million yuan from the sale of the magic chickens, and immediately gave it to herself after it was received. Seeing that there were only 1 or 2 days left before school started, young Chen planned to give son Ningmeng a huge surprise. He had already negotiated this matter secretly before, and he just had to wait for the funds to arrive and make the payment. So young Chen brought Liu Ruyan to Li Erman's homestay and took out his cell phone to call son Ningmeng. The call was connected in a few seconds, and then son Ningmeng's cute and sweet voice came from the other end. "Hey, brother Xiaochen, what's wrong?" Since it was a surprise, young Chen certainly wouldn't explain it. Instead, he kept it a secret and said anxiously, Ask Uncle Li, Aunt Li, and you to come to the location I sent you. Hurry up, it's urgent." "What happened, brother Xiaochen?" "Don't worry, I'll call my parents over right away." Hearing young Chen's urgent words, son Ningmeng also became anxious. She quickly hung up the phone and took her parents out. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, young Chen saw Li Jun driving a tricycle and dragging son Chen and son Ningmeng hurriedly coming from a distance. Son Ningmeng, who had just parked the car and got out, looked at young Chen anxiously and asked, What's wrong, Brother Chen? Did something happen? Uncle Li and Aunt Li beside them also said with concern, Yeah, what's wrong with Chen? Is there something that made you call us over so urgently? Looking at the family of 3 who cared about him, young Chen was deeply moved, so he hugged son Ningmeng and pointed at the BB behind him and said with a smile, This is a gift I gave to Menge. I've already bought it and am just waiting to go in and have Menge sign the contract. Do you think it's urgent? Wow, Brother Chen, you are so good to me. When son Ningmeng heard that he was going to give her a homestay worth 3 million, she was so moved that tears filled her eyes and she hugged him tightly, but then quickly shook her head to refuse. Brother Chen, I feel like I'm the happiest woman in the world since you have this intention, but I can't accept it. Mr. and Mrs. Li Jun were also stunned. They didn't expect that someone called them in a hurry and thought something happened, but they didn't expect that it was such a big gift for their daughter. But they also hurriedly persuaded and said, Yes, Chen, the gift you gave is too expensive. It puts pressure on Ningmeng. It's okay, Uncle Li, Aunt Li. Last time, when I heard Menge say that you wanted to move and borrow money from me, I thought, when the money arrives, I will buy this BB and give it to Menge, and then you can move to a new place and run it better. Listening to what young Chen said, son Ningmeng didn't expect that the other party still remembered it. She was so moved that she ignored the presence of her parents. She closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe and said emotionally, Brother Chen, kiss me. Cough, cough, cough. Li Jun couldn't stop coughing because of the cigarette he smoked due to his daughter's bold behavior. Sun Chen looked at his daughter with admiration, then pulled Li Jun towards the BB and said, Come on, Laoli, I haven't been to Ermin's BB yet. Take me to see it. Liu Ruyan, who was left like a light bulb, looked at the 2 people kissing with complicated eyes, and was very conflicted about whether she should step forward to stop them. However, when she thought about how she had once misunderstood that young Chen was close to her for money and trampled on his self-esteem, but now that he had earned 3 million, he immediately bought a homestay for son Ningmeng without hesitation, she felt extremely guilty. Brother Chen, I'm not dreaming, am I? Let me pinch you and see. Son Ningmeng, who was coaxed into the house by young Chen's eloquence and signed the contract, was a little dazed and felt that all this was a dream. Seeing son Ningmeng pinching herself in a daze, young Chen said with a mixture of laughter and tears, Why are you pinching me? You should pinch yourself to know if it's a dream or not. Congratulations, Li Jun, for finding a good son-in-law. Li Ermin looked at Li Jun with envy, wondering why he didn't have such a good son-in-law. Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's all because of the young people's ability. Li Jun was the happiest today. Not only did his daughter's happiness seem settled, but also the news that young Chen Hao had spent a fortune to give her a homestay would surely spread among the clan, and he would also be proud of it. After all the formalities were completed, the owner of this BB changed to son Ningmeng. Seeing that she was still in shock, young Chen said with a smile, Menge, as the owner of this BB, why don't you take us on a tour of your home? Oh, okay. Seeing the 3 big words son Ningmeng signed in black and white on the transfer agreement, she confirmed that she was not dreaming. She hurriedly got up and started to walk around with young Chen and others in a daze. After a tour, young Chen sighed that the 3 million was well spent. Not only was the land sold together, but the homestay was also exquisitely decorated with pleasant scenery, and there was also an internal beach for tourists to enjoy. If Li Ermin hadn't been working on other projects and urgently needed cash, it wouldn't have been young Chen's turn to take advantage of this opportunity. They stayed in the BB until the evening. At Li Jun's suggestion, he asked his wife to take their daughter and Liu Ruyan to buy some groceries and celebrate at the BB tonight. As for the food stall, it will be closed for 1 night. After all, there is nothing more important than celebrating tonight. If there is anything important, it is the wedding of his daughter and young Chen. After a month, Li Jun and his wife also got to know Liu Ruyan. At first, they were worried and a little resistant that such a rich and beautiful girl would snatch young Chen away. But after seeing that his daughter looked fine and introduced her as his friend, he gradually put his worries to rest. The 3 women went to buy groceries, leaving young Chen and Li Jun in the homestay. He took the special cigarette that Liu Ruyan gave him and handed it to someone else and said, Uncle Li, Menge still has books to study. I'll trouble you 2 elders to take care of her here when the time comes. How could Li Jun not know that young Chen was giving him and his wife a way out? After all, if the other party didn't ask, it would be inappropriate for him to move in, even though this homestay now belonged to his daughter. Looking at the cigarette young Chen handed over, he patted young Chen's shoulder heavily with mixed feelings and said in a deep voice, Hey, kid, your uncle and aunt will definitely help you manage this place well. Soon, with Li Min's exquisite cooking skills, a table full of sumptuous meals was ready. After everyone was seated, young Chen looked at son Ningmeng with a doting look and said softly, Menge, Today is such a nice day. Have you decided on a name for your BB? He, I thought of it on the way to buy groceries. Let's call it Ningmeng Pavilion. What do you think, Brother Chen? After saying that, son Ningmeng looked at young Chen expectantly. Young Chen smiled after hearing this and praised, "Not bad, it has my Chen character and your Menga character. How can this little brain be so smart?" Ningmeng Pavilion? When I buy a villa for young Chen, I will also name it Chenyang Tower. Looking at the two people showing their affection, Liu Ruyan was a little jealous, but she still ate the food with a blank expression and did not show anything unusual, but she had already made a secret decision in her heart. Chapter 37. Son Ningmeng returns to school. Time always flies. Time soon arrived and the day came for son Ningmeng to leave Peach Blossom Island and go to the Magic City to study. At the dock that day, young Chen and Liu Ruyan saw son Ningmeng off. "Brother Xiaochen, can you accompany me to the Magic City?" In young Chen's arms, son Ningmeng hugged him tightly and was reluctant to let go. Young Chen knew that she was reluctant to leave him, so he whispered in her ear, "Silly girl, have you forgotten my secret? When I can fly again, I will secretly go to the Magic City to find you." "Oh, yes, I almost forgot. But without me, Brother Xiaochen, your cultivation level would have fallen behind. Why don't you find another woman to cultivate with quickly, and try to fly to me as soon as possible?" Cough, cough, cough. Young Chen was also frightened by son Ningmeng's bold words, and hurriedly pretended to cough and cover the other person's mouth with his hand to prevent others from hearing. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, Liu Ruyan, feeling jealous, crossed her arms and said coldly, "Sister Ningmeng, the boat is about to leave." He, I understand, Sister Ruyan. I'll trouble you to take care of Brother Xiaochen. Remember, don't try to usurp the throne when I'm not around. He stuck out his tongue at Liu Ruyan as a warning, then boarded the ferry with his luggage and waved goodbye to the two of them. Although she was reluctant to leave, her sadness about the separation was much lessened after young Chen's comfort. Especially when she knew that young Chen was a cultivator and could fly to find her in the future, she was full of anticipation. Seeing her competitor go to school, Liu Ruyan was very happy in her heart, but she still remained aloof in the presence of strangers. She just walked up to young Chen, put her arm around him, and spoke lightly. "Let's go, young Chen. Your sister Ningmeng has already gone far away." The tourists who had just arrived at Peach Blossom Island and witnessed the whole process saw that the handsome young man in front of him had just hugged and said goodbye to a young and beautiful girl. The ferry hadn't sailed far when another charming, mature, and elegant lady came up to him and put her arm around him. All the tourists who witnessed the whole process, regardless of gender, couldn't help rolling their eyes and complaining that the handsome guy in front of them turned out to be a scumbag. Back home, young Chen helplessly looked at Liu Ruyan, who had held him tightly from the dock until he got home, and sighed. "What about you? When are you leaving? Are you done with the company?" "I don't know, maybe in the next few days." Liu Ruyan shook her head and said that there were actually a lot of things waiting for her to deal with in the company, but she was unwilling to leave without winning over young Chen. Taking advantage of the other party's days, young Chen quickly pulled out his arm and sat on the rocking chair and asked curiously, "You've been here for a month, aren't you bored yet?" Liu Ruyan smiled and fell into young Chen's arms, her arms around his neck. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness as she said, "So you're tired of me and want to kick me out?" Being stared at, young Chen felt a little guilty and turned his head to look away, and hurriedly explained, "No, I'm not afraid that you are busy." However, it must be said that when Liu Ruyan was here, she found that her quality of life had improved dramatically. Every day, 5-star chefs cooked various Chinese and Western delicacies in different ways. There are also several young and beautiful maids who take care of daily life. They are almost living a life of having food and clothes provided for them. No wonder so many people want to live off them. At this moment, Liu Ruyan straightened young Chen's head, stared at him with their noses almost touching, and asked seriously, "Young Chen, have you ever loved me even for a second?" Forehead. This sudden question really stumped young Chen. Although their relationship had eased a lot after a month of thinking it over, he felt that it had not yet reached that level of love. At most, I just like her a little. After all, any man would like such a beautiful and charming lady. Okay, I get it. What son Ningmeng can give you, I can give you too. As she said that, Liu Ruyan broke free from the embrace, stood up, took young Chen's arm and walked towards the house. Seeing him being dragged into Liu Ruyan's room, young Chen hurriedly stopped him with a wry smile and said, Hey, Ruyan, you must have misunderstood. It's really not about this." But the somewhat paranoid Liu Ruyan didn't care about all this at this time. She pushed young Chen to the ground, sat on him, leaned over and kissed him awkwardly. Young Chen broke free from his grip on the other person's shoulders, looked at Liu Ruyan with a complicated expression, and sighed. You don't have to be like this, Ruyan. Rejected, Liu Ruyan's eyes turned red. She pursed her lips and said aggrievedly, "Do you think I'm stupid? I can't even kiss as well as son Ningmeng." Seeing the other person's pitiful look, young Chen also softened his heart and quickly explained, "Alas, it's really not like that. I'm just afraid that you will regret it. I've already missed it once, and I don't want to miss it again. Young Chen, I love you." Listening to Liu Ruyan's emotional confession, young Chen felt a little touched and his mind became hot, so he turned over and pressed forward. Liu Ruyan was also startled when she was hugged and turned over. Then she saw young Chen staring at her intently. She felt a little shy and said, "Take me. I will be with you for the rest of my life." Young Chen, who was panting, couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this and kissed her directly. For a moment, the sound of stripping was heard in the room. 2 hours later, young Chen hugged Liu Ruyan, who fell asleep in his arms exhausted, and felt a little amused. "I didn't expect that the girl in my arms looked so cold, but she was even crazier than me in bed." Looking at the pale red scratches on his back and arms, young Chen wondered if he would not be able to withstand the scratching and bleeding marks if he had not practiced before. Looking at Liu Ruyan in his arms, he had to say that she had a great figure. Not only was her skin fair and tender, but her figure was also very well managed, with all the right curves. It was not young Chen's character to leave after finishing his work, so he stayed in bed with Liu Ruyan until evening. At this moment, he felt Liu Ruyan stir in his arms, so young Chen lowered his head and whispered with concern, "Are you awake?" When Liu Ruyan just woke up, she found herself being hugged by someone and even heard a man's voice, and she panicked for a moment. After realizing it was young Chen, she thought of the madness at noon and felt so shy that her fair skin turned pink. Then she quickly pretended to be calm and responded, "Yeah, I'm awake." Then she fumbled for the clothes beside her and started to put on them. Seeing Liu Ruyan hurriedly wearing clothes with holes everywhere, young Chen suppressed a smile and reminded her, "Don't wear it anymore, it's all torn." Liu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly looked at her shirt and found it was torn all over. Unable to keep calm any longer, she simply lay down without saying a word and hid under the quilt, not daring to show her head, and screamed madly in her heart, "Ah, I'm going crazy. This is so embarrassing." Young Chen was a little confused by Liu Ruyan's actions, so he hugged her and asked, "Do you regret it?" Being hugged, Liu Ruyan felt her flustered heart instantly calm down. She lay on young Chen's chest infatuatedly and said, I don't regret it." For a moment, the room was silent except for the breathing of the two people. They held each other like this for a long time. Then young Chen said hesitantly, Well, are you okay? Do you want to put on some clothes and go downstairs to eat?" "I'm fine. Let me lie like this for a while before you go down." Liu Ruyan's soft and boneless little hands stroked young Chen's muscular chest and abdominal muscles, and she couldn't let go. Young Chen looked at Liu Ruyan, who had a dazed look in her eyes and was caressing him with her delicate fingers as if she was stroking a rare treasure, and replied helplessly, "Okay." Chapter 38 Excessive Consciousness Loss. "Young Chen, I'm going back in 2 days." At the dining table in the yard, Liu Ruyan was eating the food prepared by the 5-star chef she brought with her, and spoke in a somewhat depressed and reluctant tone. "Didn't you decide at noon? Why did you suddenly decide to go back 2 days later?" Young Chen also put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked curiously, "Well, Grandpa's leg injury is almost healed, and the company does have a lot of things waiting for me to deal with." Liu Ruyan said with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. During the 1 month here, although only 2 spiritual chickens were bought due to purchase restrictions, there was still plenty of spiritual vegetables available. That's why Liu Ruyan's grandfather recovered so quickly, because he ate spiritual vegetables every day. Suddenly, she raised her head, lifted her black hair from her forehead, forced a smile, and continued, "Will you go back to the Magic City with me?" Upon hearing this, young Chen shook his head in embarrassment and refused, saying, "I have something very important to do here." After a pause, he noticed that there was some loss in Liu Ruyan's eyes. So he quickly added, "But if you want to see me, I can come over anytime. You can trust me on this." Just now, after young Chen took the first blood of Liu Ruyan, he, who was already about to break through the foundation building stage, naturally reached the early stage of the foundation building stage. Moreover, many more spells and magical powers suddenly appeared in his memory. Although he didn't know where these sudden memories came from, he felt as if he had known them originally. All the magical powers, including flying, can be used now, so young Chen vowed that he could see himself at any time. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan's originally lost eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and a smile began to appear on her face as she said, "Well, I believe you." Most of the sumptuous and hearty dinner went into young Chen's mouth, while Liu Ruyan only ate some of it slowly. In her words, it was enough to just taste it. After all, she still had to maintain her figure. Ruyan, wait for me at home. I have something to go out for. After getting to know each other better at noon, young Chen no longer called the other person by her full name, but called her Ruyan more affectionately. He planned to go out and find a deserted place to try out the many magical powers that suddenly appeared in his mind when he broke through the foundation building stage in the afternoon. Okay, I'll wait for you. Liu Ruyan was very well behaved and didn't stick to him. After spending a month together all day, she also knew that the man in front of her had some unknown secrets. Although she doesn't know what it is now, she doesn't plan to ask or find out, but wait for the other party to tell her on their own initiative one day in the future. After going out, young Chen found an empty place, took off directly into the air, and then quickly flew towards the other side of Peach Blossom Island. It was night time, so no one noticed a black figure passing quickly in the sky. Coming to the other side of the island, young Chen, suspended hundreds of meters in the air, looked down at the cliffs and strange rocks standing there. It was difficult for ordinary people to reach this place. However, he was still worried and used his spiritual sense to sweep the area to avoid missing out on anyone who went to the back mountain to hunt and seek excitement. The places where the spiritual consciousness passed by were as if seen with one's own eyes. In just a few seconds, all the surrounding information was reflected in the mind as if seen with one's own eyes. No human beings were found, but young Chen discovered that there were so many species of animals here. There are not only goats that are probably domesticated and have escaped and become wild, but also various wild cats, mice, rabbits, and other various animals and insects. Seeing that his spiritual sense was so useful, young Chen, driven by curiosity, landed on a huge rock and began to expand the range of his spiritual sense to watch. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers. As the range got larger and larger, young Chen suddenly felt a pain in his head as if it was pricked by needles. Then he felt dizzy and pale, and he staggered to the ground, his consciousness fading as he quickly stopped, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. It seems that the limit of the range of spiritual awareness is about 20 kilometers. After resting for a long time, young Chen murmured as his pale face finally regained some vitality. Just now, when he had exceeded 20 kilometers, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by dizziness and weakness. He knew that this was the result of excessive consumption of his spiritual power. I had been planning to try out some magic, but I didn't expect that I would be forced to stop because I overused my spiritual power. Young Chen could only endure the discomfort and fly back to a place not far from home and land, and then staggered back home like a drunk. Liu Ruyan, who had been handling company matters on the computer in the yard, saw how weak he looked and quickly put down her work, rushed forward to support him and spoke anxiously with concern. Young Chen, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale and weak after going out? Seeing Liu Ruyan's worried look, young Chen could only force himself to smile and say, I'm fine. I just encountered a small problem. I'll go back to my room and rest for a while. Liu Ruyan looked at him suspiciously and said with some concern, Are you really okay? If there is something wrong, don't force yourself. It's really okay, don't worry. I'll go upstairs and lie down for a while. After coaxing Liu Ruyan, young Chen quickly returned to the room. He didn't even bother to lock the door and just lay down on the bed and fell asleep in a second. The damage caused by excessive use of spiritual consciousness cannot be repaired by elixirs and can only be slowly made up for through meditation, practice, sleep, etc. In the yard, Liu Ruyan was staring at the video conference on her laptop in a daze, a little absent-minded, until she heard the secretary's voice calling her. She came to her senses and spoke anxiously. That's all for today. Go and have them do the things I mentioned earlier. I'll deal with the rest when I come back in a couple of days. After saying that, he quickly hung up the video, closed his laptop, asked the maid to clean up, and then ran upstairs quickly. Knock, knock, knock. Young Chen, can I come in? Standing outside the door, Liu Ruyan knocked on it and asked. This was what young Chen had told her before. Don't enter his room without his permission, otherwise he would be angry. Liu Ruyan always remembered this incident, so she did not rush in but asked first. But after waiting for a long time, no sound came from the room. Worried, she reached out and gently pushed the door. Unexpectedly, the door was slowly pushed open, so she walked in without caring about young Chen's condition. Looking at young Chen lying motionless on the bed, Liu Ruyan was startled and rushed forward to check on him. After checking, she found that young Chen was just asleep. Liu Ruyan patted her chest, her heart finally at ease, and said coquettishly, I was really scared to death. Then her eyes rolled as she thought of something and she happily hurried out of the room. After a while, Liu Ruyan returned to young Chen's room wearing a black hollow silk pajamas. It was obvious that she had just gone to wash up. Looking at young Chen sleeping sideways on the bed, Liu Ruyan took a lot of effort to turn him over. Then she turned off the light and hugged young Chen contentedly, rubbing her face against his forehead and muttering, "I really hope I can always hold you like this while sleeping." When the two of them were snuggling together in the room, she wished that time would stop forever so that they could be together forever without being separated. But suddenly I heard my stomach growling in protest in the quiet room, so I had no choice but to accept the reality and go to the yard to eat. Chapter 39. The dog system is back, and it's back with rewards. No words were spoken that night. The next day, young Chen, who had regained some energy, found with sleepy eyes that he was holding a soft body in his arms. This scared him and he quickly opened his eyes to check. He found that it was Liu Ruyan who was tightly pressed against him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I was in a bad mood last night and was afraid that I had entered the wrong person's bedroom. Looking at Liu Ruyan sleeping soundly in his arms and smiling from time to time, he had no idea what she was dreaming about. It was the first time that young Chen looked at the other person at such a close distance. He supported his head and looked at him carefully. She had shiny black hair, a delicate face, long eyelashes, and curved eyebrows. Her rosy lips looked like two dewy petals, and young Chen couldn't help but kiss her. Perhaps it was because his movements were too big. Liu Ruyan woke up and opened her eyes hazily, looking at the handsome face staring at her so close. Liu Ruyan stretched lazily, showing off her slim waist and sexy hips. Then she opened her red lips and happily lay on young Chen's chest and said, "Good morning." Looking at Liu Ruyan, whose fair and slender legs were exposed, the young man, who was already irritable after getting up early, couldn't help but press forward and said with a smirk, "It's getting late, time for breakfast." As for what they had for breakfast, no one knew. All we knew was that the wooden bed in the room was making a creaking sound due to age and disrepair. In the next 2 days, young Chen did nothing but accompany Liu Ruyan to visit the entire Peach Blossom Island and even took her yacht out to sea, leaving the two with many beautiful memories. The day of departure finally arrived, just like the last time I sent son Ningmeng off, but the only difference was that the rich woman Liu Ruyan came in her own luxury yacht. Standing on the deck of the yacht, young Chen and Liu Ruyan embraced each other affectionately, reluctant to separate, while Liu Xioda had been pushed to the flying bridge by the nanny to make room for the young man. Looking at Liu Ruyan, who was clinging to him tightly and refusing to let go, young Chen patted her beautiful back and waist in a comforting manner and said, "Okay, it's time for you to go back. You'll come find me, right?" Liu Ruyan, who is 1.7 meters tall, looked up at young Chen with her beautiful watery eyes, as if she would burst into tears the next second if he didn't agree. Seeing Liu Ruyan, who was so clingy but didn't look like a domineering CEO, young Chen smiled knowingly. He scratched her nose and nodded affirmatively. "Well, as long as you send me a message, I will definitely be there." Parting is always hard to bear. It took a long time to coax Liu Ruyan into leaving reluctantly. Young Chen returned to the dock and watched her gradually disappear on the yacht before turning around and going home. Sitting in the yard and watching the house return to its deserted state, young Chen felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. When Liu Ruyan left, she said she would leave a few servants here to take care of his daily life, but he refused. "It's not that I don't like being served, but I have too many secrets, and it's a bit inconvenient when strangers are here." Bite. Congratulations to the host for reaching the foundation establishment stage. I'm late in issuing rewards, so I'm offering you 1,000 top-grade spirit stones as compensation, a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Azure Sword, and a set of top-grade spiritual weapon, the Cicada Wing Armor. The sudden noise in his head startled young Chen, and he quickly stood up and said in surprise, "Fuck, didn't you leave? Why are you back again?" The system replied with a playful and humane tone, "Host, have you forgotten what I said? I said we'll meet again." Before young Chen could say anything, it added, "All right, my dear host, you don't need to worry about these details, because I'm leaving again. See you later. Keep working hard to improve your cultivation." Hearing that the system was about to leave again, young Chen became anxious and hurriedly stopped it, saying, "Hey, dog system, don't leave yet." After waiting for a long time without seeing any response from the system, it seemed that it had really left. Young Chen cursed and said, "You damn system, you left just like that. I still have a lot to ask you." Young Chen had 100,000 questions in his mind, but the dog system only appeared when giving out rewards and was usually nowhere to be seen. He finally saw it, but he didn't expect it to run so fast. However, since he would definitely come back and ask again after running away, young Chen no longer worried about it, but instead collected the rewards and compensation he had received. The Cicada Wing Armor is just as its name suggests. Looking at the Cicada Wing Armor in his hand that is as thin as a cicada wing and as light as a feather, young Chen pulled hard but found that it did not move at all. He quickly dripped blood to recognize the owner, and watched the Cicada Wing Armor absorb the blood he dripped on it with the naked eye. Then young Chen felt that there was an inexplicable connection between himself and the armor. With a thought, the cicada wing armor in his hand suddenly disappeared, and then he felt a very comfortable cool feeling on his body. Young Chen quickly took off his t-shirt to check, and saw that the cicada wing armor was very fitting and tightly attached to his skin, and it was completely invisible. If he hadn't felt the cicada wing armor on his body, he would have thought he hadn't worn it. Then he took out the azure spirit sword and examined it. The sword was 2 feet and 1 inch long, with a thin blade that emitted a faint blue cold light. The hilt was carved with a golden dragon, which made it look extremely majestic. The blade was so sharp that it was like autumn frost, which made people feel scared. Gently waving the azure spirit sword in his hand, he saw extremely sharp sword energy penetrate into the concrete floor, leaving behind very even gaps as if they were cut by a cutting machine. The blood drips to recognize the master, just like the armor of a cicada's wing. After the azure spirit sword absorbed the blood, young Chen felt that the azure in his hand seemed to be one with the sword. With a thought, the azure spirit sword in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Young Chen hurriedly sensed it and found that the spirit sword was already in his dantian. Then he summoned the magic sword and held it in his hand, and began to dance with the sword in the yard. He just waved the azure silver light in his hand, as if he was born with those moves. He used various sword moves with ease, and the sharp sword body stirred up the surrounding air, causing bursts of breaking and exploding sounds. After using a few sword moves, young Chen stopped. He had to stop because the damage caused by the last test of fireball was still vivid in his mind. What a good sword! Young Chen couldn't let go of the azure sword in his hand, and was extremely satisfied. Now that I have the equipment and no shortage of spirit stones, I had been planning to explore the deep sea to see if there were any materials to make weapons for myself and get some spiritual things. I didn't expect that the system would come to my rescue and immediately reward me with so many things. Now I don't have to worry anymore and can continue to lie down in peace. Now that we have the spirit stones, the simple formation previously set up in the backyard can be removed and a new one can be set up, and the spirit field spirit gathering formation can also be set up. Back in the backyard, young Chen removed the simple formation from the chicken coop, then took out 2 top-grade spirit stones and rearranged the Bagua bewilderment formation. This formation is not comparable to a simple sleight of hand formation. Any stranger who accidentally enters it will be sent out by an unknown force. However, if someone approaches or even attacks the chicken coop with bad intentions, the Bagua formation and the Mihun formation will actively release their mental power to attack the opponent, causing serious injuries at best and turning the opponent into a vegetable at worst. After finishing the arrangement, young Chen folded his arms and admired his masterpiece, muttering, "I hope no one dares to break in." Chapter 40. Opening up a cave and planting spiritual fields. Then young Chen mobilized his spiritual power and used the invisibility ability to fly directly into the air, heading towards the steep cliff where he had tested the excessive use of his mind 2 days ago. Originally, young Chen planned to build a spiritual field in the backyard, but it was inconvenient with people coming and going, and now that he could fly, he planned to find a dangerous place to open up a cave. Invisibly floating on the edge of a cliff, young Chen summoned the azure spirit sword and began to cut at the hidden spot he had found. The azure blue water cut down huge rocks as easily as tofu, and in order to avoid the noise caused by the rocks falling from a high place being too loud and eye-catching, young Chen also paid special attention to the fact that every time he cut out a huge stone, he would put it into the storage ring and store it there. He would move it to another place before throwing it away after he was done. In a short while, he had dug a hole 2 meters high and 1 meter wide on the steep cliff, leading directly to an internal space of several hundred square meters inside the mountain. Then young Chen Jichen used magic to make the cave look brand new. Although there was no light source in the cave and it was extremely dark, he was obviously not affected at all as he was at the foundation establishment stage. Everything is ready, except for the spiritual soil for planting, but for young Chen who has a small bottle, it is obviously not a big problem. When they arrived at the bottom of the sea, young Chen threw out all the stones that were hollowed out from the mountain from the storage ring to build structures for the fish, and then he began to fly quickly towards the deep sea. Ever since he reached the foundation establishment stage, he found that he was like a fish in water and had no discomfort, but his physical strength was not enough to support him to dive very deep. I watched the surrounding environment gradually change until it was pitch black, and only stopped when I felt my body could no longer bear the pressure. Young Chen stood on the seabed, looking at the many deep-sea fish around him that were emitting colorful lights, which was very beautiful. The biodiversity is truly amazing. It's a shame I can't take a photo, otherwise I could send it to Menga and Ruyan. With a sigh, young Chen began to dig deep-sea soil. As for why he didn't just get some on land, it is because the soil on the seabed must be extremely rich in nutrients after countless years of death and sedimentation of organisms. As for the question of whether the salinity of the soil will turn into saline alkali land, young Chen cannot use science to explain it. Anyway, the small bottle is enough. After pushing aside the top layer of sand until he saw the extremely dark mud, young Chen hurriedly used his storage ring to collect it all, and only stopped when he felt it was enough. He returned to the cave and took out all the soil from the storage ring and put it into the pool-like trough he had prepared. Then young Chen used the water control technique to extract all the seawater from the soil. He stopped only when he saw that the water was no longer so thin. He planted the seeds of spiritual medicine, diluted the liquid in the small bottle and sprayed it on the spiritual field, then took out the top-grade spiritual stones and began to make a spirit-gathering array and a formation to control the temperature of the cave so that the temperature in the cave could always be maintained at a certain level. For fear that he would not have time to come and manage the spiritual fields regularly, he created a water-gathering formation that automatically absorbed moisture from the air to irrigate the spiritual fields. After working hard for an entire afternoon, he finally finished. Looking at the seeds that had just sprouted, young Chen squatted beside the spiritual field and admired them quietly, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his heart. When leaving, he did not forget to set up a psychedelic defense array at the entrance of the cave, so that when viewed from the outside, the original hole dug on the cliff disappeared directly. Moreover, the existence of the psychedelic defense array can also prevent small animals and insects from entering the cave because of the strange fragrance brought by the elixir. After returning home, young Chen lay leisurely in the yard, playing with his mobile phone and chatting with son Ningmeng and Liu Ruyan. However, because Liu Ruyan was still busy with company matters, it took her a long time to reply, while son Ningmeng, a college student, seemed to have endless topics to talk about. As soon as young Chen typed a sentence, 4 or 5 sentences popped up on the other side. Some were sharing what they had learned in class today, some were sharing what they had eaten today, what they were wearing, etc. She was even bold enough to secretly take some seductive photos of herself during class to seduce him. Hello. Hello, are you the owner of this house? Just as I was chatting animatedly with son Ningmeng, a timid voice came from outside the door. Looking up, I saw a little girl about 1.55 meters tall with twin ponytails standing outside the door. She was wearing a Lolita outfit with white stockings and was dragging a suitcase that was almost as tall as her. She was looking at me nervously. Looking at the little Lolita who looked like an underage girl, young Chen asked curiously, "I am. What can I do for you?" Seeing that the handsome young man in front of her was the owner of the house, the little girl happily introduced herself. "Hello, handsome guy. My name is Jiyu Shangxue, and I'm a live streamer. Well, I came here for tourism, but Dahua Island is so popular that all the BBS and hotels are full. I was originally planning to stay at the BB near Ningmeng Pavilion for the live stream, but it became so popular that not only are there no rooms left, but now I can't even make a reservation for food. The remaining places either have to share a room with others or live in old, dilapidated houses, and I'm scared to be alone. So I've been wandering around trying to find a suitable place to live and slowly wait for the appointment with Morning Dream Pavilion, then go there for a meal and watch the live broadcast. I suddenly saw your beautiful house, so I plucked up the courage to come up and ask if I could stay with you for a while." After saying this, Jiyu Shangxue was afraid that the other party would not agree, so she quickly added, "Don't worry, I will pay the rent for you." After hearing this, young Chen nodded secretly. He had not expected the popularity of Peach Blossom Island. He thought it would only be popular for half a month at most and then become dull. Unexpectedly, because of the magical chicken, the popularity has intensified, and the island is basically packed with people every day. In addition, the original food stalls were replaced with homestays with better scenery and elegant environment, which attracted many anchors and self-media to check in and earn traffic. Even though he used to live in this remote corner, he never saw a single passerby passing by his door all day. Now, many people pass by his door every day, and some even check in outside the wall. All this is thanks to the wealthy woman Liu Ruyan. In order to make young Chen live comfortably, she invited various craftsmen to renovate the house from the inside out, and even planted many beautiful climbing flowers. Seeing the cute little girl Jiyu Shangxue looking at him expectantly, young Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "Sorry, I don't have enough room here." It was indeed that there were not enough rooms, and it was not the excuse he thought of that he did not want to rent it to the other party. After all, there were only 2 rooms on the second floor, one for himself and the other for Liu Ruyan. Although there was a room on the first floor, it was filled with a lot of sundries and tools. Looking at the thin Jiyu Shangxue, it was obvious that she was not the type of person who could tidy it up and clean it up by herself. Young Chen, too lazy to move, could only refuse helplessly. There was no other way since he didn't know her, and he wasn't the kind of person who would be unable to move when seeing a beautiful woman. Jiyu Shangxue was a little anxious after being rejected. After all, it was already late. If she couldn't find a place to stay, she would probably have to live on the streets tonight. So she hurriedly said, "It's okay if you don't have a room, handsome guy. I can set up a tent in the yard and live there. I'll pay you the rent as usual. Is that okay with you?" Forehead. Young Chen was also a little confused, although the climate on Peach Blossom Island was pleasant now and there were no typhoons or the like. But he also felt a little uncomfortable letting a girl live in a tent in the yard. Chapter 41. A lowly tenant came to my house. Just as I was about to refuse the other party's request, I saw Jiyu Shangshua looking at me with a pitiful expression, as if to say, "Please let me stay here." "All right, I won't charge you rent. In return, you'll be responsible for cleaning the yard. And except for going upstairs and to the backyard, you can do whatever you want elsewhere." In the end, young Chen agreed out of kindness and gave the other party some instructions to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Yeah, thank you, handsome. I will treat this place like my own home and take care of it." After saying that, Jiyu Shangshua lifted the suitcase with great effort and entered the yard to look for a place to set up his tent. Young Chen felt something was wrong while sitting there playing with his phone. After seeing the other party struggling to hold up the tent keel, he finally understood. So he sighed, stood up and said, "Well, I'll do it." Seeing young Chen coming to help her, Jiyu Shangshua smiled happily, her eyes curved into crescents, and then she took out a candy from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Thank you, handsome boy, I'll treat you to some candy. Are you of age?" Looking speechlessly at Jiyu Shangshua who handed him the candy, young Chen asked what he had been wanting to ask. I just turned 18. The lowly voice, coupled with the fact that the other party had just turned 18, made young Chen speechless. If the other party didn't really have that kind of voice, he would have thought that she was teasing him. The tent was set up in a short while. I watched Jiyu Shangshua open her suitcase like a treasure chest and take out a pink quilt, pink cushion, pink pillow, and even saw pink panties. Go ahead and do your work. There's a fire in the kitchen. If you want to cook, go ahead and do it yourself. Just remember to wash the pots and dishes. Feeling guilty, young Chen was afraid that the other party would find out that he had seen something he shouldn't have seen, so he coughed twice and hurriedly got on his trolley to find dinner. Ever since the chef brought by Liu Ruyan has been cooking delicious food for him in various ways, young Chen no longer even likes to cook. After all, cooking by yourself is not as delicious as eating for free, especially since my cheap father-in-law Li Jun is a great cook. I drove to Ningmeng Pavilion and saw many luxury cars parked at the entrance. There were even many anchors who couldn't get in, so they set up their live broadcast equipment directly at the entrance. The scene was very lively. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? If so, please show it to me. Also, trains are not allowed into this guest house." Just as young Chen was about to drive his own car in, he was stopped by security. He hadn't expected to be stopped at the BB he'd purchased. Looking at the dedicated security guard, young Chen didn't bother him and said with a smile, "I don't have a reservation. I'll call your boss later." As he said that, young Chen picked up his phone and called Uncle Li. Unfortunately, he waited for a long time but no one answered the phone. He was probably busy in the kitchen. Looking at the security guard who was already a little impatient, young Chen smiled awkwardly and hurriedly called Aunt Li. The call was picked up immediately, and Sun Chen's voice came from the phone. "Hello, Xiao Chen, what's wrong?" Aunt Li, I was stopped by security at the door." Young Chen didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. After all, there were many tourists and anchors at the door who were gloating at him and waiting to make a fool of himself. You see, I forgot to tell the security guard what you look like. Just wait, I'll be right out." After hearing this, Aunt Li also laughed out loud, then hung up the phone and hurried over. After hanging up the call, young Chen raised his eyebrows and boasted to the security guard, "See, I didn't lie to you, did I? I said we knew each other." The security guard was also stubborn. He did not answer young Chen's words, but just looked at him with eyes full of distrust. After all, there are many people who use the excuse of knowing the boss or knowing someone inside, and some anchors have also used this method to try to get in. "Xiao Chen, you haven't been here for a long time. Come in quickly." Sun Chen hurried over and greeted young Chen warmly, then reminded the security guard beside him, "Uncle Li, this is our Mengming's boyfriend. Don't stop him in the future." "What? Xiao Mengming's boyfriend? Then why didn't he tell me earlier?" After hearing what Sun Chen said, the security guard looked at young Chen with a blaming look, as if to say, "You kid, you are our Li family son-in-law. Why didn't you tell me? If you told me, I would have let you in." Young Chen was speechless, thinking, "Are you blaming me? I told you I knew Uncle Li, but you didn't believe me." Pushing the trolley and chatting with Aunt Li all the way to the BB, young Chen saw that the BB had changed a lot since he hadn't been there for a long time and he also had some experience. Sun Chen saw young Chen's experience and said with a proud smile, "I hope I didn't disappoint you, Xiao Chen. Now our BB is even more upscale than that 5-star hotel on the island." I didn't expect that after such a short time, not only has the place grown in size, but it also feels more upscale and classy. Young Chen looked at the surroundings with appreciation, nodded and answered, seeing that the BB and restaurant were originally together. Now it has been greatly transformed by Uncle Lee and his wife, but the style of the homestay remains unchanged, still maintaining a warm, beautiful, and relaxing theme. The restaurant has not only expanded a lot and added many private rooms, but even the decoration is different, and every corner looks noble, elegant, and grand. That's right. This is my idea. Separate the BB and the restaurant. This way, the wealthy and powerful diners who come for the spirit chicken can enjoy the food in peace without being disturbed. Tourists who are looking for relaxation can stroll on the beach near the BB or make a cup of tea at the door. After listening to Aunt Lee's words, young Chen also admired her business acumen, so he praised her generously and replied with a smile, "I didn't expect that, Aunt Lee. You actually have such a business acumen. Menga is about to become a rich second generation. I'm under pressure. You kid is teasing your aunt. If it weren't for your magic chicken, we wouldn't be like this today." Sun Chen grabbed Young Chen's ear without any courtesy, not treating him as an outsider at all. Young Chen also enjoyed this family affection very much. Although being pulled by the ear did not hurt him at the moment, he still cooperated with Aunt Lee. "Oh, it hurts, Auntie, I was wrong. When Aunt Lee saw Young Chen admitting his mistake with a grin, she was startled and quickly let go of his hand, pretending to be angry, and said angrily, "See if you dare to tease your aunt again." Hee, Auntie, I haven't eaten anything this afternoon and I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? I'm here to eat for free. You're already grown up, and you don't even come home for dinner? Have you forgotten that our family owns a restaurant? Sun Qian spoke with some reproach, but his words were full of concern. After all, the couple had already chosen Young Chen as their son-in-law, and since they had no son, Sun Chen always treated Young Chen as his own son. Chapter 42, discussing the renovation of the BB. Eat slowly. If you don't have enough, I'll ask your Uncle Lee to stir-fry for you. Looking at Young Chen wolfing down his food, Sun Chen lovingly handed him a cup of tea. It's mainly because Uncle Lee's cooking is delicious. Young Chen was chatting with Aunt Lee about family matters while picking up the delicious food and stuffing it into his mouth. If it's delicious, come here often, okay? This is your and Ningmeng's home. Yes, I know. Although I always call you aunt, in my heart I already regard you as my mother. Hearing this, Sun Chen was also very moved. With tears in his eyes, he kept repeating, "Good boy, good boy." The meal ended in such a warm atmosphere. While chatting, Young Chen heard Aunt Lee say that Uncle Lee had been busy cooking in the kitchen and also teaching his nephew Li Jie how to cook. He was also curious because he rarely saw Li Jie asking him to go fishing recently. It turned out that he had become a chef and was busy in the kitchen. "Auntie, please help me find a vacant lot near the BB, and then renovate it to make it into a hot spring. I'll have private rooms and a large pool for you to see how it's done. I'll give you a surprise then." Young Chen thought about this for a long time. He planned to take the BB to the next level and build a small spirit gathering array to match the spirit liquid, and put it into the outlet of the hot spring pool. This way he could not only make more money, but also repay Li Jun and his wife for their kindness to him. Although he doesn't know what the future will be like, he wants to do this now so that even if something really happens in the future, he can take back everything at any time. Aunt Lee was also curious and asked, "What kind of hot spring is so mysterious?" Young Chen also kept it a secret and replied, "Don't worry about it. Trust my aunt, you can build the hot spring pool first, and I will tell you when the time comes." Aunt Lee also trusted him very much and made the decision without asking any questions. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to do it later." After finishing this matter, Young Chen also planned to go home, so he stood up and said with concern, "Auntie, I'm going home first. Don't be too tired. You can ask for help when the time comes." When I returned to the old house from Ningmeng Pavilion, as soon as I drove into the yard, I saw Jiyu Shangxue walking around the yard with his mobile phone and broadcasting live. Seeing Young Chen come in, Jiyu Shangxue in the courtyard smiled and nodded to greet him, then began talking to herself in a live broadcast room. Jiyu Shangxue, welcome everyone to Shueshue's live broadcast room. Jiyu Shangxue, let me show you if this place I rented on Peach Blossom Island is beautiful. Knowing that male voices were not allowed in the female anchor's live broadcast room, Young Chen just nodded in response and did not disturb the other party. Then he sat in the yard with his mobile phone, turned down the volume, and played King of Glory with Sun Ningmeng. After a long time, Jiyu Shangxue, who had just finished broadcasting, saw the handsome landlord frantically operating his mobile phone, so he curiously went forward to check it out. The other player was playing King of Glory, and soon he saw triple, quad, and even pentakills on the screen. He screamed in admiration. Wow, handsome guy, you're so good. Give me a lesson. Young Chen continued to control his character without looking up and responded, Sorry, I'm duo queuing with my girlfriend and can't take you with me. Oh, okay. Jiyu Shangxue didn't expect that the handsome landlord actually had a girlfriend. Although she hadn't thought about anything happening, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when she was rejected. The scene became quiet for a moment, and Yang Chen ignored Jiyu Shangxue, who was sitting next to him and craning her neck to watch him play games. Instead, he was immersed in helping son Ningmeng get a big score, and was very busy switching interfaces from time to time to reply to Liu Ruyan's WeChat messages. Handsome guy, is this really okay for you? Jiyu Shangxue looked at Yang Chen with strange eyes and complicated mood. She didn't expect that the handsome guy in front of her was quite handsome, but he was a bit of a scumbag. Because she was always looking at the other person's phone to play games, including chatting, and she didn't hide the fact that she was seeing everything. It was indeed a bit shocking for her that he played games with his girlfriend and then took the time to flirt with other girls. What's good or bad? Am I bad at playing games? Young Chen, who hadn't yet realized that he had become a scumbag in the eyes of the little girl, was a little confused. Could it be that his skills, with an 18-1 record, were not good enough? No. Not bad, as long as you are happy. Jiyu Shangxue smiled awkwardly. After all, she was not familiar with the other party, and it was none of her business how bad the other party was. So she stopped asking curiously and focused on watching him play the game. Young Chen played until son Ningmeng turned off the lights in her dormitory and prepared to rest. Then he quit the game and stretched. Seeing that it was getting late, he got up and prepared to wash up and rest. Looking at Jiyu Shangxue, who was somewhat dazed beside him, thinking that she might be scared in the yard tonight, he kindly reminded her, Don't worry about it tonight, I have a ferocious dog here to guard the house. It'll be fine. Ah, handsome guy, you also have a dog? Why don't I see it? After saying that, Jiyu Shangxue looked around everywhere. My dog likes to run around during the day. I called him back. Yang Chen walked to the gate of the compound and shouted into the darkness, Egg yolk, get back here. After a few minutes, a black shadow appeared in the distance. Jiyu Shangxue looked closely and saw a big yellow dog, which was bigger than a kangal, trying to please the man at the door by making a woo sound. After a day of fun out and about, it's time to go back to work. This is your reward. Patting Egg Yolk's dog's head, Yang Chen secretly took out a drop of spiritual liquid and put it into the other's mouth. It is not a luxury to feed the egg yolk with spiritual liquid every day. After all, this thing is not blown by the wind. Basically, you only need to feed it one drop every half a month. Moreover, the spiritual liquid in the small bottle seemed to increase with his own cultivation. In the beginning, when he frequently used the spiritual liquid in the small bottle was decreasing rapidly and did not recover much. However, after entering the foundation building stage, the spiritual liquid in the small bottle recovered a little bit every day at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it was not much, it was enough to match the current consumption. Then Yang Chen brought the egg yolk to Jiyu Shangxue and introduced her, saying, This little sister will live in the yard from now on. Don't scare her. Jiyu Shangxue looked at the egg yolk, which was almost as tall as herself, and greeted it timidly. Hello. Woof woof. Ah. Frightened by the loud voice of egg yolk greeting her, Jiyu Shangxue quickly ran behind Yang Chen and hid trembling. Yang Chen was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry because this little Lolita was so timid, so he pretended to be angry and slapped Egg Yolk's dog head hard and threatened her. Why are you shouting so loudly? Speak softly, you're scaring me. Apologize to me now. Seeing Egg Yolk standing up on its two front legs and bowing towards him with an ah-woo-woo sound, which was full of humanity, Jiyu Shangxue was not so scared anymore. Instead, he quickly ran to his large suitcase, took out a salt-baked chicken drumstick, and said to Egg Yolk, Hello, Egg Yolk, this chicken drumstick is a welcome gift for you. Seeing that both parties were familiar with each other, Yang Chen also planned to go upstairs to practice, so he said to Jiyu Shangxue, Okay, with Egg Yolk accompanying you, I guess you won't be so scared. Chapter 43 Hot Spring Renovation completed. After returning to the house, Yang Chen did not choose to go back to the room on the second floor. Instead, he went out from the back door and immediately became invisible and flew into the air towards the cave that was open today. In the past, I had to practice at home because I had no choice, but now I can fly and it only takes me 1 minute to get to the cave. Moreover, with the existence of the Spirit Gathering Array, the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave is incomparable to other places, so he plans to practice and do other things in the cave in the future. Coming into the cave, looking at the dark and empty space, Yang Chen planned to decorate it with furniture after receiving the money from the spiritual chicken at the end of the month. Half a month passed in a flash. Young Chen lived a very carefree and happy life. He would go back to his cave to practice at night, and during the day he would feed the chickens and ducks in the yard, play games, and chat and flirt with his 2 girlfriends. Occasionally I go out fishing, or ride my trolley to the Daohua Island night market to eat some snacks and look at beautiful women. After half a month of getting along, he became familiar with Jiyu Xiangxue. During the chat, he learned from her that she had escaped because she hated the strict discipline at home. Although I didn't know from her what her family does specifically, 9 out of 10 lolis are rich, and looking at the material of the clothes she wears, I can tell that they are not cheap. But none of this had anything to do with him. After all, they were just landlord and tenant, so if the other party didn't say anything, he was too lazy to ask. Yesterday, Aunt Lee called to tell young Chen when he could go there, and that the hot spring had been prepared according to his idea. So early in the morning he took egg yolk and drove his electric car to Ningmeng Pavilion to get the hot spring ready. Moreover, when young Chen called yesterday, he specifically instructed that the business should be closed for at least 1 day and no unrelated personnel, including employees, should stay inside. After all, as someone behind the scenes, he doesn't want to be seen, otherwise he will inevitably be disturbed. When I arrived at Ningmeng Pavilion, I found that everyone was still at work except the security guard at the door. All the employees inside have gone home for vacation or out to play, and only Li Jun and his wife are left in the entire homestay. Xiao Chen is here. This is egg yolk, right? What kind of dog is so big? As soon as I parked the electric car, Li Jun, my cheap father-in-law, walked around the egg yolk and looked at it curiously. Uncle, Aunt, if you 2 have nothing to do, please help me lay the egg yolk. After all, there are some things you understand. Young Chen scratched his head embarrassedly and said, how can I explain these things? I definitely can't show them in front of others. After all, they are too shocking. This is also the main reason why he brought egg yolk with him, mainly to find an excuse. If young Chen goes out to play on weekdays, he rarely brings egg yolk with him. After all, the egg yolk is too big and can easily scare people, and egg yolk extremely dislikes holding hand ropes. Okay, we got it. Let's go, Laro Li. We haven't had a holiday in a long time. Let's take egg yolk to the beach today. Before Uncle Li could say anything, Aunt Li had already pulled him and egg yolk and the other 2 left. Seeing that everyone had left, young Chen, who was still worried, scanned the BB with his spiritual sense. After finding that there were only some rats, he headed to the hot spring area. The decoration is quite nice. I don't know how much it cost. Looking at the blue brick walls built on the side of the BB surrounding the luxuriously decorated hot spring pool, there are even some exquisitely decorated private hot spring rooms, which avoids the embarrassing situation that many people do not like to share hot spring pools. According to Aunt Lee's instructions, young Chen went directly to the water room at the hot spring outlet and looked at the empty room without any temperature heating equipment. This was also what he requested. After all, he now knew so many formations, so simply raising the temperature of the water outlet to a comfortable temperature for the human body would not be a problem. So young Chen started his work and first took out a few top-grade spirit stones from the storage ring. Looking at the jade-like spirit stones emitting a multicolored light, he shook his head and said jokingly, I don't know how much any of them would fetch if I took them out to sell. It's a complete waste of precious resources to leave them here. Joking aside, young Chen didn't slow down. He took out the blue and started digging a deep hole at the water outlet. Then he began to arrange a formation to control the water temperature and a small spirit gathering formation. The function of this formation was to compress the spiritual power into liquid and then drip it into the water outlet. This will give all the hot spring pools their special effects, although they won't be as effective as the liquid in the small bottle. But it is enough for ordinary people. It can strengthen the body, beautify the skin and other effects. However, if you want to see the effect, you may need to soak it more often. Yang Chen even deliberately controlled the liquid in the small spirit gathering array to flow more to those private soup dumpling rooms. After all, you get what you pay for. After setting up the formation, Yang Chen restored the deep pit he had dug, and then set up a defensive formation in the water room. In this way, except for yourself, it will be extremely difficult for others to enter unless you bomb the place. After doing all this, he called Li Jun and his wife to come over and try out the results. If the results were good, he could customize the price of the BB. Xiao Chen, is it really as you said? The 2 people who rushed over looked at the steaming hot spring and were shocked when they heard what young Chen said about the effect and asked, Of course, Uncle Li and Auntie, if you 2 don't believe me, you can go to the private room and spend some time there. But it will definitely take a lot of time for you 2 to go soaking. Uncle, could you please make me something to eat? I'll eat outside and wait for you. Young Chen felt a little embarrassed as he said this, feeling like a foodie. Li Jun looked at young Chen's embarrassed expression, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Haha, Xiao Chen, why are you being so polite to us? Just wait. Then he said to his wife, "Wife, go and try the effect first. I'll get Chen something to eat and come back." Seeing that her husband wanted to take a hot spring bath with her, she spat shyly, "Bah, shameless old thing." Looking at the appearance of Li Jun and his wife, Chen smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he found a place with a pleasant view and sat down to wait for the food. After a while, Li Jun hurriedly brought over several seafood dishes and a plate of grouper sashimi. Then, a little embarrassedly, he ran over and said, "Chen, you eat first. I'll go and take a hot spring bath with your aunt to see if it works." Chen was so amused that he kept shaking his head, while Egg Yolk stared at the delicacies on the table with shining eyes and drooled with his mouth wide open. "Yes, let me give you some grouper sashimi. It's very expensive." Seeing Egg Yolk looking greedy, Chen picked up a piece of sashimi and threw it over. The egg yolk opened its bloody mouth accurately and caught it directly, swallowing it without even biting it. Then it wagged its tail wildly and pointed its claws at the table. "Without you, a foodie, I wouldn't have enough to eat." Seeing that the egg yolk still wanted to be eaten, Chen refused with a smile and scolded him. After all, there was only so much in a plate, not enough for him. Although he couldn't give her sashimi, he still felt sorry for other seafood and took a plate of blanched cuttlefish and put it on the ground for Egg Yolk to eat. Chapter 44. Encounter with the sexy tram owner. Although the scenery is beautiful, it's a pity that I am the only one enjoying it. Because of the hot springs, it was closed today and all the guests originally staying at the BB were cleared out, so there was no one on the entire beach. 2 hours passed quickly. Hearing a noise behind him, Chen turned his head to look. I saw Uncle Lee walking in front with high spirits and energy, while Aunt Lee behind him had a red face, not sure if it was because she had soaked in the hot spring for too long or because of something else she had experienced. But since they were all elders, Chen couldn't tease them. He could only pretend not to know and quickly asked the two about the effect. "Uncle Lee, how is Auntie's effect?" Li Jun happily sat down on a leisure chair and said with admiration, "Chen, you always bring us many surprises, and the effect is really great." Aunt Lee wiped her wet hair with a towel and agreed. "Yes, after taking a hot spring bath, I feel my skin is much tighter and I feel like I've aged a few years." Seeing the two of them look very satisfied, Chen smiled and asked, "Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee, it's time for our Ningmeng pavilion to move in a high-end direction. Should we renegotiate the pricing? Also, I plan to split the income of the BB 50-50 between us. Even brothers settle accounts clearly, but many people break up with their good friends and relatives because of money." So Chen said it directly at the beginning. After all, he didn't want to see any unpleasantness caused by these things in the future. After hearing this, Li Jun slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "What are you talking about, Chen? You've done so much for us, how could we possibly ask for your shares?" Sun Chen also said with some reproach, "Yes, Chen, we are not strangers. You are really being too formal." Seeing that the two of them had misunderstood him and thought that he was going to make a clear distinction, he explained with a wry smile, "Uncle Lee, Aunt Lee, it's not like that. The main reason is that you guys are the ones managing the store. I have other things to do and don't have time to manage it, so I thought of giving you half of the profits. After all, I don't want us to have any unpleasantness in the future just because of such a small profit. Not only do I not want to see such a scene, I guess Menga doesn't want to see it either. After all, you two elders are the closest people to me, and with Menga's relationship, maybe we will become a family in the future. This isn't a reason to separate us, but it's something I've considered for quite a while before deciding." The two were deeply moved after hearing this and stared at each other in silence for a long time. Then Li Jun said in a deep voice, "I understand what you mean, Chen, but we won't accept a 50-50 split. The best we can do is 20-80, with us splitting 20 and Chen splitting 80. Seeing Chen about to refuse, Li Jun said with a serious expression that did not allow for refusal, "Don't refuse. We are already making a lot of money with a 20-80 split. Don't you know how much you can earn in a month from your hot springs, magical chickens, and magical vegetables? The income from the spirit chicken and spirit vegetables alone is over 3 million. Now, if we promote the hot springs, we can get a 20% dividend every month. You know, this is more than we can earn in a year working hard at the food stall." Aunt Lee on the side also echoed and persuaded, "Yes, Chen, this is the most we can accept. Your Uncle Lee can't earn this much even if he cooks until the pot is broken. If you don't agree, we'll go back to the food stall and we won't be in charge of this place anymore." Chen was deeply moved by what Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee said, so he sighed and smiled bitterly and agreed, "Well, okay, I'll trouble you two from now on." The shares were settled, and the only thing left was the pricing of the hot springs. After many discussions among the three, They finally came up with a price that all three thought was good. Pricing is based on room size. Single room, 28888 per night. Double room, 38888 per night. Family room, 68888 per night. These room types can enjoy the public hot spring pool for free, but if you want a more private hot spring pool, you have to pay extra. Each private hot spring pool room will cost an additional 10,000 yuan. The BB has a total of 5 single rooms, 10 double rooms, only 3 family rooms, and 8 private hot spring rooms. If calculated based on full occupancy rate, the hot spring project alone can earn more than 6 million per month. If you add in the spiritual vegetables, spiritual chickens, spiritual geese, etc. that are in short supply every month, Ningmeng Pavilion's monthly income is at least tens of millions, not counting other dishes. The price has been decided and the shares have been allocated. Uncle Li and Aunt Li also asked young Chen for his bank card number. The money earned every month will be directly transferred to his card. There was no problem. The only thing left was publicity, which the two experienced elders could handle easily. So young Chen decided not to get involved and instead ride his electric scooter around. Hey, isn't that the owner of the electric car? Driving around on an electric car, young Chen saw from a distance the charming lady boss of an electric car shop chatting with another woman sitting on a chair outside a cafe. I missed her after not seeing her for a long time. Since I bought the electric car, I seldom passed by that street. So he drove up to her and said, "Hello. Hello, boss lady. It's been a long time since we last met. Do you still recognize me?" Hearing someone calling her, the proprietress looked sideways. When she saw young Chen, she was a little surprised and then smiled charmingly. "Hey, isn't this the handsome guy who bought me an electric car? I thought you left the island. Long time no see." "No, I've been on the island the whole time, but we haven't been destined to meet. But today, it's fate." I spotted the charming and beautiful proprietress from a distance, so I came up to say hello. Young Chen was also thick-skinned. He could speak flirtatious words effortlessly without a blush. He moved a chair over and sat next to her, being teased for a moment, when Manman covered her mouth and laughed. "Haha, the handsome boy is not only handsome, but also so sweet. He must have a lot of girlfriends." "Hey, we are just friends who've kissed each other. Not worth mentioning. Pretty sister, who's the pretty girl next to you?" Young Chen spoke very casually, and then asked the woman who was watching them talking with interest. "She is my good sister since childhood. Why didn't she come to the island to play with me?" Listening to the proprietress' introduction, young Chen simply said politely, "Hello, my name is young Chen, and I'm a friend of this beautiful lady." Puff. The boss lady's bestie couldn't help laughing when she heard the introduction, and then introduced herself jokingly. "Hello, my name is Xu Ling, and I'm also a friend of that beautiful sister." Young Chen was not angry at being teased. He scratched his head and asked the boss lady a little embarrassedly, "Hey, beautiful sister, what's your name?" Chapter 45 Throw It All Out. Seeing that young Chen didn't even know her name, when Mammon rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, and then pretended to be heartbroken and said, "I'm so sad that you still don't know my name. My name is Wen Manman. Remember this. If you can't remember it next time, I'll scratch you." After saying that, Wen Manman stretched out her jade-like fingers to show off her beautiful manicure and shook them in front of young Chen threateningly. "You must remember this. Even if I don't have a knife now, I would definitely carve your name into my heart if I had one." Watching young Chen's serious and confident nonsense, Wen Manman and her good friend Xu Ling couldn't stop laughing. After laughing for a long time, Wen Manman stopped and showed a seductive look. She poked young Chen's arm with her jade finger and said seductively and playfully, "Little handsome boy, if you tease me like this, you will easily get beaten if my husband hears you." Forehead. Young Chen was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party actually had a husband. Then he quickly stood up and said to himself with a serious face and righteous words, "I don't care who you are, but please get off my body, otherwise I will call the police." After saying that, he looked at Wen Manman very apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Manman. I was possessed by a ghost and was talking nonsense just now. Now I have to leave and find someone to perform an exorcism. We can talk again when we have time." After saying that, he quickly got on his electric bike and left this troubled place without looking back under the stunned gaze of the two beauties. Although young Chen likes this kind of mature older sister, he still doesn't plan to touch her because she's married. After all, although a slut is nice, there must be a bottom line, unless the other person's husband is dead. Xu Ling looked at young Chen's departing figure, a little stunned as she quickly asked her best friend, "Mammon, how did you know this funny and quirky handsome guy?" "I don't know him very well, but he came to buy an electric car from me last time. He looked quite handsome, so I remembered him right away." Wen Manman answered her best friend's words, but her beautiful eyes were always looking at the direction where Yang Chen left, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and no one knew what she was thinking. What a shame. Why does she have a husband? Along the way, Yang Chen kept muttering this sentence with great regret. She had just flirted with the other party and was about to add him on WeChat, but she didn't expect that this incident with her husband would happen. When he thought that the woman who embodied elegance, plumpness, curves, a perky butt, long legs, smoothness, and softness actually had a husband, he couldn't help but feel pity and envy. Who are you? What are you doing in my yard? When he returned home, he saw several bodyguards in black and a young man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses standing in his yard. Young Chen, who was in a bad mood, questioned them directly in a blunt tone. Without answering him, the man with gold-rimmed glasses turned around with a hint of anger in his eyes and asked indifferently, "Who are you? How long has my sister lived with you? You're fucking in my house and you're asking who I am? I've got 3 seconds to get out of here, or I'll make you crawl out." He was even more pretentious than himself, which made young Chen very uncomfortable, and he immediately ordered him to leave. Haha, it seems you don't know how to speak properly. After the man with gold-rimmed glasses finished speaking, he signaled his bodyguards with his eyes, and then several bodyguards came over with their hands rubbed. "You're so good at showing off. You're showing off in front of me. Get out of here." Young Chen didn't waste any words. He was showing off and took the initiative to attack. He clenched his fists and swung them at the bodyguards at an extremely fast speed. What a jerk. He's still a bodyguard. After beating up the bodyguards with a few punches and kicks and throwing them out of the compound, young Chen turned back to the man with gold-rimmed glasses and taunted him. "Are you going to get out of here on your own? Or should I help you? How dare you? Don't think you're so great just because you know a little bit of kung fu. Do you dare to touch me?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses still didn't understand the situation and continued to act tough and pretentious. Of course, young Chen was happy to satisfy the other party's desire to try it out, so he strode up to the other party, grabbed the man with gold-rimmed glasses by the neck like a chicken, and threw him towards the door. After throwing it, he clapped his hands in disgust and said sarcastically, "Is it satisfying you? If not, why don't you make some requests?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses who was thrown out of the door rolled around a few times and suffered minor injuries. Seeing that the other party actually dared to attack him, he was furious and said something cruel. "If you have the guts, kill me today, or you can expect my revenge." The bodyguards standing by felt as if the sky had fallen when they heard this. Their eyes went dark, and they couldn't help but complain in their hearts. "Damn it, there's no time limit for pretending to be tough. They've already taken action and you're still threatening. He, I'll satisfy you." They actually dared to threaten him. This time, young Chen really wanted to kill them. He walked directly towards them, intending to kill them first to silence them and then destroy the bodies. Seeing the young man walking towards him step by step with murderous eyes, the man with gold-rimmed glasses was extremely panicked. He had no doubt that the other party would really kill him, so he retreated desperately. Although the bodyguards on the side were complaining about their boss in their hearts, they still stood in front of him with serious expressions and stood guard with professional ethics. Then they shouted to their boss, "Young master, you go first." "Leave. Can you leave? Bad guys die because they talk too much." Although young Chen is not a bad guy, he still took decisive action and intended to use his spiritual sense to shatter the other party's consciousness. At the critical moment, Jiyu Xiangshua's anxious voice was heard from a distance. "Young Chen, don't do it, he is my brother." Hearing this, he frowned and did not attack again, watching Jiyu Xiangshua who was running towards him very fast and panting. Young Chen said coldly without any mercy, "Just because I let you live with me doesn't mean you can cause me trouble. Please pack up your things and leave with your brother." After that, he returned to the yard without looking back. The few people who had just been rescued from the brink of death all looked frightened. Especially the bodyguards who had to face it directly could feel the oppression of death more clearly. If it weren't for the young lady's plea, they would definitely have died. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, Jiyu Xiangshua's brother Jiyu Jiamu, looked at his sister with an ugly expression. "If it weren't for her, I would not have come to this place, and even nearly lost my life, without considering that the current situation was caused by my attitude." So he took his anger out on her and yelled at his sister, "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have nearly lost my life here." Jiyu Xiangshua, who was bullied, felt very aggrieved. She looked at her brother with slightly red eyes, biting her lips tightly without giving any explanation. She had become accustomed to her brother's attitude towards her. In fact, everyone in the family, except her mother, was very strict with her, so she fled that place and came to Peach Blossom Island.